Preface of a History of the Great War, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. Preface. This work in its original form appeared in 24 volumes between February 1915 and July 1919, and was therefore written and published for the most part during the progress of the campaign. Begun as an experiment to pass the time during a period of enforced inaction, its large sales and the evidence forthcoming that it met a certain need induced me to continue it as a duty, and the bulk of it was written in the scanty leisure which I could snatch from service abroad and at home. Any narrative produced under such conditions must bristle with imperfections. It will contain many errors of fact. The writer cannot stage his drama or prepare the reader for a sudden change by a gradual revelation of his causes. His work must have something of the apparent inconsequence of real life. He records 1 month a sanguine mood and a hopeful forecast. 3 months later, he will tell of depression and of expectations belied. He must set out interim judgments and presently recant them. After much reflection, I decided to revise and largely rewrite the book in order to give it perspective and a juster scale. And I was moved to this decision by my view of the value of contemporary history. Sir Walter Raleigh, in the preface to his History of the World, excuses himself for not writing the story of his own times, which, he says, might have been more pleasing to the reader, on the ground that whosoever in writing a modern history shall follow truth too near the heels, it may happily strike out his teeth. To Napoleon, on the contrary, it seemed that contemporary history was the surest. One can say what occurred 1 year after an event, as well as 100 years. It is more likely to be true, because the reader can judge by his own knowledge. Between two such opinions, reason would seem to decide for the second. Till a few hundred years ago, historians almost exclusively chronicled events of which they had been spectators. The greatest of all wrote what was, in the strictest sense of the word, contemporary history. Thucydides played his part in the first stages of the Peloponnesian War with the resolution of becoming its chronicler, and he saw the ebb and flow of its tides not as political mutations, but as moments in the larger process of Hellenic destiny. With such a writer, living in the search of contemporary passions, and yet with an eye abstracted and ranging over a wide expanse of action and thought, no reconstructor of forgotten ages from books and archives can hope to vie. For the scholar in such a case competes with the creator, the writer of history with one who was also its maker. And the doubtless must thrill when in the tale of the struggle for Amphipolis, the opponent of Brasidas is revealed as Thucydides, son of Olorus, Simatates sine grapsin. There are special and peculiar reasons why the future historian who essays to tell the whole tale of the Great War will find himself at a disadvantage. The mass of material will be so huge that even a new Gibbon or a second ranker grappling with it in many libraries will find himself overburdened. Some principles of interpretation he will need and will no doubt devise, but the odds are that such principles will be academic and artificial. The details of this or that battle may be clearer in the future when war diaries and personal memoir have multiplied. But I believe that the main features of the war can be more accurately seen and more truly judged by those who lived through it than by a scholar writing after the lapse of half a century. The men of our own day, from the mere fact of having taken part in the struggle, are already provided with a perspective more just, I think, than any which the later historian, working only from documents, is likely to discover. Again, in the context of whole peoples, psychology must be a matter of prime importance. Mutations of opinion and the ups and downs of popular moods are themselves weighty historical facts, as much as a battle or a state paper, and who is to assess them truly, if not those who themselves felt the glow of hope and the pain of disillusion? Lastly, the contemporary has perhaps a more vivid sense of the great drama if he has appeared on the stage, were it only as one of a crowd of citizens in the background. I cannot boast with Raleigh that I have been permitted to draw water as near the wellhead as another, but for much of the war I was within a modest distance of the springs. My duties, first as a war correspondent and then as an intelligence officer, gave me some knowledge of the Western Front. And later, in my work as Director of Information, I was compelled to follow closely events in every theater of war, and for the purposes of propaganda to make a study of political reactions and popular opinion in many countries. My aim has been to write a clear narrative of one of the greatest epochs in history, showing not only the changing tides of battle, but the intricate political, economic, and social transformations which were involved in a strife not of armies, but of peoples. I have tried, with what success it is for others to judge, to give my story something of the movement and color which it deserves, and to avoid the formlessness of a mere compilation. The book is meant to be history on a large scale, printed as it were in capital type, and to keep the proportions, I have omitted much detail of great interest which can be found in works dealing with individual military and naval units, limited battlegrounds, and special spheres of national effort. But in one respect, I am conscious that I have departed from a just proportion. The book is written in English and intended primarily to be read by the writer's countrymen. Hence, the part played by Britain has been described more fully than that of the other belligerents. Though I trust this prominence deliberately given to British doings does not appear in my general criticisms and judgments. One point I would emphasize: no confidences have been betrayed, no privileges have been claimed or used, no matter included which cannot be fairly regarded as public property. The book is indeed the opposite of an official history. It does not pretend to lay open sealed archives. It is a personal, not a professional record, a chronicle of individual observation, private study, personal assessments. In a work so full of details, there must inevitably be mistakes. But I have striven earnestly to tell the truth, so far as I could ascertain it, free from bias or petulance or passion. The story is too noble a one to be marred by any villainy of hate. With regard to the method followed, the pages are not documented, for to quote authorities would have doubled the size of the volumes. References to sources are usually given only when some point is still in dispute. In the early part, when the British army was small, brigades and even battalions are mentioned. In the later, the normal unit is the division, and in most chapters, the corps. No fixed principle has been followed in spelling foreign names. I have used the forms in which they are most likely to be familiar to the general reader. I have had the advantage of the knowledge and advice of a very great number of soldiers, sailors, and civilians among nearly all the belligerent nations, some of whom have been so kind as to read my proofs. To these, my friends, I offer my warmest gratitude, and I only refrain from the pleasure of writing their names because I have sometimes had the temerity to differ from their views, and I hesitate to involve distinguished professional men in any responsibility for a work which in every part represents an independent exercise of my own judgment. To one helper, however, I must make special acknowledgment. Mr. Hilliard Atteridge, from the late months of 1914, has assisted me in analyzing reports, in verifying references, in correcting proofs, and especially in the preparation of the maps. But for its most capable and unwearying aid, the book in its original form could not have been written. J.B. Elsfield Manor, Oxon. End of preface. Introduction of a History of the Great War, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. Introduction. Whether history is better written by one who has been a participant, or at least a contemporary of the great actors in the drama he portrays, or by the careful disciple of historical research working when time has lent distance and prejudice no longer obscures the vision, must be decided by each student for himself. Much that can be said by the participator of great events which he saw and of which he was a part, the personal bearing of individuals, the vivid impressions that come only to the eyewitness, the psychology of the times and peoples, and the waves of patriotic emotion may be missed by the scholar writing ever so carefully after the ultimate survivor has told his tale for the last time. Nor can the scholar find his facts if every writer with personal knowledge delays his record for time's perspective and the cooling of passion. Some contemporary record must constitute the sources from which the future historian must draw his materials. The generations between the events and the leisurely written study of the scholar are themselves entitled to some well-presented statements of the history their fathers made. That some perspective is necessary is beyond doubt. The relation of events to one another, of cause to effect, is not at once evident. This is particularly true in the history of modern war. The horizon of any one man in a modern battle is very limited. Personal leadership by general officers no longer has a place on the field, and high commanders cannot see wavering lines or the approach of assaulting columns. In the Great War, with the tremendous range of its guns and rifles, the length of its battle lines, and the ossified character of its engagements between the First Marne and the Great Allied offensive of July 1918, even division commanders knew little of what happened, except in their own contracted sectors. The effects of a success or reverse on a limited front as related to the whole plan they could not know. That a local reverse might yet contribute to a general success by containing the enemy at a vital point could not be known to the participants at the time. Such effects are known only by the commanders-in-chief and their confidential staffs. The flood of regimental and divisional histories is useful in recording the participation of units as seen by themselves, and when checked against each other and against other records will constitute a valuable source for the future historian. The very controversies they arouse will serve in time to clear doubtful points. Those who believe that more reliable history is written some years after the occurrences point to the period in the 80s when the best accounts of our Civil War appeared, written by the leaders themselves, and there was an accord between historians which would have been impossible in the late 60s. Our Civil War chiefs were young men. In the recent struggle, our country had perhaps half a dozen general officers under 40 years of age. In the Civil War, there were scarcely a greater number who were beyond that age. Grant, Meade, Thomas, and Sherman were in the 40s. Lee was past 50. Sheridan was not 35 when the war ended. Merritt, Custer, Miles, Wilson, Fitzhugh Lee, and Mackenzie were under 30. Stuart and McPherson died at 33. But Jouve, Foch, French, and the Grand Duke Nicholas were in the 60s when the Great War began. Cadorna was 65, and Hindenburg was 70. Petain, Haig, and Pershing were in the late 50s. It is important to the American participation in the Great War that such contemporaneous accounts as faithfully recite its story be tagged, as it were, by those with first-hand knowledge as reliable sources for the future historian. It is no secret that our principal allies opposed the formation of an American army as such, and pleaded with great pertinacity that our soldiers might be amalgamated in British and French units, and later yielding little by little that our battalions should be brigaded under French and British commanders. One of the accomplishments for which his country owes him most is the firmness with which General Pershing successfully withstood this fallacious military insistence of our allies, with no doubt some loss of popularity with their chiefs, and at no small risk to his own fortunes when he took issue with policies to which the great Allied prime ministers were committed. As late as September 1918, just after his success at Saint-Mihiel, Pershing had to resist pressure from General Foch to break up his American army and disperse its divisions to various Allied commands. On November the 5th, less than a week before the armistice, he was asked to distribute 6 of his victorious divisions among the French in Lorraine, though their replacement at an early date was promised him. A man less steadfast in his convictions and less capable of presenting them in convincing form to his home government would have been more acceptable to the venerable French premier than Pershing, and stormy old Clemenceau behind the French commander-in-chief of the Allied armies was the most powerful influence on the Allied side in the autumn of 1918. Marshal Foch, great soldier though he is, surrounded himself with only a French staff and unquestionably obeyed Clemenceau as a minister on whose pleasure his tenure of command depended. The policies of France, to say the least, never suffered by virtue of the chief Allied command being exercised by a Frenchman. A recent French writer, discussing the reasons why the armistice was concluded at a time when many military men thought it premature, no doubt reflects in some measure French opinion of the time when it says that the Americans were coming to France at the rate of 300,000 per month, in such numbers as to threaten the unity of command. Such facts may unconsciously color the official reports of the time, and they certainly point to the importance of keeping the record straight. Unhappily, the personal statements of the great chiefs must be made soon, if at all. Certain ones, for better or for worse, have already been placed in the archives. Others will probably never be recorded. Lord Haig has sealed his papers to the British Museum for use after his death. The Germans von Hindenburg and von Ludendorff have written from the enemy's side, but their accounts, however accurate, are in the nature of self-vindication. The Grand Duke Nicholas, an exile from his wretched country, will hardly write his memoir, and his activities were remote from the Western Front. Diaz and Badoglio will use a tongue to which our public is a stranger. Lord French, in his book 1914, deals only with the earlier events of the war, and in such a manner as to throw doubt on the accuracy of his memory. Marshal Foch is understood to be compiling his notes. But Marshal Shaw, in serene old age, is probably content to trust to his reports of the time. Marshal Pétain and our own General Pershing, now in their 60s, confident, apparently, in the expectation of long life, are devoting themselves to other activities. The lamented General James W. McAndrew, Chief of Staff of the American Expeditionary Forces during our major operations in France, died without committing his observations to writing. In the field of political relations between the Allied governments, which so powerfully influenced military events, the records are still largely confidential and not yet accessible to the historical student. With old age now weighing upon the great Clemenceau, with former President Wilson an invalid, and with Mr. Lloyd George still battling in the political arena with the lengthening shadows behind him, there seems little prospect that the stories of these men, so necessary to the comprehensive history of the Great War, will ever be told. This History of the Great War by John Buchan is one on which, in my opinion, the future historian, struggling with the mass of historical matter yet to be written, may rely. Trained at Glasgow University and at Oxford, the author was a barrister of the Middle Temple as early as 1901. To his legal training and experience, he added 2 years as private secretary to Lord Milner, when the latter was High Commissioner in South Africa after the Boer War. As a newspaper correspondent on the Western Front in the early days of the war, and later as a lieutenant colonel serving in the intelligence section of the General Staff of the British Expeditionary Forces in France, he had exceptional opportunities for observation. His service as Director of Information for his government gave him equal opportunity to keep in touch with activities on all Allied fronts during the last 2 years of the war. Colonel Buchan has either read very widely from the standpoint of the military student, or his generous acknowledgments in his preface of his indebtedness to his friends covers the counsel of some well-informed professional soldiers. The literary style of his work is charming, its movement and color are satisfying, and it is rich, even fascinating, in historical allusion and comparison. In the passing of the generations, it has sometimes happened that a common soldier, a child, a girl at the door of an inn have changed the face of fortune and almost of nature. Burke. That in the 20th century, the murder of a middle-aged, mediocre prince inspecting in an obscure city of the Balkans, even though he were the heir to an empire, would mark one of the fateful moments of all history, and precipitate the greatest of wars, throws doubt on the pretensions of our age. The dramatic events of that June morning at Sarajevo brought to a head the antagonism between Slav and Teuton, awoke the ambitions and the fears of every power in Europe, and slowed down the progress of civilization to a rate which cannot yet be calculated. The causes of the struggle into which the murder of the Austrian heir now plunged half the world had been sown and have fructified through many years. In a generally happy and comfortable world, in an age of philanthropy, of scientific development entwined with the commerce that encircled the globe, mankind had abandoned itself to the lure of luxury and a hectic hunt for wealth. The luxury of one class is usually developed at the expense of others, and the second decade of the 20th century heard much of class consciousness, of social democracy, and the proletariat. The ambitions of these new forces, largely material, sought to master the world's wealth rather than to regenerate its spirit. Such aims, with the increased participation of their advocates in the governments of many lands, led to an intense and narrow nationalism, a patriotism of the pocket, the self-contained, self-satisfied, and jealous state. The 19th century had been an age of faith. The pre-war 20th was skeptical of the gods of its predecessor, while its own were new and strange and commanded no serious homage. Opportunism reigned in politics and philosophy, and truth was quoted in the markets at varying values. Creeds were in solution, and the clear-cut dogmas of the previous century gave way to a waning intellectual vitality, content to be at once skeptical and credulous. It was a world self-satisfied without contentment, a world in which material prosperity was no index to happiness. Mankind was drifting into jealous cliques, while every day their economic bonds became more subtly interlinked. And since this situation could not endure, it was certain that some form of unity, false or true, would soon be inevitable. Such a unity might follow upon a new faith in the brotherhood of man, but in the decadence of the great constructive ideals of politics and religion, it was hard to see how this faith would be born. Or it might come from the material reconstruction of life of which the communists dreamed, when men would be brigaded not by nations but by classes, and an international proletariat would call the tune. Or lastly, it might arise if a single power should establish a worldwide hegemony and impose its rule and culture upon the subservient peoples. This history is the record of the calamity which shattered the world's complacency. The mighty convulsion in which much that mankind had accepted as good has disappeared, and much for which millions died remains still unrealized and intangible. A characteristic of Colonel Buchan's work is its chivalric fairness, even to the enemy, and the absence of that disagreeable tone of wisdom shown by many commentators who write in the light of after events. His conceptions of the strategy of the various theaters of the war are sound. The pictures of the great leaders are presented with fidelity. The national characteristics and racial idiosyncrasies of the various allies are treated with tolerance and without visible bias. One cannot read without renewed appreciation of the martyrdom of brave little Belgium, which saved the honor of the British race by raising the Mahel issue which brought them into the war. and of France, the gallant French, whose officers had produced some of the best military literature of modern times, whose traditions were of the Grand Army with its rapid and cumulative attacks, and who for over 4 years retained all their historic dash and elan, while facing national death with noble calm and shining fortitude. No history can say too much. The race was ready to perish on the battlefield sooner than accept German domination. Many would die, but of a surety France, in whose eternity they were but a moment, would survive. It is the fashion of the hour to permit the unspeakable horrors of Bolshevism to obscure the part which Imperial Russia took in the war. Russia entered the war with her military resources undeveloped, and suffered from lack of strategic policy. The empire lacked the machinery for a rapid expansion of munitions. Her railways were few and poorly distributed for war. In offensive warfare, where time was of the essence of the problem, her defects were obvious. Hypothetics is a bastard science which should be shunned by the historian, but had the Dardanelles expedition had a different ending, giving Russia access to the Mediterranean through the Black Sea, the history of the world would have been changed. The turn of fortune's wheel took Russia out of the war, but while in it, her part was gallant and effective. She did not deserve that her flag should have had no place on the day of our great Allied march through the Arc de Triomphe on July 14, 1919. The entrance of Italy into the war was no matter of impulse. Her commercial interests were largely in German hands. She is a young country, largely dependent on foreign shipping for food, and without coal or iron. For over a quarter of a century, the ally of the Central Powers, Italy was doubtless reluctant to take up arms against them. Her decision to make war followed careful calculation as to the probable outcome, and was preceded by much negotiation for territory as an inducement to take the side of the Central Powers. The London Pact of April 26, 1915, between Italy, Great Britain, France, and Russia gave a higher price than the Teutonic League could offer, and was conditioned on Italy breaking with her former allies within a month. Once in, Italy bore herself well. That Colonel Buchan describes the part played by Britain somewhat more in detail than that of her allies is easily forgiven, certainly by those in whose veins flows English blood, and by all who, reading the history of the last 8 centuries, can testify how well the British soldier knows how to die. One can well understand the pride with which an Englishman calls the roll of races and lands that responded to the martial drumbeat of Britain in 1914. To the great outpouring from her island homes, with scarcely a name missing from those great in her stormy history, her absent sons came rallying from many a tropic isle and distant strand. Our own gallant neighbor, Canada, with the men of the sweeping western plains, the Boers, Basutos, and Barotsos, children of the African veldt, the brave Anzacs from Australia and New Zealand, black men from the West Indies, the proud old races of lands from Burma to beyond the Khyber Pass, reigning princes of families as ancient when Alexander invaded India as are the historic houses of Howard and Cecil today, or the great names of her Indian empire from the Himalayas to Cape Comorin, Mongol and Aryan, Teuton and Celt, the followers of Christ, of Buddha, Mahomet, and Brahma, and 1,000 lesser faiths. No such pageant of the legends had ever before been mustered under the colors of a reigning sovereign. It is, of course, the portion of this history which deals with the American efforts which will have the most intense interest for our public. Colonel Buchan presents a very discriminating and sympathetic analysis of the difficulties of America's position as a neutral. His statement of our political philosophy, with a keen sense of our inconsistencies, as well as his estimate of the great abilities and leadership of President Wilson, unable sometimes, it seemed, to envisage a rough and tumble world where decisions were won by deed and not by phrases, can be read with profit by all Americans. The highest tribute is paid to the President's statesmanship as revealed in his speeches of February 26 and April 2, 1917. The message asking for a declaration of war will rank among the greatest of America's famous state documents. Couched in terms of studious moderation and dignity, it stated not only the case of America against Germany, but of civilization against barbarism and popular government against tyranny. The American expeditionary forces, capable of expansion, if need be, to 15 millions of soldiers, are thus introduced on the stage of this history. The old American army had been small, but its officers followed the life for the love of it, and were to a high degree professional experts. For its size, the staff was probably equal to any in the world. Those who watched the first American soldiers on the continent of Europe, grave young men with lean, shaven faces, a quick, springy walk, and a superb bodily fitness, found their memories returning to Gettysburg and the Wilderness, where the same stock had shown an endurance and heroism not surpassed in the history of mankind. And they were disposed to agree with the observer who remarked that it had taken a long time to get America into the war, but that it would take much longer to get her out. Thus our friends the Allies, while the German press was picturing daily anti-war demonstrations in New York, with weeping and desperate conscripts herded on board our transports by special police, whatever the German general staff thought, the press and politicians gave no sign that they realized the gravity of this addition to the Allied strength. The financiers told the people that it was fortunate that America had entered the war, since she was the only Allied country from which a big indemnity could be extracted. The great American army, said the press, could not swim or fly, therefore it would never arrive. How slowly the Americans seemed to arrive during that first year we were in the war, and how desperately their coming was longed for in the spring of 1918, with the enemy thundering on the Somme and the Marne, can scarcely be appreciated by anyone not in Europe during those anxious days. In March, when General Pershing made his dramatic offer of all his resources to Foch, he had but 4 divisions under his command. By the end of May, he had nearly a dozen ready for the front line, and others were crossing the Atlantic at the rate of more than 250,000 soldiers per month. Their preliminary training at home had been so expedited that by midsummer we were landing in France every 5 weeks as many troops as the annual compulsory recruitment of Germany. In March, but 300,000 soldiers in France, the American armies by November numbered over 2 millions of men. On February the 1st, the French held 520 kilometers of front, the British 187, and the Americans 10. November 11th, the French held 343, the Americans 134, and the British 113 kilometers. Total front varying by the retirement of the German lines. On May the 28th, an event happened which may have given the enemy food for thought. A regiment of the 1st American Division, Major General Buchan, took the village of Contigny in the Montdidier section and held it against 3 counterattacks. It was something neatly and efficiently to carry out an offensive, but to consolidate and hold its gains was a happy omen for the future. In June, the 2nd Division, Major General Bundy, attacking at the southwest corner of the German salient near Chateau Thierry, captured Bouruche, Vaux, and Belleau Wood, and the 3rd Division under Major General Dickman, acting with the French, took Hill 204 in the same neighborhood. By the middle of July, there were 300,000 Americans in the line or in immediate support, serving under the French generals Gouraud, Decoux, and Monchon. When on the 15th the enemy passed the Marne, the 3rd Division with elements of the 28th checked and rode them back, clearing part of the south bank and taking prisoners. The time had now come for the counterstroke, after which the enemy never gained ground forward. The Allied commander-in-chief struck the apex and side of the salient which had been made when the enemy broke through between Rheims and Soissons on May the 28th, and which he was still desperately endeavoring to widen. Buchan's army, which was to conduct the main operation, was on the western side of the salient, the goose in front of its apex on the Marne. Buchan's striking force consisted of the 1st American Division, Major General Soumareau, the 1st French-Moroccan Division, General Buchan, and the 2nd American Division, Major General Harbord. It was the first time American divisions had been used as such in a major operation, and they were proud to attack by the side of the best shock troops of France. The 3 attacking divisions were assembled in the great forest of Villers-Cotterêts on the 17th, and on the morning of the 18th, after a night of thunderstorms and furious rain and wind, went over the top. The combined attack of Digoux and Buchan extended for 35 miles, from Belleau Wood near Château-Thierry to Fontenay on the Aisne. Many thousand prisoners and much artillery were captured by Buchan's attack, and the 2nd American Division made an advance of nearly 8 miles, the longest advance as yet made in a single day by the Allies in the west. The German salient was narrowed, and its western flank crumbled. Foch had wrested the initiative from the enemy, and the Allies never again lost it. Moments of high crisis slip past unnoticed. It is only the historian in later years who can point to a half hour in a crowded day and say that then was decided the fate of a cause or a people. When the Allies breasted the Montagne de Paris and the Vierzey Plateau on that July morning, they had, without knowing it, won the Second Battle of the Marne, and with it, the war. 4 months earlier, Ludendorff had stood as the apparent dictator of Europe. 4 months later, he and his master were in exile. The temptation to linger on the brave days of action that came between July and November 1918 is a very strong one to an American soldier. Events moved swiftly all along the Western Front, and the Americans were by September fighting under their own commander-in-chief. It was the month of Saint-Mihiel, and General Pershing, collecting his far-flung divisions into the 1st American Army, 500,000 strong, to which were added some 70,000 French troops, destroyed the salient which had been held by the Germans since 1914. The battle lasted 3 days, and at its close the heights of the Meuse were cleared of the enemy, and the Allied line ran from the Meurthe below Pont-à-Mousson, roughly northwest past Thiaucourt, Saint-Benoît, and Craon, to the old Verdun front at Besenval. 16,000 prisoners were taken, and over 400 guns, with a mass of every kind of stores. It was an achievement of the utmost significance. It proved, if proof were needed, the quality of American troops organized in the largest units and under their own commanders. Strategically, it vastly assisted the Allied communications and restored in that area the power of attack at any moment and in any direction. No enemy salient remained as an advance guard in the west. With hardly a pause after Saint-Mihiel, Pershing's First Army extended to the west into the Argonne Forest, a desperate country where little impression had been made on the enemy's defense since the first months of the war. He was to strike down the Meuse in the direction of Mézières. It was the most naturally difficult terrain on the Western Front. The measure of its difficulties was the measure of the honor in which Foch held the fighting quality of his allies from beyond the sea. In the chill, foggy dawn of September 26th, the Americans and the French army of Gouraud on their left crossed their parapets on a front of 40 miles. Gouraud's was the containing attack, and the Americans were the spearhead. For 46 days, where our wilderness had lasted but 7, the great battle which we call the Meuse-Argonne added luster to the American arms. Its splendid story is told in the citations of the time and on the streamers to the regimental colors in many a gallant American division. Melancourt, Epinonville, Chappy, Valgren, Montfaucon, Sampy, Blondemont, Apremont, Grandpré, Long de Saint-Georges, Bas-du-Béricourt, Boutonzy, Meusier, and shall we say Sedan, are names enshrined for all time in the traditions of the American army. and then the armistice and the march to the Rhine. By the middle of December, the tricolor guarded the mouth of the Marne. The crosses of St. George and St. Andrew flaunted over the ancient cathedral city of Cologne, and the stars and stripes flew above Koblenz, where the Moselle joins the Rhine, and on the silent fortress of Ehrenbreitstein. Colonel Buchan well says, "It would be a task both futile and invidious to discuss the relative contributions of the different allies to this achievement. All had in it a full and noble share. America, entering late into the strife, made ready great armies at a speed unparalleled in history, and brought about victory before the wreckage of the world was beyond repair. The gains and losses are not yet to be assessed, but there is ground for humble confidence that sowing in unimaginable sacrifice and pain will yet quicken and bear fruit to the betterment of the world. The war was a vindication of the essential greatness of our common nature, for victory was won less by genius in the few than by faithfulness in the many. Every class had its share, and the plain man born in these later days of doubt and divided purpose marched to heights of the heroic unsurpassed in simpler ages. In this revelation, democracy found its final justification, and civilization its truest hope. Mankind may console itself in this hour of depression and failure, and steel itself to new labors with the knowledge that once it has been great." J. G. Harbord, Major General, U.S. Army. Koblenz, Germany, July 28, 1922. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Prologue. At Sarajevo, June 28, 1914. On the morning of Sunday, 28 June, in the year 1914, the Bosnian city of Sarajevo was astir with the expectation of a royal visit. The Archduke Francis Ferdinand, the heir to the Habsburg throne and the nephew of the emperor, had been for the past days attending the maneuvers of the 15th and the 16th Army Corps, and had suddenly announced his intention of inspecting the troops in the capital. He had embarked at Trieste on the Wednesday in the new battleship Erebus Unitis, and had been joined at Elijah by his wife, the Duchess of Hohenberg, whose position was a source of perpetual strife between himself and his uncle's court. It was a military occasion. The civic authorities were given short notice, and had little time to organize a reception, and the royal party were met at the station only by Count Otiorek, the governor of Bosnia, and his staff. The visitors drove in motor cars through the uneven streets of the little city, which, with its circle of barren hills and its mosques and minarets, reminds the traveler of Asia rather than of Europe. There was a great crowd in the streets. Catholic Croats, with whom the Archduke was not unpopular, Orthodox and Mussulman Serbs, who looked askance at all things Austrian, and those strange, wildly clad gypsies that throng every Balkan town. But the crowd was not there to greet the emperor's nephew. It was the day of Kosovo, the anniversary of that fatal fight when the Sultan Murad I destroyed the old Serbian kingdom. For 5 centuries, it had been kept as a day of mourning, but this year, for the first time, it was celebrated in Serbia as a national fete, since the Balkan War had restored the losses of the field of blackbirds. Belgrade kept high holiday, and the people of the Bosnian capital followed the example of the kinsmen beyond the Sava and the Drina. The southern Slav provinces of Austria-Hungary had been the center of disquiet and of misgovernment ever since the year 1867, when the dualist system was adopted. In that year, the race was divided, part going to Austria and part to Hungary, and in 1878, a third Slav group was added when the Habsburgs acquired the military and administrative control of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Slowly, a common race consciousness was developed among the three groups, and when Serbia passed under the rule of the popular Karađorđević dynasty, that little kingdom became to the malcontent Slavs of Austria-Hungary what the Piedmont of Cavour had been to Italy. The peasants and the educated classes everywhere in the land of the southern Slavs began to cherish dreams of racial unity and independence. The annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1908 by the Habsburgs increased the discontent, and the government at Budapest entered upon a policy of repression, in which, as in the infamous Abraham trials, forgery and perjury were not infrequent. The result was many crimes of violence against alien officials, and a drawing closer of the bonds between southern Slavs of Austria-Hungary and their kinsmen of Serbia. A vigorous propaganda began through public and secret channels, and the achievement of Serbia in the Balkan War turned the eyes of the oppressed towards her as their future deliverer. The common celebration of Kosovo Day was a pledge of an hour of deliverance to come. It was an inopportune occasion for the Habsburg heir to visit Sarajevo. The Archduke Francis Ferdinand was a man in middle life, a lonely and saddened figure oppressed by the imminence of a fatal disease. In most respects, he was a typical Austrian conservative, but as compared with the majority of his countrymen, he had something of the larger vision in statesmanship. He saw that Austria-Hungary was succeeding ill in the government of her strangely varied races, more especially the 6.5 million of southern Slavs. He had watched with anxiety the rise of Serbia, and the position she was assuming in the eyes of his own Croats and Serbs and Slovenes as their future emancipator. As a member of the House of Habsburg, he sought to counter the Greater Serbian ideal with that of a Greater Austria. He dreamed of a Balkan Federation which should include Romania under Austro-German auspices. And early in June, he had discussed the matter with the German Emperor among the rose gardens of Konopishch, and obtained his assent. In his own country, his policy was the destruction of the dualist system and the establishment in its place of a trialism, under which the Slav element should be equal in power to the Austrian and the Hungarian, and the different races should have a real local autonomy and find union in a federal parliament. For this reason, and also for the sake of his wife who was of Slavonic blood, he was not disliked in the southern provinces. In Austria, he was little loved. His cold manner repelled the ordinary citizen, and the military party at Vienna had set their faces like flint against his Traian policy, though they worked harmoniously with him in reorganizing the army and the fleet. In Hungary, the Magyar oligarchy, led by Count Stephen Tisza, were his avowed enemies, for their power depended upon the suppression of the subject races. In their eyes, the existing regime must be preserved at any costs, and they had long frankly avowed that the attitude meant war. Sooner or later, and better soon than late, Serbia must be crushed, and with her, the pan-Serbian dream. The Archduke was therefore a voice in the wilderness, and his deadliest foes were those of his own household. His ideals provided at least a chance of peace, while those of his opponents contemplated at some early day the abandonment of the arts of statesmanship for the sword. The royal party proceeded slowly towards the town hall. Motoring in Sarajevo is a leisurely business, and there was a great crowd along the Apel Quay. Just before they reached the Chumuria Bridge over the Miljacka, a black package fell on the open hood of the Archduke's car. He pushed it off, and it exploded in front of the second car, slightly wounding 2 of his suite and 6 or 7 spectators. The would-be assassin was arrested. He was a compositor called Gabrinovich from Trapinja in Herzegovina, who had lived some time in Belgrade. "The fellow will get the Cross of Merit for this," was the reported remark of the Archduke. He knew his real enemies and was aware that, to powerful circles in Vienna and Budapest, the news of his death would not be unwelcome. Arrived at the town hall, the Archduke was presented by Count Patriotic to the burgomaster. He was in something of a temper. "What is the use of your speeches?" he asked. "I come here to pay you a visit, and I am greeted with bombs." The embarrassed city dignitaries read the address of welcome, and the Archduke made a formal reply. He then proposed to drive to the hospital to visit his wounded aide-de-camp. Some small attempt was made to dissuade him, for in the narrow streets among the motley population, no proper guard could be kept. But Count Patriotic was reassuring. He knew his Bosnians, he said, and they rarely attempted 2 murders in one day. The party set out accordingly, the Archduke and his wife in the same car with the governor. About 10 minutes to 11, as they moved slowly along the upper quay, in the narrow part where it is joined by the Franz Josef Gasse, a young man pushed forward from the crowd on the sidewalk and fired 3 pistol shots into the royal car. It was a Bosnian student called Princip, a friend of Gabrinovich, who, like him, had been living in Belgrade. The Archduke was hit in the jugular vein and died almost at once. His wife received a bullet in her side and expired a few minutes later in the government house after receiving the last sacraments. The tumult of the fête day was suddenly hushed. The police were busy in every street, laying hands on suspects, and in an impassioned proclamation to the old and silent city, the burgomaster laid the crime at Serbia's door. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1. The World on the Eve of War. Great events spring only from great causes, but the immediate occasion may be small. From the flight of Helen and Paris down to the Ames telegram, there has commonly been some single incident which has acted as the explosive charge to the waiting magazine of strife. The throwing of 2 envoys out of a window precipitated the 30 Years' War. A sentence spoken from a balcony at Versailles began the War of the Spanish Succession. An escapade of hot-blooded youth inaugurated the revolution from which sprung the United States. A common soldier, a child, a girl at the door of an inn have changed the face of fortune and almost of nature. The events of that June morning at Sarajevo were dramatic enough in themselves, but in their sequel they must rank among the fateful moments of history. They brought to a head the secular antagonism between Slav and Teuton, and awoke the dormant ambitions and fears of every power in Europe. It is necessary for a proper understanding of the issue to review the condition of the chief nations at a time when the crime of a printer's devil and a schoolboy stripped off the diplomatic covering and laid bare the iron facts to the eyes of the world. 1. In our quest for understanding, we must go behind the incidents of politics, which are no more than indexes of more secret and potent causes. The world in 1914 was nearly half through the second decade of the 20th century, and the preceding age had come to be lightly esteemed. Its great battles for freedom had been fought long ago, and the Victorians had lost their glamour. The 19th century had begun as an era of hope and had ended as an epoch of confidence. But in 1914, the hope seemed a lackluster thing and the confidence premature. Most of his famous creeds, once so cogent in their appeal, Comtism, utilitarianism, the decorous liberalism of Gladstone, the mystic nationalism of Mazzini, the belief in the mastery of man over nature, Darwinism with its infinite corollaries, the dreams of empire builders, the evolutionary socialism of the 90s, were shaken in the esteem of mankind. They had either lost their votaries, since they were now considered commonplaces, or the spirit of dialectic was questioning their authority. The 19th century had been after its fashion an age of faith. The 20th was skeptical of its predecessors' gods, and had not yet found those of its own which could awake the same serious fervor. The criticism which the Victorians had applied to earlier codes of belief was now turned relentlessly against their own dogmas. The popular creed, both in politics and philosophy, was opportunist. The large reconstructions of earlier thinkers were out of favor, and truth was fashionably stated in terms of experiential cash value. Such a mood meant tolerance and a certain generosity of sympathy. The iconoclasts of the 19th century had too intense a religious interest to tolerate that which they thought to be false. The 20th century, hesitating before any convictions, was chary of dogmatism or blunt denial. The Victorian street corner atheists now tended to be a respectful, if lukewarm, patron of many gods. But the new century was still the child of the old. The great discoveries of physical science had borne fruit in a wild diffusion of wealth and the confidence which prosperity brings. The world on the eve of war felt itself secure and comfortable, and was inclined to revere its own handiwork. What the Italian historian labeled Americanism had become a very general malady. There was everywhere on the globe a feverish hunt for wealth and a craze for luxury. The huge scientific and social machine which the world had created seemed to be beyond the reach of danger, and mechanism insensibly ruled the minds of many who thought they held a different creed. That manly humility which the language of theology calls the fear of God was not common in the second decade of the 20th century. If men were shy in the face of dogma, they were confident about facts. The assurance of their fathers had been a higher thing, for it was a belief in the existence of an ideal. That of the sons came perilously near to self-satisfaction. The increase of luxury meant suffering among the less fortunate, and the parade of the rich involved the discontent of the poor. The world was in the main good-humored, being comfortable, and there was much goodwill abroad, and many enterprises of philanthropic experiment. But throughout Europe there was fierce antagonism among the dispossessed towards those in possession, and a growing class consciousness in what was known as the proletariat. The social democracy aimed at a revolution and a new world, and following the example of its opponents, its aims were essentially material. It sought to master the world's wealth rather than to regenerate the world's spirit. This aim, combined with the large powers which the people had won in the government of most lands, led to an intense nationalism in practice. The workers of one country, controlling the administration of that country, were prepared to set up any barrier that would secure the wealth which they sought to share from being pilfered by foreigners. The consequence was that, while men were little disposed to contend for ideals, they were very willing to struggle for material good things. The old romantic nationalism seemed to have decayed, and in its place had come a new nationalism of the pocket. The world, and most notably Europe, had moved towards both materialism and the self-contained and jealous state. The Catholic Church, which maintained the spiritual interpretation of life and the brotherhood of peoples, had lost much of its power over both the learned and the unlearned, and could not counteract the forces of disunion. At a time when science and commerce had interwoven as never before the life of all humanity, the nations were beginning to draw in their skirts and regard each other with jealous eyes. Nor to the observer did there appear in any quarter an ideal potent enough to restore the unity of Christendom and that vision without which the people perish. The decline of dogma and assured belief was accompanied by a curious development in thought which may be described as the cult of irrationalism. This was less a creed than a very general attitude of mind. The skepticism of the 19th century, which led to strong anti-orthodox faiths, was replaced by a failure of intellectual vitality which was content to be at once skeptical and credulous. Instinct was glorified at the expense of the reason. The phrase of the Church Father, which was Newman's favorite quotation, had become a watchword even for serious minds. Non in dialectica placuit Dio, salvum facere populum summa. In religion, in politics, in social science, there was everywhere found a tendency to exalt emotion and to appeal to the heart rather than the head. That a scheme was logically indefensible was no bar to its acceptance, and the attempt to think out a policy to its conclusions was branded as the mark of a pedantic and illiberal mind. When creeds were thus in solution, and there were few boundaries left fixed, the way was opened to those vague and potent eruptions of the human spirit, which, like the inroads of the barbarians on the Roman Empire, make a sharp breach with the past, and destroy what they could not have created. It was a world self-satisfied without contentment, a world in which material prosperity was no index to happiness. Mankind was drifting into jealous cliques, while every day their economic bonds became more subtly interlinked, and since this situation could not endure, it was certain that some form of unity, false or true, would soon be inevitable. Such a unity might follow upon a new faith in the brotherhood of man, but in the decadence of the great constructive ideals of politics and religion, it was hard to see how this faith could be born. Or it might come from the materialist reconstruction of life of which communists dreamed, where man would be universally brigaded not by nations but by classes, and an international proletariat would call the tune. Or lastly, it might arise if a single power should establish a worldwide hegemony and impose its rule and its culture upon the subservient peoples. This book is the record of a calamity which shattered the world's complacency and enabled men to look into their hearts. From the malaise I have described, no nation was free, but it was fated that one strong power should exhibit it in so monstrous a form that humanity shuddered and drew back from conclusions which all peoples had toiled with, but only one had dared to accept. Our first step must be to examine the mood and condition of the protagonists on the eve of the struggle, the causes of which had been sown and had fructified through many years. The position of other nations will be discussed as they enter the arena. For the present, we will deal with the three main antagonists: the Empire of Germany, the Commonwealth of Britain, and the Republic of France. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. 2. The history of the land between the Baltic and the Alps, the Rhine and the Oder, was for more than 1,000 years one of confusion, separation, and incessant strife. The palsied hand of the Holy Roman Empire gave neither unity nor peace. Again and again, Germany was left almost a desert by war, as when after the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, fields relapsed into jungles, wolves were the only living thing in vast regions, and the population shrank from 20 millions to 4. In the wars of Frederick the Great, likewise, 1/10 of the people perished. From this long, bitter record, the German race learned 2 lessons: the misery of military weakness and the folly of disunion. They found a leader who was to extricate them from their quagmire in the northern state of Prussia. And when 5 centuries ago Frederick of Hohenzollern, the Burgrave of Nuremberg, was given the vice-royalty of the Mark of Brandenburg by the Emperor Sigismund, the foundations of modern Germany were laid. The majority of the kings of that house were trivial folk, but one or two were politically great, and they established a tradition which accorded well with the nature of the dwellers on the bleak Baltic seaboard and the harsh Pomeranian soil. By violence and subtlety, they extended their borders in each century and enlarged their importance. In 1701, the Elector of Brandenburg became King of Prussia. Frederick the Great added Silesia and parts of Poland. It was a queen of the Hohenzollern house who inspired the resistance to Napoleon, which made possible Leipzig and Waterloo. And at long last it was a Hohenzollern king who made Germany an empire. Prussia was the new Germany, and to the ordinary man, Prussia seemed a Hohenzollern creation. The prestige of a dynasty, a dying thing in the modern world, was therefore a living reality for the Germans. That race, as their neighbors saw them, was divided into the born to be drilled and the natural drill masters. The ordinary Teuton of the south and center was industrious, dreamy, and obedient, the docile prey of the drill sergeant of Brandenburg, though let it be remembered it was this Germany from which sprang the great Germans. For Prussia had scarcely produced one man of first-rate genius, save Bismarck. The Prussians were in most respects the precise opposite. Narrow, one-ideaed, unimaginative, they had the genius of bureaucracy and did everything by rule and plan. That is to say, they were the best machine makers in the world. And after 1870, their machine was all Germany. Not the army and the navy alone, but German commerce, German education, German literature. The trail of the drill master was over them all. The Prussian outside Prussia was not popular, but we shall be wrong if we regard the general submission to him as a result only of an inborn civility of soul. In the fiber of every German was an hereditary memory of the old bad days of weak statelets and endless wars. He was instinctively prepared to undergo any discipline for the sake of peace. He would accept union not for the love of Prussia, but because it promised security. He would submit to be drilled not from any militarist hankerings, but because it gave him strength. For one man who welcomed a military autocracy for its own sake, 100 accepted it as a guarantee against war. They revered the Hohenzollerns because that dynasty seemed to have lifted their world out of anarchy into order. The German Empire was a creation of the victories of 1870 and, in the last resort, of Bismarck. It was a confederation not wholly homogeneous, for it included unwilling elements in the people of Posen, Schleswig, and Alsace-Lorraine. But in the main, it was a union of the German race, as revealed in history, with the exception of the 12 millions left under the rule of the Habsburgs. The greatness of Bismarck as a man is beyond the reach of criticism. The destruction of his life's work cannot remove him from the select group of shaping and controlling minds which have determined the future of nations and of the world. For power of intellect and character, he belongs to that class, strangely varied in spirit and achievement, which includes Caesar and Charlemagne, Frederick and Napoleon, Washington and Lincoln, and Cavour. He did not act blindly. He weighed the ideals of Western democracy and found them wanting. He set himself deliberately to oppose what were regarded as the characteristic movements of his age, but he did not distinguish between transient fashion and eternal verity. He forgot the truth that, though you may set back the hands of the clock, you cannot alter the rising and setting of the sun. He led the way in that fatal habit of abstraction by which politics are made a rigid science, excluding the better part of human life. But he was a very great statesman, and not one to allow any dogma to obscure his insights into the heart of a situation. He did not pin his faith to formulas. Readers of his memoir and conversations will remember that his acute, far-reaching mind saw the weakness in that school of thought which is popularly called Bismarckian. "We must direct our policy in accordance with facts," he said in 1891. That is, we must do our best to prevent war or to limit it. In the future, he wrote in his memoir, not only sufficient military equipment, but also a correct political eye will be required to guide the German ship of state through the currents of coalition, to which, in consequence of our geographical position and our previous history, we are exposed. We ought to do all we can to weaken the bad feeling among the nations, which has been evoked by our advance to the position of a great power, by the honorable and peaceful use of our influence. In order to produce this confidence, it is, above everything, necessary that we should act honorably and openly. That is not Bismarckianism, as it is commonly understood, but, like many great men, he suffered from his epigrams. The unhappy phrase spoken on September the 29th, 1862, in the Prussian Diet, "The great question of the day will be settled not by speeches and resolutions of majorities, but by blood and iron," rang maleficently in the ears of his people. His disciples pinned their faith to blood and iron, and forgot the prudence which the Chancellor had presupposed. Had he been in power in 1914, we may be assured that he would have selected for Germany a very different part from that which she chose to play. Yet we shall not be wrong in seeing in modern German policy a direct inheritance from Bismarck. The spirit which inspired his main achievements was the spirit of Germany in 1914. His aberrations rather than his wisdom became, as often happens, the gospel of his successors. He had bequeathed an over-sharp sword, which, when wielded by clumsier men, was certain to cut their hands. His giant rope was too heavy for pygmy wearers. Its magnificence inflamed their pride, its amplitude caused them to stumble, and in the end it shrank to a shirt of Nessus which drove them mad. The system of government which Bismarck prepared for Germany may be compared with the first Napoleon's reconstruction of France, inasmuch as it embraced every side of the national life. The constitution was absolutist in effect, with a parody of certain democratic forms. Election for the lower house, the Reichstag, was by manhood suffrage, every man above 25 having a vote. But since there had been no redivision of electoral areas since 1872, the increase and shifting of population had made the representation grossly unequal. The powers of the Reichstag were small, being limited to voting upon the budgets, and upon legislation for the empire as a whole, which legislation was first framed by the Bundesrat. The Bundesrat, or upper house, was composed of representatives of the 25 component states, nominated and not elected, and of such representatives, Prussia had 17, thereby possessing a permanent majority. The imperial government was neither representative nor responsible. At its head was the imperial chancellor, appointed by the emperor, and the other ministers were appointed by the chancellor. The Reichstag could question ministers, and for the purposes of the budget, it was desirable that the chancellor should have a majority of its members behind him. But beyond that, its control ceased. Through the medium of the chancellor, all final authority came into the emperor's hands. He was in supreme command of the army and the navy, and dictated their organization. He was the supreme director of foreign affairs. He sanctioned all new laws. He was responsible for for the appointment of every imperial functionary. So far as any deliberative body had real authority, it was the Bundesrat, which was Prussia, which was in turn the Emperor. And owing to the antiquated electoral system and the far-reaching powers of the executive, it was not difficult to find a coalition inside the Reichstag which would work smoothly under the imperial will. The true nature of a constitution is not to be sought in its legal forms, but in the spirit in which it is worked and the nature of the men who govern. The temperament of the rulers of Germany was the decisive fact. First among them stood the emperor. The generality of princes, Gibbon wrote, if they were stripped of their purple and cast naked into the world, would immediately sink to the lowest rank of society, without a hope of emerging from their obscurity. This harsh saying was not true of William II. In whatever class he had been born, he would have been a figure of note. It was his misfortune that destiny had placed him in a position where his faults were too readily held as virtues, and his virtues were encouraged to degenerate into vices. He came to the throne at a difficult moment, an eager, curious youth with a weak nervous system and a restless energy, profoundly impressed by the greatness of his place and full of incoherent and undisciplined ambitions. Such a temperament is fatal to a constitutional monarchy, but it may suit moderately well with autocracy, and an autocrat William was from the start. Bismarck read him shrewdly. I pity the young man, he said in May 1890. He is like a young hound. He barks at everything. He touches everything. And he ends by causing complete disorder in the room in which he is, no matter how large it may be. That same year, the emperor dropped the pilot and became his own advisor, for his youth and decrepit age of the great chancellor would not live together. The new autocrat was a type of monarch to dazzle the populace in his own and other lands. He had great charm of manner and knew how to condescend gracefully to all classes of men. In his multitudinous uniforms, he made a fine, spectacular figure, and this dignity increased the effect of his frequent condescensions. He had much facile kindness of heart, and on occasion he had even a sense of humor. His abounding and half-neurotic vitality made him amenable to new ideas. His ready emotionalism made him translate these ideas into popular rhetoric, and the self-confidence which grew with every year of his reign convinced him of the profundity of each of his fleeting views. He took all knowledge for his province, and suffered the fate of such adventurers, for his excursions in scholarship, art, theology, and metaphysics produced amusement rather than edification. His mind was incapable of real originality or sustained and serious thought. It was the mind of the journalist or the actor, and therefore susceptible to every wave of feeling, to every fragment of an idea that might pass through the brain of the people which he ruled. He became the barometer of German opinion. He did not direct it, but he registered and was directed by it. This susceptibility made him a lover of theatrical parts, most of which he played moderately well. They were wrong who accused him of insincerity. He was sincere enough while the mood lasted. The trouble was that it was only a mood and did not last long. The conception of William II as an iron-hearted bourgeois, preparing ruthlessly for conquest, was as far from the truth as that picture of him as a mild angel of peace which was at one time foisted upon the world. If we look deeper into his mind, we shall find a strange compost of tastes and aptitudes. He had an acute, if perverted, sense of history, and his soul was written by his forerunners. From the contemplation of the legends of the German races and the empire of Otto and Barbarossa, he acquired a kind of mystic medievalism. He was the heir of the old Caesars, and he would revive the Holy Roman Empire with the Lutheran Creed. As early as 1890, he told the world, "I look upon the people and the nation handed on to me as a responsibility conferred upon me by God, and I believe, as it is written in the Bible, that it is my duty to increase this heritage, for which one day I shall be called upon to give an account. Those who try to interfere with my task, I shall crush." The doctrine of divine right had had a new birth, and its exponents filled in turn all the parts which his reading of history dictated. The heir of Siegfried, the successor of Charlemagne, the crusader who prayed at the Holy Sepulchre, the prophet who wore Luther's mantle, the wielder of the sword of Frederick the Great. The imperial mind was like the Sieges Alley in the Berlin Tiergarten, filled with flamboyant effigies of the illustrious dead. But there was another side to him, for he was also the man of his age, a leader in commercial propaganda, very sensible of the power of money, and zealous to make his country wealthy as well as great. He cultivated the society of the new rich, and the aristocracy which he created was largely a plutocracy. He labored to prove that he was not only the vicegerent of God and the successor of Barbarossa, but the first of the world's batmen. Marche comme voyageur, the cruel French phrase, is the best epitome of the role he had chosen. With all his faults, he was a ruler admirably suited to the Germany of his day. His passion for the top note, his garish personality, his splendid vitality, his amazing speeches were in tune with the grandiose temper of his people. He was popular, as a man must always be who puts into words what a nation desires to think. He was reverenced by masses of men because his pretensions seemed to swell their own greatness. His vulgarity did not offend, because it was the vulgarity of modern Germany. Moreover, his untiring energy was commercially invariable, for an autocrat in a hurry is the most efficient of hustlers. Had he been only a figurehead, his quick, shallow intelligence would have been no danger to the world, for its inconstancy would have provided a corrective to its extravagance. Unhappily, he was also the chief executive power in his land, and had the ordering of German policy. Unable to read the hearts of other peoples, he had to conduct negotiations with them, and bêtises which would have been harmless enough as the pranks of a negligible royalty became dangerous when they appeared in the fragile world of diplomacy. He loved the pageantry of war, but had no knowledge of its practical meaning, and rattled his saber as a rhetorical gesture. As a statesman, he was without aptitude or judgment, and yet with him lay the last word in his country's statecraft. Into his capricious hands, the fates has put the issues of life and death. The imperial crown prince was in character an exaggerated copy of one side of his father, that narrow-chested, slim-waisted young man of 32 with the receding forehead and the retreating chin was to foreign observers a singularly unattractive personage, a mixture of the suburban Don Juan and the lightest of featherweight swashbucklers. The verdict scarcely did him justice. He had considerable mental quickness and a shrewd gift of assessing popular feeling. This talent, combined with his dashing air and his surface bonhomie, gave him a popularity which he sedulously cultivated. Wise men might grow nervous about his antics, but the mass of the German people applauded them. He was a lover of sports and games, and in the army had a kind of repute which a crack polo player had in the British cavalry regiment. His keenness in one form of activity was construed into a capacity for the serious business of war. He was the dazzling representative of a service which burned to show its prowess on the largest stage, and his occasional tiffs with his father were due to his beating the war drum louder than prudence permitted. The emperor's manifold ambitions were narrowed in the sun to a single craving. He was determined to be a conqueror, to lead his cavalry in a hussar ride which should conquer the world. Whenever soldiers came into collision with civilians, he was on the soldiers' side. He made no secret of his purpose. He zealously collected relics and souvenirs of the first Napoleon, and used to expound to his friends what a new Napoleon could accomplish, who had at his command such a weapon as the German army, and who had learned from his predecessors' mistakes. Between him and his father there was no real conflict. He emphasized one aspect of the imperial creed, and since his was also the creed of the bulk of the nation, he won a wild appreciation for his rhapsodies and a ready pardon for his excesses. The Bismarckian construction had presupposed a succession of great chancellors. The Hohenzollern stock might produce weaklings, but surely among the millions of Germany, one strong hand could always be found to steady the helm. That hand had not been forthcoming. The chancellor on the eve of war, the fifth since Bismarck, was Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, a fellow student of the emperor's at Bonn, who had stolidly worked his way up through the various grades of the civil service. Less independent than Caprivi, infinitely less adroit than Prince Bülow, his chief quality was his loyalty to his imperial master, between whom and popular criticism he was always ready to interpose his back. His burly frame was no index to his character, for he was essentially weak, and in his grave puzzled face could be read the obstinacy which is first cousin to fear. Himself inclined to be conciliatory and pacific, he was too nondescript in his views to attract a following in any political group, too reactionary for the radicals, too stout a Protestant to please the Catholic center, and not chauvinistic enough for the conservatives. He managed the Reichstag by providing a common denominator of mediocrity, which no party liked, but to which none could offer violent opposition. Honest, hard-working, and well-meaning, he was no more than a docile servant of the emperor and of those influences which moved the emperor, and independence was wholly foreign to his nature. The foreign secretary was von Jagow, formerly ambassador at Rome, a dapper and cultivated personage, and a deft official, who lacked the occasional flashes of genuine insights which had characterized his predecessor, Kinderland Wächter. The under-secretary, Arthur Zimmermann, was a more striking figure, for he had risen by sheer merit from the humblest place, and had a wild first-hand knowledge of foreign peoples. But we shall not find in all the hierarchy of laborious officials who made up the German government any single man who had the power to play a leading part in a crisis. They were a mechanism for which the motive force was supplied by others. When the emperor called the tune, they played it according to instructions. We must look elsewhere for the governing elements in German policy. First among these was the squirearchy of Prussia, not the great houses whose names were familiar throughout Europe, but the mass of obscure, long-descended country gentry who were the backbone both of the army and the Hohenzollern power. They were men of another age than the present, and they had many of the antique virtues. Their narrow race pride had made them the laughing-stock of the world, and they cut an indifferent figure when they strayed beyond the ancestral acres, so that the name of Junker came to have a half-comic, half-sinister connotation. But they were the strongest stock in the German Empire. They had the fanatical loyalty of a Jacobites to the reigning house, and formed a Stuart bodyguard of the throne. They provided the best of the officer class and gave the army its tone. They were honest, fearless, patriotic. They toiled laboriously at the cultivation of their estates and the work of local administration. The luxury of modern Germany had not wasted their strength, for the majority were poor. They were survivals, reactionaries, and bigots, and as such may have deserved the condemnation of the world. but their Spartan virtues assuredly did not merit its scorn. The army chiefs were the offspring of the squiarchy and reproduced its temperament, calling in the latest discoveries of science to serve their ends. Prussia had always been a military state, and in modern Germany the army counted more than with any other power. In the later chapter, we shall consider the nature of the wonderful machine which had been constructed during the past century. Here it is sufficient to note the conspicuous part it played in German life. It was accepted by the people as a necessity and reverenced as the foremost triumph of patriotism. In a true sense, it was a national institution, and Prince Bülow was justified in claiming that its spirit was equally monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic. But in its essence, like all such armies, it was aristocratic, for as Freitag Lorenhoven pointed out, holding Napoleon and Trepke to support him, it depended upon the building up of an expert officers' corps, and this corps was the child of the Junkers and was permeated by their creed. That creed was militarism in the strict sense of a much abused word. That is to say, they desired on the first possible chance to use their magnificent fighting weapon for the purposes of war and conquest, as a boy is anxious to test a new gun by shooting at something. Such a spirit was inevitable in an army, which had won a prestige out of all proportion to the other elements in the state, and drew its strength in the main from one narrow and reactionary class. It was not a question of the policy of its chiefs. Mocker and Falkenhayn and Tirpitz mattered little compared with the powerful and arrogant caste behind them, supremely confident, organized to perfection, eager to prove its manhood in a world of weaklings. War, for it had become an end in itself, a thing to be sought for its own sake, and not merely, in Clausewitz's phrase, as a continuation of policy. On such a view, the decencies of international intercourse meant nothing. We must throw overboard, the younger Mocker said early in 1913, all the stock commonplaces about the responsibility of the aggressor. As soon as there is a 10-to-1 chance in favor of war, we must forestall our opponent, commence hostilities without more ado, and mercilessly crush all resistance. While the world still slept, and sanguine diplomatists were busy devising securities for peace, the great General Staff had selected its maps of the coming battlefields. Next, among the governing elements, we may place the new kings of trade. German efficiency had become proverbial in the world of business. The ordinary wealth of her citizens had largely increased, and huge fortunes were common in a country which 50 years before had been noted for its poverty and simplicity. The nation in every sphere had been keyed up to a high pitch of effort, and the results were impressive. It was true that this rapid advance had been secured largely by dubious means. As the German government financed itself by frequent loans, so German business was constructed on a gigantic basis of credit. Progress must be swift and continuous. While the machine was kept going at full power, no inconvenience appeared. But if a halt or a slowing down should be necessary, the equilibrium might become precarious. A system of rigid protection at home and the technical aptitude of her chemists and electricians had built up industries which, by means of her growing merchant navy, could pour their products into other lands, notably the British Empire, which had a more generous tariff system, and with the aid of government subsidies, capture not only markets for distribution, but producing grounds of raw material throughout the globe. It was a condition of things too good to last, and as the fears of other nations awoke, the German industrial magnates saw a danger of the whole edifice being undermined unless steps were taken to set it on impregnable foundations. There was another difficulty before them. German taxation was already high, and the financial burden due to the increase of the army and navy votes was yearly growing heavier. They foresaw that presently this expenditure would react gravely upon industry unless the pressure of armaments were relaxed. The leaders of German finance and trade, the armament firms, the heads of the coal, engineering, electrical, and chemical industries, and great institutions like the Deutsche Bank were, with some honorable exceptions, drifting insensibly into the view that Germany must soon realize the investments which she had been amassing for generations, and that such a realization might be best achieved by war. A short and triumphant war would relieve them of their two chief anxieties. It would lead to a worldwide prestige and unprecedented commercial expansion, and the ability to dictate tariffs and trade treaties, and it would permit of a reduction in expenditure on armaments, since German power would have been established beyond the possibility of challenge. The trading community in any land is as a rule pacific, and undoubtedly the bulk of the German merchants looked with profound anxiety at the prospect of war. But the most pacific felt the weight of the armament taxes, and the most far-seeing were uneasy about Germany's economic future, and predisposed to some heroic effort after security. Yet, on the whole, we may set down the rank and file of German industry as an element on the side of peace. It was otherwise with many of the merchant princes, the host of men who were part industrial magnates and part courtiers. This class was a new phenomenon in Germany, for the most part humbly born, though under the emperor's patronage, some of the great nobles had taken to dabbling in commerce, and often Jewish in blood. It had found itself exalted from social ostracism to the confidence of the court, and a large share in the national councils. It had been amazingly successful, and its success had turned its head, for the industry of the German people exploited by these entrepreneurs had produced results which might well leave the promoters dizzy. This megalomania affected to some extent the whole commercial class. The standard of living had changed, and extravagant expenditure on luxury had become the fashion among industrial magnates, a fashion which was reproduced in the bourgeois life of the cities. Being genuine nouveau riche, they had no traditions to conform to, no perspective to order their outlook on the world. The kingdoms of the earth had fallen to them, and like Jeshurun, they waxed fat and kicked. There were therefore, on the eve of war, three potent elements: the Prussian squirearchy, the army and navy chiefs, and the industrial magnates, whose attitude to the world was inspired by the ideals of medieval conquest. They were withdrawing from the comity of nations and wrapping themselves in truculence and vainglory. The counteractive might naturally have been looked for in the party of social reform, in the mass of plain citizens, and among the intellectuals. But as it happened, these three classes were impotent to redress the balance. The Social Democrats were perpetually quarreling with the government, and still more zealously fighting among themselves. This was largely due to the political powerlessness, for though the largest of German parties, the German constitution did not permit them to make their weight felt in public life. The extreme left, led by Karl Liebknecht, preached the class war and preferred revolution to parliamentary methods. The left-center under Kautsky, Haase, and Niederbohr were parliamentarians, but refused cooperation with non-socialist parties. The right-center, led by Scheidemann, and the moderate revisionists under Bernstein repudiated revolution and sought gradual reform. The extreme right, the imperial socialists, were indistinguishable from the bourgeois parties. Except for Liebknecht's coterie, all were in different degrees nationalist in spirit. They were men uncertain of their status and shifting in their creed. And while they did homage to certain pacifist doctrines, theory to them was of less importance than tactics. It was fairly certain that a little conciliation by the government in a crisis would array the bulk of the Social Democrats on its side. As for the ordinary German, he was of an obedient temper, and the government had drawn him so wholly into its net that the thought of opposing its will did not enter his head. The intricate system of minor decorations with which his good conduct was rewarded, and the surveillance by the state over every part of his daily life had deprived him of all political individuality. Lastly, the bulk of the intellectuals, the teachers in the schools, the professors at the universities, the clergy, and the men of letters were in questions of politics little more than officials speaking from a brief. The educational hierarchy was as much a branch of the bureaucracy as the management of the post office, and the class which, in Germany's dark days, had roused the people by dwelling upon her ancient strength and the hope of the future, now taught the same creed in coarser essence to the greater glory of the Hohenzollerns. But our picture of Germany is not completed when we have analyzed the elements of power in her community and sketched the formal nature of her government. For behind everything laid an impulse to a certain view of life, a conscious creed, explicitly formulated by the few and present as a temperament in the many, to which Germans gave the name of Kultur, or civilization. More important than emperor or general staff or the kings of commerce was this German soul, this Deutschtum, the sum of subtle prepossessions, hopes, and fears which the world only guessed at in 1914, but which in 4 years of war it came to know with bitter precision. We have seen that Germany had made steady progress in most departments of life, but there was one conspicuous exception. In art and literature, in pure thought, and in political science, she had declined since 1870. The simple bourgeois Germany of the early 19th century produced some of the greatest of the world's thinkers, poets, and musicians. Imperial Germany was content with mediocrities. In thought, the great constructive epoch was over. Philosophy had become applied and pragmatic, the handmaid of the practical world. Thinkers were unfashionable unless they could preach a topical gospel. The German equivalent of The Wealth of Nations was Clausewitz's classic On War, which explored the foundations of statecraft and showed the intimate connection between principles and facts, a manual alike for the politician and the soldier. 1,000 teachers spread his views, taken for the most part at second hand, throughout the nation, and among his disciples had been Moltke and Bismarck. The passion for deeds took the place of the old passion for truth, and history was taught as the textbook of the man of action. The preference was always for the scorner of formulas, the iron opportunist, the man who had succeeded. We can see the trait in Mommsen's Roman history and in Sibyl's History of the French Revolution, both the work of professed liberals, a reaction against all idealism which had not its cash value. The materialism of writers such as Marx and Haeckel produced a fruitful ground for the political seed sown by Trebska, the historian of Prussia, by Drosen, and by soldiers such as von der Goltz and von Bernhardi, who pointed a contemporary moral. Gradually, Deutschtum was formulated as a creed which must conquer because of its inherent vitality, and which had the right to use any weapons for this lofty end. If the world was to advance, the higher must crush the lower. War, to Trebska, was the drastic medicine of the human race, and the dream of banishing it from the earth, not only meaningless, but immoral. It has always been the weary, spiritless, and exhausted ages which have played with the vision of perpetual peace. The megalomania grew like a fungus. Swollen with complacency and drunk with success, the exponents of Germanism came to set themselves above the human family, to regard their divine mission as freeing them from all obligations of morality and law, to demand that their altar fires should be fed with the rights and ideals of every other people, to claim for themselves the only freedom, and to seek to make all nations dependent upon their good pleasure. This doctrine had its roots far back in German literature and deep down in the German temperament. A craze for large synthesis had characterized the great days of German philosophy. There had always been a tendency to racial arrogance, which, contemplating the stately progress of the absolute will, found its final expression up to date in modern Germany. The seeds of the new Machiavellianism, which in essence was simply an abstraction of man as a politician from the rest of his aspects, a fallacy on the same plane as the economic man of the Benthamites, had been sown in the earliest days of German culture. The intense specialization of German scholarship and science did not tend to produce minds with an accurate sense of perspective, and sedentary folk have at all times been inclined to blow a louder trumpet than men of affairs. What Seneca has called la vulgaire dessage, the narrow absorption to which pedants are prone, had long been a characteristic of German intellectuals. Had the thing been confined to the professors and theorists, it would have undergone a steady disintegration by criticism, sapping a solemn creed with solemn sneer, till it lost its power to hurt. As a literary fashion, it was so preposterous as to be innocent, an essay in provisionalism which was pardonable because of its absurdity. But exalt this mannerism into a faith, based on it 1,000 material interests, and give it great armies to make it real, and you are confronted with a dangerous mania. Self-worshippers are harmless till they compel the rest of mankind to make the same obeisance. The danger came from the alliance of the pedants with the practical man. German statesmen from Metternich to Prince Bülow had praised the German intellect, but denied their countrymen political capacity. But now that Germany was no longer content to be a Kulturstaat only, the politician could join hands with the doctrinaire. It was an easy and natural union, for in the classic philosophy of Germany there were elements akin to the temperament of its new supporters. German idealism, as I've said, had always been noted for its love of vast unifications, its devotion to a cosmic grandiosity. But the philosopher, beating his wings in the void, could never hope to see his dream come true till the practical Prussian, himself cast crudely in the same mold, offered his aid. Now the ideal could be made the actual. Spirit and matter were become one. The city of Cecrops could be amalgamated on business lines with the city of God. In both philosopher and politician, there was that naivety which Renan found in the tissue of the German mind, the desire to canalize the free currents of life and reduce the stubborn complex of the organic to an artificial simplicity. Both sides in the compact gave and received. The Prussian had its material ambitions invested with a spiritual glamour. The dreamer saw the enigma of life solved at last, and a dream about to become the reality. Plato's vision had come to pass, and the philosophers were kings, and the kings philosophers. But it was a perverse philosophy and a sinister kingship. But there was more than a mere marriage of fact and theory. To glorify the union came a tempestuous poetry welling from the deeps of the Teutonic soul. Behind all the arguments of the learned and the calculations of the practical, we can discern a kind of barbaric imagination akin to the grandiosity of Wagner's music. Thinking, wrote Madame de Staël, calms men of other nations. It inflames the Germans. Something untamed and primeval came out of the centuries to invest a prudential policy with the glamour of a crusade. If a man stands on the left bank of the Rhine, facing the Taunus hills, he is looking away from Roman Germany to a land which was never settled by Rome. The eagles marched through the forests beyond the river, but they did not remain there, and that strong civilization, which is the fiber of the Western world, never took root and flourished. The thickets and plains running to the northern seas remained the home of aboriginal gods. It is long since the woods were thinned and the plains tilled, but the healing and illuminating and formative forces of the great Mediterranean culture, though their aspects might be simulated, were never reborn in the hearts of the people. The North remained a thing incalculable and unreclaimed, and its ancient deities might sleep but did not die. Someday, as Heine in 1834 told France, they would rise from their graves to the undoing of Europe. The recrudescence of barbarism found its prophet. 15 years before, there had died in a madhouse a strange genius, Friedrich Nietzsche, who passed as a philosopher but was in truth a mystic and a poet. During his lifetime, this sage was of no account in his own land. He ranked Germans with Englishmen as among the lowest of created beings. He prophesied that the German Empire would destroy the German mind, and even in 1914 he was scarcely idolized by his countrymen. But certain portions of his teaching, imperfectly understood and wrenched from their context, dominated their thoughts. He taught that for the truly great, the Superman, power is the only quest, and to attain it, all things are permissible. He cast contempt upon what he called slave ethics, that is, the morality of the Gospels, which enjoined humility and self-sacrifice. If the end is big enough, everything is justified. Such may be taken as the popular version of his principles. The inspiration for the national mood did not come from Nietzsche, but his writings provided its fashionable watchwords. His magnificent blonde beasts, avidly rampant for spoil and victory, became the avowed ideal of decorous professors, bland financial potentates, and unimaginative army officers. Ye have heard how in old times it was said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. But I say unto you, blessed are the valiant, for they shall make the earth their throne. And ye have heard men say, Blessed are the poor in spirit. But I say unto you, blessed are the great in soul, and the free in spirit, for they shall enter into Valhalla. And ye have heard men say, Blessed are the peacemakers. But I say unto you, blessed are the war makers, for they shall be called, if not the children of Yahweh, the children of Odin, who is greater than Yahweh." This religion of valor was not without its magnificence. In its essentials, it was such a creed as might have been preached by some Old Testament warrior or some English Ironside. Like all doctrines which have moved the hearts of men, it was based not on whole falsehoods, but on half-truths. To many of its devotees, it seemed the salt needed to save the world from putrefaction. As against the slack-lipped individualism of the West, it set man's supreme duty to the state. Instead of a barren freedom, it offered that richer life which comes from service. It demanded immense vitality, immense discipline, immense self-sacrifice. The poetry in it seemed to some the necessary antidote to the materialism of Germany's success. Technical science and inward culture, or even human happiness, have little connection with each other. In the midst of advanced technical achievements, it is possible for humanity to sink back into complete barbarism. It embodied the longing of a race to express its national exaltation in heroic deeds. Its weakness lay in the fact that this expression of national self-consciousness was conceived as possible only at the expense of other peoples. Sacrifice and discipline were enjoined upon the German citizen as duties to his state, but the attitude of the German state towards its neighbors was one of brigandage and license. The respect for law, which was laid down as the first virtue of the individual, was banished from the intercourse of nations. It may be true that la petite morale is the enemy of la grande, but the higher ethics of Germany turned out on inquiry to be merely the higher selfishness. Race pride, a noble thing in its way, degenerated fast into a kind of mania. The Germans were God's chosen people and dare not refuse their destiny. All that was good in other lands derived from Teutonic culture. The nations who cavilled at Germany's just pretensions must be made to kiss her feet. She was unpopular throughout the globe because of her greatness, but that mattered nothing, for she could conquer her ill wishes, ordering the doom her turn. There is no sentence in Burke more often quoted than that which forbids us to draw an indictment against a nation. But the dictum must not be pressed too far. A nation can have national vices. It can blunder as a community, and it is permitted, now and then, to fasten guilt upon the corporate existence which we call a people. Very notably, a people may go mad when its governing elements fall into a pathological state and see strange visions. A malign spirit broods over the waters. Something which cannot be put into exact words flits at the back of men's minds. Perspective goes, exaltation fires the fancy, the old decencies of common sense are repudiated. Men speak with tongues not their own. That viewless thing which we call national spirit is tainted with insanity. The mania which now afflicted Germany can be best described by the French phrase folie de grandeur. As such, it must be distinguished from that other vice of success, la gloire. The great leaders of history, Julius Caesar, Charlemagne, Cromwell, Gustavus Adolphus, Washington, have as a rule striven for a political or religious ideal which make mere fame of no account in their eyes. Others, like Alexander, have been possessed by a passion for glory and have blazed like comets athwart the world. The perfect example is Charles XII of Sweden, who in his short career of 19 years followed glory alone and drew no material benefit from his conquests. In his old clothes, he shook down monarchies and won thrones for other men. Glory may be a futile quest, but it has a splendor and a generosity which raise it beyond the level of low and earthy things. Its creed is Napoleon's. J'avais le goût de la fondation et l'encelure de la propriété. Ma propriété à moi était, dans la gloire et la célébrité. And to the end of time, it will be an infirmity of minds which are not ignoble. But grandeur is a perversion, an offense against our essential humanity. It may be the degeneration of a genius like Napoleon, but more often it is the illusion of excited mediocrities. It is of the earth earthy, intoxicating itself with flamboyant material dreams. Its heroics are mercantile, and the cloud palaces which it builds have the vulgarity of a fashionable hotel. It seeks a city made with hands and heavily upholstered. Its classic exponents were those Latin vulgarians, the early Roman emperors, of the worst of whom Renan wrote. They resembled what a modern tradesman of the middle class would be whose good sense was perverted by reading modern poets, and who deemed it necessary to make his conduct resemble that of Hang of Iceland or the Burgraves. Grandeur has always vulgarity in its fiber, vulgarity and madness. It would be an error to regard this obsession as universal among the German people. There were millions of plain men to whom the word couture was unknown, and to whom Deutschtum stood only for homely and honorable things. They had no hankering after conquest, and would accept no war except one of self-defense. Before such, it was unnecessary for any bellicose government to pose as the aggrieved and not as the aggressor. There were some, too, in all classes, who had diagnosed the national madness and suffered a dissolution, like Caliban's. What a thrice double S was I, to take this drunkard for a god and worship this Tao fool. But the perversion had the governing classes in its grip. Specious arguments, consonant to the German temper, could be found to rally the revelers. And even those who would have shrunk from a bold statement of the creed had their minds subconsciously attuned to it. The thing was, in the intellectual air, men absorbed it through every pore, and it was certain that once the barks of war were launched, it would rise like a mighty wind to speed them on their way. With a flamboyant emperor ambitious of ranking with the great makers of history, an army burning to prove its perfection to the world, an aristocracy intolerant of all ideals of democratic progress, the rulers of industry at once exultant and nervous, the popular teachers preaching a gospel of race arrogance, and throughout the nation a vague half-mystical striving towards a new destiny, Germany was an unquiet member of the European family. Her unrest took shape presently in certain definite policies, but it must be remembered that these policies by no means exhausted her ambitions. As a great industrial power, she sought producing grounds for raw material under her own flag, so the quest for tropical colonies began. She had no desire for free autonomous dominions like Canada or New Zealand. What she sought were crown colonies within a certain zone. As she cast her eyes about the world, she found that other nations had been before her, and that few tropical lands remained for her civilizing mission. Some fragments, indeed, she had picked up, territories in East, Southwest, and West Africa, Samoa and a few islands in the Pacific, the port of Kiao in China, to balance the acquisitions of Britain and Japan. But these were small things, and an adequate place in the sun could only be won at this late date by the dispossession of earlier owners. She undertook a back-deck railway with visions of a German Mesopotamia at the end of it, and a broad Germanic sphere of influence across the Middle East. She dreamed of organizing all Central Europe from the North Sea to the Aegean as a political and economic unit under her direction. A world empire demands a navy, and this the emperor secured from a not too willing country during the fever of Anglophobia, which possessed Germany at the time of Britain's South African War. In 1900, the first Navy Bill was passed, containing in its preamble the significant words: Germany must have a fleet of such strength that, even for the mightiest naval power, a war with her would involve such risks as to jeopardize its own supremacy. Other bills were launched on recurrent waves of Anglophobia in 1906, 1908, and in 1912, and by the last year her navy stood second among the fleets of the world. It was a fine achievement, for it was a true navy and not merely a floating army, which had been the original German ideal. Men like Tirpitz, Coester, and Ingeno appreciated the meaning of a sea force and wrought assiduously till it was created. Above all, she brought her army to the full limits of strength and the last pitch of preparedness. In those years, the significant fact was less her diplomatic efforts after expansion, which were apt to be experimental and discursive, than her perfecting of the weapons which at the appointed time might bring the world to her feet. One last factor must be noted in German psychology, the factor of fear. In all arrogance there is commonly some timidity. Germany, as a newcomer among the great powers, was not sure of her position and inclined to nervous self-assertion. She was haunted by the spectre of a world leagued against her to cheat her of her rights. In the mild temper of France and the friendly overtures of Britain, she saw profound dissimulation and a dark conspiracy. Above all, she was afraid of the great Slav Empire in the East. In introducing the last army bill before the war, the imperial chancellor foreshadowed the day when Slaventum should fight against Deutschtum, and this notion, aided by Slav successes in the Balkans and by Russia's increasing prosperity, had gained firm hold of the German mind. It had some warrant from history. The Mark of Brandenburg was once the bulwark of Christendom against barbaric invaders, and Austria, the Eastern Mark, was during the whole Middle Ages and up to 2 centuries ago the outpost of civilization against the Hun, the Slav, and the Turk. To the German, who prided himself on his race, the Slav was the enemy, always rolled back and always returning, alien in church and ideals and habits and in whatever distinguishes man from man. There arises before my eyes another civilization, the civilization of the tribe with its patriarchal organization, the civilization of the horde that is gathered and kept together by despots, the Mongolian Muscovite civilization. This civilization would not endure the light of the 18th century, still less the light of the 19th century, and now in the 20th century it breaks loose and threatens us. This inorganic Asiatic mass, like the desert with its sands, wants to gather up our fields of grain. These were the words of no less a man than Harnack during the first weeks of war. Fears from many sources combined with a pride to goad Germany to some desperate act of self-assertion while yet there was time. The cooler heads who formed scientifically their plans for conquest could summon to their aid this malaise which had fallen upon the people, this desire, half sacred, half angry, to strike out against they knew not what. To the ordinary German, the alternatives of Bernhardi and his school were becoming terribly real. It was Weltreich oder Niedergang, world rule or downfall. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 3. 3. In modern Europe, Austria-Hungary stood over as a relic from the Middle Ages, a remnant of the old Germanic Empire left behind in the movement towards self-conscious nationality. If Germany had alien stuff in her fabric, she was like a solid block of granite, as compared with the tessellated pavement of the Habsburg domain. Hence it would be an idle task to analyze Austria's policy and the Austrian temperament as if they were coherent and intelligible things like Germany's or France's. The dual monarchy was an artificial creation held together partly by the strong hand of Germany and partly by the uneasy equipoise due to the collision of centripetal and centrifugal forces, as a tree slipping from a hillside by a movement of the soil may keep its position if the prevailing winds blow against the subsidence. When the Habsburgs had been the bulwark of southeastern Christendom, they had lived in harmony with their Slav subjects. But when the peril had gone and the spirit of nationalism went abroad in the world, the dissolution of the empire was decreed. Concessions of a kind were made to the subject races, but with the blind protective instinct of an old regime, the Habsburgs clung to the essentials of autocracy, and for long prevailed because they had on their side an armed and organized minority as against a scattered and leaderless multitude. In Western Europe, though race and language were the main determinants of nationality, state and people were bound by 1,000 moral links forged during a long history. In Eastern Europe, where frontiers were younger things, and in comparatively modern times, populations had frequently changed masters. The institutions of the state had not impressed themselves, and nationality had linguistic and racial rather than political foundations. German-speaking subjects of the Habsburgs were German in thought and outlook. Czechs, Slovenes, and Slovaks had their special culture and special civic aspirations. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was a museum of diverse nationalities. In Austria, there were some 10 millions of Germans as against more than 18 millions of Czechs, Poles, Ruthenians, Croats, Serbs, and Slovenes. In Hungary, there were under 10 million Magyars as against over 11 millions of Romanians, Croats, Serbs, Germans, and Slovaks. In each country, a form of parliamentary government existed which was so arranged as to put the power into the hands of the race which was numerically the weaker. The empire was a union of two states, each ruled by a minority and in the interest of that minority. And it may fairly be said that the majority of the population was anti-Austrian and anti-Hungarian. The thing was an anomaly unique in Europe, and could only maintain its existence by setting one part of the people against the other. Every year it became harder for the statesmen of Vienna to keep the inorganic mass from dissolution. The constitution of the dual monarchy rested upon an arrangement made in 1867 to meet the wishes of two races, the German and the Magyar. It was representative government of a farcical type, for representation bore no relation to numerical strength. Of the 516 deputies in the Austrian parliament, 233 were Germans, which meant that the German minority had to find only 26 votes outside their ranks to give them control. Had representation been fairly based on population, the Germans would have held no more than 160 seats. Again, though universal suffrage existed, it was not combined with responsible government, for the emperor appointed the administration, and if he desired, he could, under paragraph 14 of the constitution, govern without parliamentary sanction. In Hungary, the farce was more shameless. The parliament, apart from the Croatia-Slovenia delegation, consisted of 413 deputies, of whom 405 were Magyars, and 8 represented the other races, who should on the population basis have been entitled to 198 seats. Further, Hungary was the home of every kind of electoral corruption. Public funds were spent blazonly on gerrymandering elections, returns were falsified, troops were turned out to preserve order in doubtful districts, which meant that a reign of terror kept the Slav and Romanian voters from the polls, and any politician who ventured to protest was likely to find himself in prison on a charge of treason. The oligarchy throughout the whole empire used a form of popular government to establish a tyranny as complete as the most naked medieval absolutism. This oligarchy had none of the world ambition of their German neighbors. They were too weak to desire more than to hold what they had. The Austrian German was an agreeable, pleasure-loving type, easily swayed from Berlin. The Magyar represented one of the toughest race stocks in Europe, proud, courageous, a lover of liberty for himself, but a despot towards others. Both Vienna and Budapest sought above all things to be maintained in their privileges. They suffered from a haunting dread of the new Slav states beyond the Danube, of the great Slav power of Russia, and of their own malcontent Slav peoples. They hated the fashionable cant of democracy as much as any Junker, and were very ready to accept a helping hand from Germany, whose constitution was not unlike their own, who likewise scorned democracy, and who shared their fear of Slavindom. This alliance was made easy in the case of the Magyar, who was in temperament, if not in manners, akin to the Prussian. For Germany too, the dual monarchy was a sheer necessity. Without the control of Austria-Hungary, she could not realize her dream of a Drang nach Osten, which would provide a continuous block of territory, economically self-sufficient, and strategically invulnerable to counterbalance the sea-united British Empire. Without her friendship, her flank would be turned in a European war. Hence, for years in policy, in economics, and in military preparation, the strong gauntlet of the Hohenzollern had guided the fumbling hand of the Habsburg. Austria could not, in the nature of things, be a very docile or cordial ally, but there was no doubt about the loyalty of her governing classes. Only by the help of Germany could they defend their privileges, and it was very certain that they would never cast down their glove for war without Germany's instigation and assent. 4. The recovery of France since the disaster of 1870 had been one of the marvels of history. With her armies broken in the field, her wealth plundered or mortgaged for indemnities, her capital city in revolt, and her former system of government in ruins, it might well have seemed that she was destined to drop for a long season from the ranks of the great powers. She was saved from such a fate by two elements which she possessed of stubborn endurance and inexhaustible vitality. One was her soil and the people of that soil, the industry and frugality of her peasantry, their patient resolution under political earthquakes, and the sober good sense of men like Jules Grevy, who were sprung from their stock and labored to develop the riches of their pleasant land, brought her speedily to prosperity and provided a solid foundation for the young republic. The other was her scholars and men of science, who read rightly the lesson of Germany's success. Men like Renan and Pasteur, Berthelot and Gaston-Berry, Fuster de Coulanges and Dury and Lavisse not only upheld her reputation before the world in her darkest days, but inaugurated an intellectual and educational revolution more significant than the change from empire to republic. The state under Grevy and Gambetta took the lead in agricultural development, and under Jules Ferry and his colleagues embarked on a vast scheme of popular instruction, and the two movements assured the stability no less than the progress of their country. But while in France it is the countryside which has always provided the force of persistence, it is from the cities that the impulse to action has come, and the electric urban population has determined the form of her politics. Hence, while the peasants went about their own business, the town dwellers lived in a maelstrom of conflicting ideals, and the first 20 years of the new state were littered with transient ministries. The Republic of Ideas, which Gambetta preached, was in flat opposition to the conservatism of the rural districts. But since both were indispensable for France, some way of harmony had to be discovered. We shall not wonder at the short and uneasy lives of French governments when we remember the vast and complex task which they had to face. The first Napoleon had given France an administrative fabric, the main part of which still endured, but the gaudy facade had to be replaced by a sober republican design. The new state, born in an hour of defeat, had to create its own prestige. The first duty before French statesmen was to make strong the republic, and for long there was a grave risk that parliamentarism would degenerate into a system of venal deputies acting as provincial bosses and bargaining on behalf of local interests. The same danger appeared when the socialist organization claimed the right of dictating to the government. To set the state beyond faction as the supreme authority in the land, in the words which M. Buchan used in 1909, to make the republic so pleasant to dwell in, to raise it so high above party that the glories of all France may be focused in it, was still on the eve of war the chief aim and the most urgent duty of French patriots. Next came the task of restoring the national self-respect, sorely tried by the events of 1870. The amour-propre of a proud people had been cut to the quick, and the lost Alsace-Lorraine stood as a perpetual reminder of their humiliation. Young men who had fought against Germany went to Africa and Asia as explorers or soldiers, and by 1,000 gallant enterprises in the wilds laid the foundation of a French colonial policy. Presently, the French democracy awoke to find itself master of an empire in Indochina, in Madagascar, and in West Africa, and with something of hesitation, but more of pride, it accepted the gift. Her colonies brought France into the active world of international politics, and the alliance with Russia, of which Cannon laid the foundations in 1891, was regarded as the diplomatic baptism of the Republic. These successes, combined with the proof which her various great expositions gave of her new prosperity, did much to lift up France's heart. But she continued to walk warily in international paths. She called a halt when, as at Fashoda, she seemed in danger of conflicts with other powers. She showed no sign of arrogance or of histrionic ambition. She behaved like an invalid who patiently and by discreet stages nurses herself back to strength. For during the 40 years since 1870, she had not attained to full civic health. Perfectly integrated as a nation, she was as yet imperfectly consolidated as a state. Her public opinion swung between nationalism and extreme internationalism. She was subject to crisis of nerves, fear of militarism, of cosmopolitan finance, of enemy conspiracies, of foreign dictation, whether from Rome or Berlin. The result was that she was sometimes betrayed into panicky and extravagant conduct. The Dreyfus case and many incidents of her rupture with the Vatican were the consequences of an honest instinct perverted by undue excitability. She passed through this crisis without grave disaster, but their recurrence was inevitable until her government became firmly rooted in the confidence and affection of the ordinary man. France is in many respects the most conservative of nations, and she has a great gift of submission to a central government. But the Republic, ably as it was conducted, crept but slowly into her regard. The average Frenchman tended to be cynical about politics, and his distrust of politicians produced a certain apathy towards the state. The bourgeois was content to let the nation go its own way if there was no interference with his family and profession. And among the working classes, the growth of syndicalism, which meant the dominance of a class or a trade, revealed how weak had become the conception of an overruling national interest. Nationalists there were in plenty, but theirs was a creed of sentiment and tradition, and they were equally in revolt against the whole modern business of government. Now, if a central government is disconsidered, it becomes weak, and may presently deserve the current contempt. The Republic was in the quandary that it had to fight the growth of a doctrinaire international socialism without the true prestige of a national government, and that the work of politics tended more and more to be avoided by the flower of French intellect and character, and left to arrivistes, lawyers and journalists, and, worst danger of all, to a new type, the sans-culotte financier, the speculating demagogue. With such serious elements of internal weakness to handicap her, France could not but look on the troubled world stage with anxious eyes. She had always lived close to the heart of Europe and had a great talent for candid observation. She was served by diplomatists who had probably no living equals, and was awake to the perils drawing daily nearer. But France, the France of yesterday, had one trait peculiarly her own. At all times she was in the fullest sense a nation and a great nation, but she was not in the habit of asserting her nationality on every occasion. Being old and high-born, she took many things for granted. She believed religiously in her civilization as the chief heritage of the world, but she did not go out of her way to advertise it. She had no missionary zeal, and when confronted with the noisy claims of upstarts, was inclined to reply with a shrug of the shoulders. Hence to Germany, she seemed effete, steeped in anti-nationalism, distracted by narrow class interests, sunk deep in matter. It was a judgment profoundly mistaken, but it had this one thing to support it, that on the eve of war, a curious apathy seemed to have settled upon her. In all the tangled international tale of the past decade, her sincere desire for peace had been written large. To avoid war, she had made sacrifices both of right and dignity. Party politicians had been allowed to whittle at her army and navy. It was not till 1913 that an attempt was made to put her military forces on the basis which her general staff had long demanded. She had indeed made open confession of unpreparedness as a guarantee of her honest pacifism. And yet, by the autumn of 1913, through the medium of her ambassador in Berlin, she had certain information about German policy which made war probable in the near future, a knowledge not then possessed by any other power. She may have undervalued this information, or she may have thought it the best policy to keep it to herself in the hope that the situation might change. At any rate, she did not communicate it to her neighbors. Her cool, penetrating judgment was the same as before, but the governing forces in her commonwealth seemed to have become too distracted for prompt action. For the moment, a certain nervousness had seized her, and it needed the insulting challenge of Germany to wake the ancient fire of her resolution. 5. In the summer of 1902, the Peace of Vereeniging brought to a close the British campaign in South Africa, a costly and ill-conducted war in which few reputations were made and many were lost. Thereafter, a certain satiety with overseas politics fell upon the people of the British Islands. The dream of imperialism, the closer union of the British race in one great Pacific and organic commonwealth, lost something of its glamour. It tended to sink on its baser side to a form of race chauvinism or a scheme of commercial protection. The idea, once so glowing, became a conventional peroration at public banquets, and the machinery of union was narrowed to perfunctory conferences of British and Dominions ministers. Imperialism had at its lowest meant a political vision extending beyond these shores, and as it faded in popular esteem, the British people inclined more and more to be absorbed in domestic problems. There had been a time in their history when under Palmerston and Gladstone and Disraeli, foreign affairs had been an integral part of their politics and election had been lost and won on diplomatic programs. But for 20 years, the doings of Europe had interested them little. The imperialist, who thought that Britain was an extra-European power depending on the control of the sea, and the social reformer, who regarded foreign policy as a lure to distract the nation from more urgent matters, alike contributed to this result. In 1914, the people of Britain were less alive to the significance to their own interests of what might happen beyond their borders than the humblest continental state. Early in 1906, a Liberal government came into office with a great majority behind them. Their mandate, so far as it could be read, was to remedy certain ancient abuses and inaugurate various overdue reforms, and they set about this task with vigor and hope. But too large a majority is a misfortune for a government. It is apt to lead rather than to follow, and to keep it together means a strict attention to the prejudices of the often ignorant rank and file. Again, it demands a highly efficient party organization and the party machine comes to bulk too large in the mind of ministers. Hence, the new governments were in danger of emphasizing certain aspects of national policy to the exclusion of others. And as their power waxed and their party organization became more efficient, they tended to confine their interest to immediate problems and had no time to spare for more distant views. Their leader, Mr. Asquith, held the House of Commons in his hand and developed a singular adroitness in party management, but his robust philosophy was apt to live in the hour, and his inclination was to wait till a difficulty became urgent before seeking a solution. It is a temperament most valuable in the head of a government in normal times, but it has grave defects in seasons of crisis. This spirit sets the tone in the cabinet, and the unwillingness to look far ahead was strengthened by the temperament of one of the strongest personalities in the government. Mr. Lloyd George made domestic reform his special subject, and brought to it a unique gift of rhetoric and an energy not always scrupulous. By schemes which were rarely more than emotional impromptus, he roused intense antagonism and a wild enthusiasm among those who saw a Machiavellian purpose of spoliation and those who discerned the dawn of a new world. The fact that he was the most conspicuous public figure in Britain at the time switched the attention of the nation still farther away from such unfruitful topics as defense and foreign affairs. For Mr. Lloyd George's imagination, vivid and notable as it was essentially short-range. His mind was wholly uninstructed in the problems of international policy, and though he was chosen in August 1911 to convey a warning to Germany after the Agadir affair, he spoke only from a brief, for there were few matters about which he knew less or cared so little. Finally, the new power of the party caucus encouraged this narrowing of view. It is the business of skillful whips to know what the people want and to see that programs are shaped accordingly. To an electorate scared or exhilarated by the prospect of large social changes, the husks of foreign policy will not be acceptable. Warnings of the probability of war would be regarded as merely a trick to distract. Expenditure on defense was a waste of money which might otherwise be spent on objects from which there was a sound return. Such matters, whether right or wrong, had no electioneering value, and the comfortable delusion was fostered that so long as Britain chose to desire peace, peace would follow. There were men in the government who, to their honor, refused to prophesy smooth things, but the cotton wool with which the political atmosphere was thick deadened their warnings. To increase Britain's preoccupation with her insular affairs, there was the grave business of Ireland. The handling of this problem by the governments between the year 1910 and the outbreak of war must rank high among the political ineptitudes of history. A Home Rule scheme was introduced at a time when it was necessary to win support for an unpopular budget, and when, therefore, it must inevitably have been suspected of an origin in party exigencies rather than in sober statecrafts. The Arms Act had been repealed, and the majority of the Ulster population prepared to resist the proposals by war. Now, if a serious and law-abiding people decide that a certain policy is so subversive of their principles and so fatal to their future that it must be met by armed revolution, it is usual for a democratic government to call a halt and find some other way. But if the government in its turn concludes that such resistance is factious and unreasonable and must be crushed, then it is its business promptly to arrest the ringleaders and quell the movement. Mr. Asquith's government did neither. It allowed Ulster to raise and discipline an efficient army, and it went on with its Home Rule Bill. The Nationalists claimed the same right to arm and drill the people, and the National Volunteers came into being. The result was that by July 1914, Ireland was split up into two armed camps, and it seemed as if not even the dissolution of the government and the disappearance of the bill could avert civil strife. Apart from the Prime Minister, there were two men in the cabinet whose minds were not obsessed by those domestic policies which made the only profitable electioneering. These were Sir Edward Grey, the Foreign Secretary, and Lord Haldane, who in 1912 went to the WUSAC from the War Office. Sir Edward Grey represented a very ancient and honourable type in British statecraft, a type like the Lord Althorp of the first Reform Bill, a country gentleman with no vulgar ambitions who would greatly have preferred a private station and enter public life solely in order to serve his country. Since his accession to office, he had laboured patiently and wisely to maintain the peace of Europe, and his grave simplicity of character, his moral dignity, and his gift of sound judgment and conciliatory statements had done much to keep the tottering fabric together. On more than one occasion, his personal influence had been the determining factor in averting war. No man's prestige stood higher among European courts and governments. He had brought Britain again into the European family, and by sheer good sense and fair dealing had made her influence felt in its councils. He had nourished the Entente between Britain and France, and got rid of the few remaining causes of friction between Britain and Russia. He had attempted, apparently with some success, to reach an understanding with Germany which would regularize and make room for her reasonable ambitions. This was a notable work, which as a personal achievement it would be hard to overrate. Nevertheless, when the rest of British policy is considered, it was a hazardous road that he trod. He had accustomed Britain to interfere in continental affairs when she was not armed on a continental scale, and when the whole apparent trend of her interest led away from matters of defense. If Germany chose to be arrogant, he could not compel humility, for he had no adequate sanction behind him. To an ally he could not promise such immediate assistance as would enable her to speak with her foes in the gate. His arms were historic prestige, wealth, a great navy, but these were not in pari materia with those of the powers with whom he thought to treat. He was a voice, a grave, reasonable, weighty voice, but behind it was not the appropriate weapon. Lord Haldane had, as we shall see later, done invaluable service to the British Army as Secretary for War. But he did not regard that army as a thing to be elaborated for its own sake, and his mind had always been busy with those questions of foreign relations, the mismanagement of which brings in the soldier, and especially with the attitude of Germany, a country to whose thought and literature he owed, in company with many Britons, a great intellectual debt. With the consent of King Edward and of his colleagues in the cabinet, he paid a visit to Berlin in the summer of 1906 and had conversations with the Emperor and various German ministers, in which he endeavored to explore the possibilities of a friendly understanding. His view at the time was that, while there were dangerous forces at work within the German polity, the influence of the Emperor and his chief advisers was on the side of peace. The following year, when the Emperor visited Britain, these conversations were renewed. Then came many disturbances in the diplomatic sky, and it was suggested from Potsdam that direct intercourse between prominent statesmen of Britain and Germany might clear up certain difficulties. At the request of Sir Edward Grey, Lord Haldane went to Berlin in February 1912 on a private mission, when he met the Emperor, Berthmann Hollweg, Admiral von Tirpitz, and others, and went very fully into the whole international situation, the new German fleet, the African colonies, the relations of Britain with France and other European powers, the Baghdad Railway, and all other matters of possible dispute. This visit came to be so grossly misrepresented after the outbreak of war had aroused popular suspicion that it is necessary to be very clear as to what happened. Lord Haldane, throughout his difficult task, played the part of a conciliatory but most faithful British envoy, jealous alike for his country's interests and his country's honor. He stood out stiffly against Tirpitz for modification of the German naval program as a guarantee of good faith. He was scrupulously loyal to Britain's unwritten obligations to France. His business was to inquire, not to commit his government, and he kept in close touch with Monsieur Jules Gabon, the French ambassador. A provisional agreement was reached on many points, but on two subjects there could be no settlement. Germany was resolute to proceed with a new naval program, and the magnitude of the increases provided for made it impossible for Britain to do otherwise than lay down 2 ships to her 1. On that matter, the attitude could not be agreement, but watchful competition. Again, Germany insisted as a basis for an understanding upon a formula of Britain's unconditional neutrality in the event of a European war, to which Britain could not assent without a betrayal of France. The conference therefore ended with many expressions of goodwill, but without practical results so far as concerned the main topics discussed. But it led to an undoubted improvement in Anglo-German relations, an improvement which continued up to the outbreak of war. Lord Haldane returned to England with a divided mind. There were many things to disquiet him: the personality of Tirpitz and others of the war party, the character of the new German naval law, above all, the unconditional neutrality suggestion of the formula. On the other hand, he believed that the Emperor and the civilian ministers sincerely desired peace in their then mood, and there is reason to think that in the spring of 1912 this was true. Lord Haldane and the British government who were advised by him came to a definite conclusion as to their immediate policy. A great danger loomed ahead, but the cloud might pass. It was their business to do nothing which might make it discharge in a thunderstorm. They must avoid any pinpricks, any blowing of warning trumpets in Britain, for this would be misconstrued in Germany and would strengthen the hands of those who clamored for war. By judicious quiescence on their part, the imperial Dr. Faustus might be prevented from making a bargain with the devil. Such a decision was acceptable to a government much perplexed with domestic problems and a little weary after 6 strenuous years. It was acceptable to the Prime Minister, in whose philosophy of life the doctrine of a friendly universe held a conspicuous place, and who considered that most political questions, if left alone, would settle themselves. It was acceptable to Sir Edward Grey, whose success as a peacemaker had inclined him to the belief that patience and good humor would tide over the worst times. It was acceptable to Lord Haldane, who had the best means of judging and who was disposed to be optimistic about the saner elements in German life. On the information then at their disposal, and having regard to the temperament of the chief British ministers and the complexity of the domestic situation, the decision was natural and inevitable. History will ask searching questions. Did the British government view the German situation correctly in 1912? To this the answer lies in the realm of hypothetics, but it may fairly be maintained that on a matter which involved so many imponderables, they judged with reasonable accuracy. At any rate, they judged honestly according to their lights, and mortals can do no more. Did the government appreciate the change in Germany's mood, which came about beyond doubt the following year? For if they did, their continued supineness was a criminal breach of public duty. The answer would seem to be that they did not. that in 1914 they still shared the hopes, already baseless, which had had a show of reason in 1912. Their minds were monopolized by the troubles they had made for themselves at home. They were badly informed, and the whole political atmosphere in which they lived was inimical to any close attention to the creeping shadows and broken lights of the European situation. It is not seemly to suggest that, had they had any inkling of the deadly peril which from the autumn of 1913 onward overshadowed the world, they would not have revised their views, flung party and prudential consideration to the winds, and warned the nation, even at the cost of their disappearance from power. There were weak knees and confused heads in the ministry, but the leaders were patriots and statesmen who would have scorned to secure a few months' longer tenure of office at the cost of flagrant dishonor. On one point, however, it is difficult to acquit Mr. Asquith's government. On their own admission, a great war was well within the bounds of possibility. It might precipitate such a war to sound too clemently the note of defense, but it was certainly folly to apply sedatives, and not to endeavor so to guide policy that the country should not be caught handicapped and unprepared. Yet, during 1912 and up to the very eve of war, the latter seemed to be the government's aim. Lord Roberts's scheme for national training, faulty as it may have been, was repelled by the ordinary government apologist with arguments which were foolish except on the assumption that the age of Saturn had dawned. Domestic affairs, notably the Irish business, were suffered to slip into a worse confusion. Questions of defense were treated by the government spokesman with a strange levity and intolerance, as if they were of purely academic interest. The lax discipline of the ministry permitted members, notably Mr. Lloyd George, to preach reduction in the Navy, and the powerful Liberal caucus committed itself to a policy of rapid disarmament. In all this can be discerned the ugly trail of party spirit. The electorate must be given a program of positive material gain that the government might keep its affections. The opposition had made a speciality of defense questions, and for the government to lend a hand in the matter would have been in the eyes of many a betrayal of a mysterious abstraction called liberal principles, and in the eyes of everyone infamously bad electioneering. Yet all the time the weightier members of the cabinet had in their hearts the knowledge that behind the crudities of the opposition criticism there laid a disquieting truth, and that at any moment what they labeled as scaremongering might by the irony of fate be terribly justified as foresight. Mr. Asquith and his colleagues erred in being too optimistic about Germany and too pessimistic about their own countrymen. A government long in office is rarely a heroic thing, and they had not the courage for even the modicum of candor necessary to steady the people. The result was that on the eve of war, Britain cut a figure in the eyes of Europe which by aggravating German arrogance materially expedited the catastrophe. To Berlin, she seemed a land on the verge of revolution, with an army disloyal to the civil power, with demagogues competing to offer dose to the proletariat, with the populace clamorous about its rights but refusing the first duty of citizenship, with Ireland on the verge of a civil war which would involve the whole empire, a Carthage which would go cap in hand to the world seeking for peace, and had forgotten its old valor in greed of gain and a passion for smooth phrases. It was a ludicrous misreading, but there seemed good evidence for it to the clumsy German psychologists. And of one fact in the summer of 1914, Germany was assured, and rightly assured. Of her two great future enemies, France was awake but unready, and the British people were neither ready nor awake. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2, Part 4 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 4. 6. It remains to sketch briefly the political events which directly prepared the way for the cataclysm. German diplomacy, when in the late 80s it set itself seriously to assert Germany's international position, had two facts to start from: the triple alliance of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy, and a very real suspicion and a permanent possibility of friction among the three remaining powers of Europe: France, Russia, and Britain. Its first efforts seemed to be directed by no settled plan, and to be guided only by the principle that in all international activity, Germany must have a share. The cooperation with Russia in depriving Japan of the fruits of her victory over China in 1895, the long intrigue with Turkey over Anatolia, the Emperor's theatrical Syrian tour, the German leadership of the Allied force dispatched to China in the Boxer Rising, the attempt to sow dissension between Britain and America during the latest war with Spain in 1898, the Emperor's telegram to President Kruger after the Jameson raid, are examples of how earnestly and unintelligently Germany went about the task of making herself felt throughout the world. The first Navy Bill of 1900 provided the nucleus of an armory for this forward policy. It naturally alarmed her neighbors and disposed ancient rivals to make protective alliances. Under the influence of King Edward VII, the foundations had been laid of a friendship between Britain and France. Early in 1904, this resulted in a formal agreement, under which all outstanding disputes were settled. France recognized British supremacy in Egypt, and Britain withdrew her objections to French expansion in Morocco. To Germany, this seemed a slight to her magnificence, for an international question of the first importance had been settled without her being consulted. The view was not without reason. The original convention of 1880, to which Germany had been a party, was revised in various important points by the 1904 agreement concluded between France and Britain alone. She waited a time to vindicate her wounded pride. France, as we have seen, had had since 1891 an alliance with Russia. In the autumn of 1904, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and in a few months it was plain that Russia was to be defeated. In the spring of 1905, Prince Bülow suggested to his master that the occasion had come for a dramatic coup to restore his country's damaged prestige. As we have seen, Germany had a certain case, but she put herself in the wrong by her method of vindicating it. On the last day of March, the emperor landed with a large retinue at Tangier, proclaimed the integrity of Morocco, and promised the Sultan to defend his independence. He demanded that the whole Moroccan question should be reopened. A weak cabinet in Paris bowed to the storm, and Monsieur Delgacy, the foreign minister, fell from office. A conference of the powers was summoned at Germany's instigation, but the result for her was a bitter disappointment. The legend of the Concert of Europe was shattered, and she was revealed as, except for her faithful Austria-Hungary, alone in the world. Britain and Russia stood solidly behind France. Italy deserted her colleagues of the Triple Alliance and supported her Latin neighbor. The Algeciras arrangement of April 1906 provided no lasting settlement, but it made clear the new grouping of the European peoples. Germany had failed to drive France from Morocco or to enter that country herself, and she had irritated and alarmed the world by showing too nakedly her hand. It was certain that she would look forthwith for fresh methods to aggrandize her pride and would have to rely mainly upon herself. Italy was drifting from her side, and her rivals were coming closer together. The new Liberal ministry in Britain had accepted the foreign policy of their predecessors, and the following year they signed with Russia an agreement which completed the Triple Entente. The next German coup was more adroitly handled. In the summer of 1908, the old regime in Turkey was swept away by revolution. The Young Turk Party came into power, and by their liberal professions attracted for a little the sympathy of Western Europe. At first, the change seemed against Germany's interests, for she had sedulously cultivated the Hamidian government and would have to begin again from the beginning. But she saw a chance of fishing profitably in the troubled waters. Austria seized the occasion to annex the Turkish provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, of which she had long had the administration. Serbia was alarmed, for she saw her hope of union with the Bosnian Serbs extinguished. Russia, as Serbia's protector, shared her annoyance at this annulment of the work of the Congress of Berlin, and Italy was disquieted by Austria's advance southward into the Balkan Peninsula. But Austria had Germany at her back, and the protests of the Triple Entente were met with a cool contempt. The Emperor William made his famous speech about Germany's shining armor, and the Entente, unprepared for a European war in such a cause, had to acquiesce with the best grace it could muster. It was a proof of the solid foundations of the friendship between France, Britain, and Russia that it survived unimpaired this diplomatic humiliation. But the Austro-German success had a disastrous effect on the Triple Alliance, and Italy drew farther apart from her colleagues. The first German move had failed at Algeciras, the second had succeeded, the third was to end in a fiasco. It came in the spring of 1911. There had been a revolt in Fez, and French troops had entered the city. To Germany it seemed that the Suevian Empire was on the point of breaking up, and she was determined to share in the spoils. If France was to have the reconstruction of the land, Germany must have territorial compensation. In the words of Catalan Werchter, if one wants to eat peaches in January, one must pay for them. The gunboat Panther was dispatched to Agadir, and the German press claimed West Morocco as their country's rights. But France in 1911 was not the France of 1905. Monsieur Caillaux, who showed signs of temporizing with Germany, was swept from power, and a new ministry under Ramon Poincaré included Delgasse, who was not inclined to truckle to Berlin. Britain sent a warship to Agadir to lie alongside the Panther, and proclaimed in unmistakable terms her support of France. Germany, not yet ready for a world war, abated her pretensions, and the Moroccan dispute was settled by various cessions of territory in Central Africa between France and herself. No German considered the arrangement as final, and the rebuff roused in Germany a fury of resentment against France and not less against her ally, Britain. From that moment, the war party dropped all talk of compromise and preached naked aggression. With Agadir, we may say, looking back from the standpoint of accomplished facts, that all hope of peace vanished from Europe, though it was given to few to read the omens truly. Close on its heels followed the war between Italy and Turkey. Italy was not unnaturally anxious lest Germany, foiled in Morocco, might seek compensation on the Tripoli coast, and the confusion of the Young Turk regime gave her a good excuse for action. Austria and Germany alike viewed her conduct with profound irritation, and the Triple Alliance had now become the shadow of a shade. In February of the following year, 1912, Lord Haldane, as we have seen, paid his visit to Berlin, and found certain features which gravely disquieted him. War appeared to be contemplated as an early possibility by powerful factions, but the government and the emperor were not yet committed to their side, and there seemed to him to be still a good chance of the fever subsiding. But that autumn a new irritant appeared in southeastern Europe. The Balkan War began, a war which Germany expected to issue in a decisive victory for Turkey. The result was far different, and dealt a final blow to Austria's hopes of a port in the Aegean and to Germany's dream of a gradual and painless absorption of the Ottoman Empire. The most that the Central Powers could do was to muddle the waters of diplomacy and prevent the settlement after the two wars from being more than a patched-up truce. But certain consequences remained. A new and formidable Slav power now stood in the way of Germany's Drang nach Osten, and behind loomed Russia, the protector of the Slav peoples. Such a situation drove Germany, still sore over Morocco, to reflect most seriously on her position. She saw the various avenues to world power on which she had based her plans rapidly closing up. The Near East might soon be shut by the new Slav Renaissance. The Far East was too dangerous with Japan at its door. South America was barred to her adventures by the United States, and most of the rest of the world by Britain. Her navy had come to maturity and was eager to win laurels. She was already the greatest military power on earth, and ere the Balkan Wars were over, had increased her total peace strength to 870,000 men. She saw the Triple Entente solidifying into an alliance accompanied by a surprising growth of sympathy and goodwill between the three constituent nations. She was afraid of Britain's naval strength and a 20 million addition to Britain's naval estimates. It seemed intolerable to her as a world power that any single nation should be so omnipotent at sea. She did not appreciate the necessities of an island power administering a worldwide empire, but read ambition into schemes based only on administrative needs and the desire for modest security. It was an error, but we may admit it to have been a pardonable error, for Britain's naval policy has often been misconstrued by her friends as well as by her foes. To Germany, it appeared that her neighbors sought to isolate her, to ring her round with hostile alliances, and then overwhelm her under the weight of an armed coalition. Her forward policy, begun under the impulse of national self-confidence, began now to quicken its pace under the influence of baseless but not wholly unnatural fears. The inevitable protective measures of Europe under the threat of her restless ambition were easy to distort into a malign conspiracy against her freedom, and as such of set purpose. They were represented by the leaders of Germany to the German people. The year 1913 marked the turning point in her destiny. In September 1912, Marshal von Bieberstein, the German ambassador to Britain, had died, and his successor was Prince Lichnowsky, a Silesian noble whose views of German policy differed wildly from those of the ruling clique in Berlin. He disbelieved utterly, as Bismarck disbelieved, in espousing Austria's quarrels and in Germany's Balkan and Near East adventures, and would have had his country expand overseas in friendship with France and Britain. The policy of the Triple Alliance, he afterwards wrote, is a return to the past, a turning aside from the future, from imperialism and world policy. Middle Europe belongs to the Middle Ages. Berlin-Baghdad is a blind alley and not the way into the open country, to the unlimited possibilities, to the world mission of the German nation. He made himself popular in English society, and he worked assiduously with Sir Edward Grey to reach an agreement on certain international questions, the chief of which were the Portuguese colonies and the Baghdad Railway. Treaties were prepared or discussed under which Britain agreed to permit Germany to purchase Portugal's African possessions when Portugal was willing to sell, and in the meantime to regard them as a legitimate German sphere of influence, in which she agreed to the completion of the Baghdad line to Basra and to the recognition of Germany's dominant interests in all the districts tapped by the railway. It was an immense concession, but in spite of Lichnowsky's efforts, the treaties were not signed in Berlin. The reason was simple. Germany could not afford to publish to the world this proof of Britain's goodwill towards her overseas expansion, for in 1913 her rulers had decided to play for higher stakes by the game of war. That year saw the completion of the first 25 years of the emperor's reign, and the Jubilee celebrations, with their awakening of historical memories, caused a sudden surge of pride to arise in the German people and inflamed the ambition of the imperial mind. The time seemed to have come to make a settlement with rivals, not by the humiliating processes of diplomacy, but by the summary power of the sword. It was the year of the new German army law, and every military chief, from the younger Moltke downward, was busy with arrogant defiances to the world. As early as April, the French government received a secret report setting forth the purposes for which the greatly increased army of Germany was to be used, and each sentence showed that war was contemplated at the first convenient moment. In November, the emperor told the king of the Belgians at Potsdam that he looked upon war with France as inevitable and close at hand. About the same time, Monsieur Jules Cambon warned his government that the balance had now clearly swung to the side of the war party, and that the emperor was with them. No exact date can be fixed for this momentous change. It was doubtless a gradual process, at first a subtle altering of outlook and perspective, which slowly drew to a conscious policy. So far as we can judge William's mind, he did not then conceive of the coming conflict as a world conflagration. Britain would stand out. On that point, Germany, plentifully supplied with the reports of her secret agents, was positive. France, if it came to war, would speedily be broken. And after some sullen fighting on the eastern frontier, the Slav peril would be checked. Germany would emerge as indisputably the greatest of the powers. Heavy indemnities would pay her bills, and her mild diplomacy would not be denied in future conclaves of the peoples. The emperor's decision, granting his character, could scarcely have been otherwise. He had raised a genie that he could not control. The blunders at Agadir and in the Balkans had been credited to him, for if he claimed Germany's successes as personal achievements, he must also take the blame of her failures. He saw his position imperiled, and half from fear and half from wounded vanity, inclined his ear to those who clamored for violence. But the right occasion must be found. Austria was straining at the leash, for the result of the Balkan campaigns had given her good cause to fear for the foundations of her rickety dominion. The ink was barely dry on the Treaty of Bucharest when she proposed to Italy to attack Serbia. Italy declined, and it is certain that Germany would in any case have forbidden this piece of brigandage, for she saw that the coming war must be skillfully stage-managed, and must be represented to her people and to the world as a war of defense. Besides, the widening of the Kiel Canal, on which her naval strategy depended, would not be completed till the following summer. She did not wish to force the struggle by any sudden violence on her part. Her rulers had resolved to fight, and to fight before France and Russia were ready. There were therefore limits to their period of waiting, but they were confident that at no distant date they would find the kind of pretext they required. Meantime, Secretly and patiently, they prepared the ground. During the first months of 1914, there were many discussions among the statesmen of the Central Powers, of which only faint echoes have reached the world. Steps taken by certain financial houses, especially connected with German and Austrian state business, as early as May of that year, point to a premonition based on some hints from exalted quarters. The German mind was excited by a calumnious press campaign against Russia and France, while the anxiety of Britain was lulled by Pacific declarations. And then suddenly, on the 28th of June, came the news from Sarajevo, and the time of waiting was ended. End of Chapter 2, Part 4. Chapter 3, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Breaking of the Barriers, June 28 to August 4, 1914. At first, the Sarajevo tragedy seemed destined to be only a 9-day wonder. The victims were hurried into their graves. The coffins were borne through Vienna by night. The service in the Neuve Chapelle was short and perfunctory. The burial in the rain at the castle of Amsterdam might have been the funeral of a minor noble, and the stately ceremonial which marked the sepulture of the Habsburgs was wholly omitted. The murderers went through a lengthy and farcical trial, as a result of which the two principals, Princip and Gabrinovich, escaped the death penalty, while several obscure accessories were hung. But though the dead Archduke and his wives seemed to be speedily forgotten, the press and the politicians of Vienna and Budapest exploited the murders to the utmost for their own ends. Throughout almost every land they found a ready sympathy. The crime had been most shocking and barbarous, and left the worst impression upon the world which had not forgotten the tragic end of King Milan and Queen Draga. The complicity of the Serbian government was assumed in many quarters, and even the better instructed, who had no special love for Austria, were ready to admit that she had here a genuine grievance. She might be reactionary and inept, but across the Danube was a movement which threatened the integrity of her dominions and her very existence as a great power. No state could be expected to forego the right of self-preservation. The public opinion of Western Europe would have been on her side had she demanded from Serbia the most stringent guarantees for the future. But the public opinion of Western Europe did not probe the matter very deep. France and Britain were at the moment desperately involved in their own domestic affairs. Russia, alone of the Entente, was from the first seriously perturbed. In a later chapter we shall consider her internal condition. Here we are concerned only with her foreign policy. That policy was, from the nature of her interests, essentially pacific. She desired no extension of territory, for her need was intensive development. But as the greatest Slav power, she recognized certain obligations to the Slav peoples beyond her borders. She could not allow the little Balkan states to be swallowed up in a Teutonic advance towards the Bosphorus, and as the protector of the Greek Church, she was obliged to resent any ill treatment of Orthodox believers in other lands. She had, as a people, no bellicose aims, and could be drawn into war only in 3 contingencies: an assault upon a Slav nationality, the persecution of the Greek Church outside her frontiers, or an attack upon her ally France. The second had been long a source of uneasiness to her statesmen, and the first was suddenly brought into prominence by the events of Sarajevo. She was gravely shocked by the crime, and advised Serbia to accept with a good grace all possible Austrian demands. What these might be, no man outside Austria-Hungary and Germany knew for the better part of a month. The reports from the different embassies were conflicting, but there were two omnibus signs. One was the inspired truculence of the Austrian press, which seemed bent on inflaming popular opinion. The other was the cryptic speeches of the German ambassador in Vienna, Herr von Tiersky, who proclaimed to all whom he met that now Austria must settle with Serbia once and forever. On the 5th day of July, a meeting was held at Potsdam, at which the situation was discussed, and the outline of the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia decided upon. In spite of denials, it is beyond question that the meeting took place. We know that the Emperor was there, and the Imperial Chancellor and Timmerman from the Foreign Office. And we know that an autograph letter from the Emperor Francis Joseph presented to the Emperor that morning by the Austrian ambassador was discussed, and that the result of the deliberations was to promise German support to Austria in the most peremptory and extreme demands upon Serbia. Some suspicion of what was coming was in the mind of the Russian government, for M. Sazonov, the foreign minister, sometime before 6th July, sent for Count Tchernin, the Austrian charge d'affaires, and warned him that any unreasonable attitude taken up by his country to Serbia could not leave Russia indifferent. On the 6th, the German emperor left for his usual summer yachting trip in Norwegian waters, a trip which had the double advantage of advertising to the world the remoteness of Germany from a Balkan squabble and of getting a difficult personage off the scene. Next day, there was a cabinet council in Vienna to consider the report of the Austrian ambassador to Berlin on the interview with the emperor on the 5th. The assurance that Germany was behind them in the bellicose policy encouraged the ministers under the guidance of Count Berchtold to present to Serbia an impossible ultimatum and risk the consequences. Only one voice, that of Count Tisza, was raised in opposition. He foresaw that the conflict would spread and deprecated the optimism of his light-hearted colleagues. A week later, Herr von Weissner, who had been sent by Vienna to Sarajevo to report on the murders, wired to his government that the complicity of Serbia was proved by nothing and cannot even be suspected. The views of this honest witness were disregarded. On the 19th, as we know from Titze's admissions, a joint conference was held of Austrian and Hungarian ministers, and the text of the ultimatum was framed. At this conference, no representative of Germany was present, but that Germany at this early date was cognizant of the terms of the document is clear beyond possibility of doubt. Her government avoided seeing the final text before presentation so that they might deny previous knowledge, but the denial was a quibble, for they were fully informed from the start as to its substance. Dr. Müllon, then a director of Krebs, learned from Dr. Helfferich, then a director of the Deutsche Bank, the main provisions of the ultimatum about the 15th of July, and was told, moreover, the very day on which it was to be presented at Belgrade. There seems at the time to have been some nervousness in the circles of German high finance about the wisdom of giving carte blanche to Austria, lest the fumbling hands of Vienna should bungle the business. But the final evidence is in the letter from Count von Lerchenfeld, the Bavarian minister in Berlin, to his chief Count Hörtling at Munich. This document, which was written on the 18th of July, contains the following sentences. The step which the cabinet in Vienna has resolved to take in Belgrade, namely the delivery of the note, will take place on the 25th July. Action has been postponed until this juncture because of the desire to await M. Poincarus and M. Viviani's departure from St. Petersburg, in order to make it difficult for the Entente to arrive at an understanding and to counteract. In Vienna, until then, a show of peaceful disposition is to be made. It is obvious that, Serbia cannot accept such conditions, which are inconsistent with her dignity as an independent state. The consequence must, therefore, be war. It is absolutely agreed here that Austria should take advantage of this favorable moment, even at the risk of further complications. The opinion here is general that it is Austria's hour of fate. For this reason, in reply to inquiry from Vienna, the declaration was immediately made here that any action upon which Austria may resolve will be agreed to, even at the risk of war with Russia. The free hand which was given to Count Berchtolds, chef de cabinet, Count Hoyos, who arrived in Berlin to deliver the detailed memorandum, was so extensive that the Austrian government was authorized to negotiate with Bulgaria regarding her joining the Triple Alliance. With reference to the Kaiser traveling in a foreign country, and the Chief of the General Staff and the Prussian War Minister being on furlough, the imperial government will declare that it was as much surprised as the other powers by Austrian action. Rarely has a conspiracy been more fully exposed. Germany at once took secret steps which in any other land would have been the equivalent of mobilization. As early as July 21st, she ordered the recall of certain classes of reservists, then of German officers in Switzerland, and on the 25th she strengthened the Metz garrison. Meantime, M. Sazonov, unaware that the thing was already beyond argument, directed the Russian representative in Vienna on the 22nd to warn Austria against unreasonable claims on Serbia. A few days before, he had told the German ambassador in Petrograd, Count Butelat, that while Russia earnestly desired peace, she could not admit that Austria had any more right to blame Serbia for pan-Slavonic agitation within Austrian borders. Then she would have to charge Germany or Italy with the responsibility for exciting pan-German and pan-Italian propaganda. This warning shows that M. Sazonov saw where the danger lay. If the Sarajevo crime was made the sole matter in dispute, Serbia, having clean hands, could go very far in compliance. But if the whole Southern Slav question were to be raised, the difficulties might well be insurmountable. On Thursday, the 23rd of July, 2 days before von Lengenfeld's date, the Austro-Hungarian government presented its ultimatum to Belgrade. To all the world except the Teutonic powers, it came as a veritable thunderbolt. The lengthy document contained a number of drastic demands, devised partly as a reparation for the Sarajevo murders and partly as a safeguard for the future. A reply was requested within 48 hours, that is, by 6 o'clock on the evening of Saturday, the 25th. The matter in dispute was not the Archduke's death, which was treated as only the last of a long chain of grievances. Austria asked not for Serbia's cooperation in punishing the assassins, but for her degradation to the position of a vassal state. She took credit for her moderation because she did not seek any surrender of territory. In reality, she demanded the submission of all Serbia to her protectorate. She had chosen her moments cunningly. While a reply was pending, each capital of the Entente was in the throes of a domestic crisis and had little leisure to grapple with the new peril in the east. Petrograd was paralyzed by a huge strike and had barricades in her streets. Paris was in the midst of the trial of Madame Caillaux for the murder of Monsieur Calmet, and absorbed in what promised to be the worst political scandal since the Dreyfus case. To add to the confusion, President, Premier, and Foreign Minister were at the moment absent from France. In Britain, the Buckingham Palace Conference on the Ulster question broke down on the 24th, and to many people there seemed no way out of the tangle but civil war. Faced with this crisis, Serbia appealed to Russia. Meantime, certain significant events had happened. The German ambassadors at Paris, London, and Petrograd called upon the French, British, and Russian foreign ministers and announced that Germany, though she had had no previous knowledge of it, approved the form and substance of the Austrian note, adding that if the quarrel between Serbia and Austria were not localized, dangerous friction might ensue between the Triple Entente and the Triple Alliance. What was the meaning of this curious act, in which Germany first publicly arrayed herself behind the dual monarchy? Monsieur Jules at the moment thought that the German and Austrian governments believed that a bold bluff would paralyze Russia, as in 1908. But Monsieur Sazonov's handling of the situation thus far had given them no ground for such a delusion. Nevertheless, at the time both Yago and Chiersky were busy assuring their fellow diplomats that the storm would blow past and that the peace of Europe was not really endangered. We can only set it down as part of the game which had been agreed on. Optimism about peace would have to convince the world that Germany was honestly in favor of a reasonable settlement, and would make it easier to put aside with fair words any later proposals to avert that war on which she was resolved. The foreign ministers of Russia and France were not deceived, and if Sir Edward Grey was less clear, he seems to have shared the uncertainty with Prince Lichnowsky himself. On the latest suggestion, he advised Serbia to make such a reply as would prevent Austria from taking summary action. He advised Monsieur Sazonov to request from Vienna an extension of the 48 hours limit. The Russian minister was anxious that Britain should at once declare her union with Russia and France in the event of war, arguing logically enough that if Germany were bluffing, such an action would expose the bluff, and that if she were in earnest, sooner or later Britain would be drawn into the struggle. But at the time, with Britain profoundly ignorant of the whole question, such a course would have been impossible for a British statesman. On the morning of the 25th, Austria refused to extend the time limit, and that evening at 5:45, Serbia made her reply. She had followed exactly Russia's counsel. She had gone to the extreme limit of complaisance and accepted substantially all the Austrian demands, with two reservations, on which she asked for reference to the Hague Tribunal. These concerned Articles 5 and 6 of the Note. Article 5 required her to accept the collaboration in Serbia of representatives of the Austro-Hungarian government in the suppression of the subversive movement directed against the territorial integrity of the monarchy. Serbia replied that she did not clearly understand this request, but would admit such collaboration as agreed with the principles of international law and her own criminal procedure. Article 6 asked for judicial proceedings against the accessories to the Sarajevo plot, in which police officials of the Austro-Hungarian government should take part so far as the preliminary inquiries were concerned. Serbia replied that she could not accept this, as it would be a violation of her constitution, though she was willing that the details of any investigation she conducted should be laid before the Austrian agents. Obviously, in this contention, she was right. The complete acceptance of the Austrian demands would have meant that she surrendered her independent nationality and her privileges as a sovereign state, and that Austria extended her authority to the Greek and Bulgarian frontiers. The note was in the nature of a rhetorical question. It did not expect an answer. Had Serbia yielded on every point, another note would no doubt have followed in still more exorbitant terms, for Austria was determined to pick a quarrel. At 5:45 on the Saturday evening, Monsieur Pasic, the Serbian Prime Minister, delivered the answer in person at the Austrian legation. It may be doubted whether that answer was read. He had scarcely returned to his office ere he received a message that the reply was unsatisfactory, and at 6:30 p.m. or 45 minutes after the receipt of the Serbian answer, Baron Giesel and his staff left Belgrade. 2 days later, the Viennese government published a manifesto explaining why they rejected Serbia's offer, perhaps the weakest state paper ever issued to the world. Austria at this juncture did not play her cards with skill. She had written her purpose so large that even the dullest could read it. Meantime, Serbia took thought for the future. She transferred the seat of government to Niš, for Belgrade was under the Austrian frontier guns, and that evening gave the order for a general mobilization. The dual monarchy mobilized at once its corps in Hungary, Central Austria, and Bosnia-Dalmatia, 8 completely and 4 partially, a total of 500,000 men, and moved them towards the Serbian border. Next day, Sunday the 26th, there began that feverish week of diplomatic effort which constitutes as dramatic an episode as modern annals can show. The chief part was played by the British Foreign Secretary, whose labors for peace up till the last moment were of incalculable value in establishing the honesty of purpose of the Entente in the eyes of neutral peoples. His first step was to approach Germany, France, and Italy, with a view to calling a conference in London to mediate in the Austro-Serbian quarrel. M. Sazonov, too, on that day made another appeal to Vienna. Sir Edward Grey met with a cordial response from Paris and Rome, but from Berlin he was informed that Germany would have nothing to do with any conference. He returned to the charge and proposed that if the principle of mediation was accepted, Iago himself should suggest the lines on which it should be conducted. From Vienna, M. Sazonov received on the 28th a peremptory refusal to negotiate further with Serbia, and the announcement that that day Austria had declared war. Meantime, on the 26th, 2 incidents had happened, both of them with a direct bearing on the future course of events. There had been a riot in Dublin attended by loss of life, when troops of the King's own Scottish borderers had come into conflict with gun runners from the nationalist volunteers. To the German agents, and notably to Kuhlmann, one of the chief officials at the embassy, it seemed that civil war in Britain had begun. That evening, too, the German emperor, his Norwegian trip concluded, returned to Berlin. It would appear that the rapid action of Austria, now that it was an accomplished fact, compelled the civilian statesmen of Germany to reflect. They had determined upon war, but they did not wish to drop the mask of reasonableness, and a lingering prudence made them seek to limit the coming conflict. They must stand in the eyes of their own people and of the world as the aggrieved, not the aggressor. Above all, they wished to do nothing that might bring Britain into the arena against them. At the same time, owing to the reports of Count Porteles, the most foolish figure in the not very brilliant German corps diplomatique, they seem to have imagined that Russia would not fight under any circumstances, and the same delusion was strong in Vienna. Accordingly, they adopted the pose of trying to moderate Austria's precipitation. On the evening of the 28th, the Imperial Chancellor sent for the British ambassador and opened his heart to him. His view was that the quarrel with Serbia was purely Austria's business, with which Russia had no concern. He could not accept the conference suggested by Sir Edward Grey, for that would look like sitting in judgment on sovereign powers. But a war among the great powers must be avoided, and he was very willing to cooperate with Britain to this end. He was anxious for direct negotiations between Vienna and Petrograd, and was advising Vienna accordingly. We know from other sources what this advice was. He told Austria not to refuse further conversations, to seize Serbian territory as a guarantee, but to explain to Russia that she did not intend permanent annexation. In this there was no hint of concession. The impossible Austrian demands remained, and Serbia, though not annexed, would still be brought into a state of vassalage. The action was part of the elaborate hypocrisy by which Germany hoped to mislead Britain. The imperial chancellor wished it to be known that he was attempting to restrain Vienna, but he concealed the details of his feeble persuasion. On the afternoon of the 29th, Sir Edward Grey very seriously and courteously warned Prince Michnowski of the dangerous waters to which Germany was steering. The situation was very grave. While it was restricted to the issues at present actually involved, we had no thought of interfering in it. But if Germany became involved in it, and then France, the issue might be so great that it would involve all European interests, and I did not wish him to be misled by the friendly tone of our conversations, which I hoped might continue, into thinking that we should stand aside. The center of interest now moves for the moment to Russia. On Wednesday the 29th, after Austria's declaration of war on Serbia, orders were given for a partial Russian mobilization, affecting the districts of Kiev, Odessa, Moscow, and Kazan, which were nearest to Austria. That day, the bombardment of Belgrade began. The German High Sea Fleet had been recalled from Norway. Belgium had taken certain military steps in self-defense, and in the British fleet, all maneuver leave had been cancelled and concentration was proceeding. It was the beginning of the final stage of the crisis, and its 24 hours passed in such a tension as Europe had never known. The two storm centers that day were in Petrograd and Berlin. On the evening of the 28th, 40 hours after his return, the German Emperor dispatched a telegram to the Tsar. Hitherto, they had been on terms of intimacy, had addressed each other by pet names in their correspondence, and at various times the Hohenzollern had advised his brother monarch how to establish a reverence for autocracy by devices little suited to the Romanov temperament. He now appealed to their old friendship and the common interest of kings in punishing the murder of those in high places and stamping out anarchy. At 1 p.m. on the 29th, the Tsar replied, begging the Emperor to restrain Austria from going too far, since in Russia, the indignation which I share is tremendous. That afternoon, the order went out for partial mobilization, though Sukhomlinov, the Minister of War, and Yanukovych, the Chief of the General Staff, considered that, in view of the threatening outlook, the mobilization should be general. Immediately afterwards, Monsieur Sazonov had an interview with Count Puteles. That light-witted diplomat, who had just had news of the mobilization, adopted a hectoring tone. He reminded Sazonov that Austria was Germany's ally, and that any threat to the former could not leave the latter unaffected. There was a second interview at 7 p.m., when he produced a telegram from Bethmann Hove, which, as interpreted by him, announced that any further military preparation by Russia would compel Germany to mobilize, and that meant war. Count Puteles had presented Russia with an ultimatum. Monsieur Sazonov was gravely perturbed. The Russian partial mobilization against Austria had begun, and Germany was about to make this a casus belli. It seemed to him that nothing was now left but to prepare on the full scale for war. He consulted Sukhomlinov and Yanukovych and found them of the same mind. They had already acted on their own initiative and issued secret instructions for general mobilization. It was a highly improper act, however patriotic the motives, but it is not difficult to understand their reasoning. The partial mobilization did not affect the biggest army group, that of Warsaw, which for 200 miles lay along the Galicia frontier, and if war with Austria was inevitable, then this group must be set in motion at once. Nevertheless, their duplicity had involved the innocent foreign minister in a misstatement of facts to Count Puteles. After 7 p.m., however, Monsieur Sazonov became a convert to their view, and sometime about 8 p.m., the Tsar reluctantly consented to the general mobilization. Presently arrived a telegram from the German Emperor framed in more conciliatory terms than Count Boutelet's blunt declaration. The Tsar replied in the same tone, and being now in a state of painful indecision, telephoned to Sukhomlinov, bidding him countermand the general mobilization. But that had been proceeding swiftly for many hours and could not be stopped. Sukhomlinov, thoroughly frightened, informed his master that his orders were technically impossible to carry out, and begged him to consult the chief of the general staff. Yanukovych, on being obliged to, gave the same answer, but was told that the imperial decision was final. The two confederates were in despair, for not only had their disobedience brought them to a hopeless impasse, but from the point of view of policy, the Tsar's command was absurd. The German Emperor's telegram in no way altered the situation. His grievance was against any military measure which can be construed as a menace to Austria-Hungary, and this applied equally to a partial mobilization. Sukhomlinov and Yanukovych resolved to ignore the imperial order and to let the general mobilization continue, but there was little rest that night for their uneasy heads. While these conversations were proceeding, Count Boutelet was reflecting on his recent interview with the foreign minister, and beginning to wonder whether he had not gone too far. In the small hours, he called on Monsieur Sazonov and asked if there were any conditions on which Russia would suspend her mobilization, promising to dispatch them at once to Berlin. He was told that if Austria removed from her ultimatum the points which violated the sovereign rights of Serbia, Russia would stop all military preparations. This was telegraphed to the Wilhelmstrasse, but neither the indecision of Nicholas nor the second thoughts of Count Boutelet had any longer much meaning. For that night in the German capital, an irrevocable conclusion had been reached. Sometime between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. on the 29th, the Emperor met his military and political chiefs at Potsdam. The partial Russian mobilization was known to the conference, and on that they resolved on war against Russia, and, as a corollary, against France. But before publishing the declaration, they decided to make a strong bid for British neutrality. The Imperial Chancellor motored back to Berlin and sent for the British ambassador. Sir Edward Caution's dispatch gives the gist of the strange conversation which followed. He said that it was clear, so far as he was able to judge the main principles that governed British policy, that Great Britain would never stand by and allow France to be crushed in any conflict there might be. That, however, was not the object at which Germany aimed. Provided that the neutrality of Great Britain were certain, every assurance would be given to the British government that the imperial government aimed at no territorial acquisitions at the expense of France should they prove victorious in any war that might ensue. I questioned His Excellency about the French colonies, and he said that he was unable to give a similar undertaking in that respect. As regards Holland, however, His Excellency said that so long as Germany's adversaries respected the integrity and neutrality of the Netherlands, Germany was ready to give His Majesty's government an assurance that she would do likewise. It depended upon the action of France what operations Germany might be forced to enter upon in Belgium. But when the war was over, Belgian integrity would be respected if she had not sided against Germany. With this amazing proposal, the troubled day of Wednesday the 29th closed. Britain had been offered complicity by Germany on insulting terms, that she should suffer France to be stripped of her colonies without protests, and that the neutrality of Belgium guaranteed by Germany and Britain should be respected only when the war was over. Sir Edward Grey was moved to honorable wrath. and early on the morning of the 30th replied in words which could not be misconstrued. He rejected utterly the imperial chancellor's suggestion that Britain should bind herself to a disgraceful neutrality. He appealed once more to Germany to work with him to preserve the peace of Europe, and he concluded with the expression of a hope which at the moment seemed to the world a vague academic idea, but which the rigor of war was to make a living reality. I will say this: if the peace of Europe can be preserved and the present crisis safely passed, my one endeavor will be to promote some arrangement to which Germany could be a party, by which she could be assured that no aggressive or hostile policy would be pursued against her or her allies by France, Russia, and ourselves, jointly or separately. I have desired this and worked for it as far as I could through the late Buchan crisis, and Germany having a corresponding object, our relations sensibly improved. The idea has hitherto been too utopian to form the subject of definite proposals, but if this present crisis, so much more acute than any that Europe has gone through for generations, be safely passed, I am hopeful that the relief and reaction which will follow may make possible some more definite rapprochement between the powers than has been possible hitherto. It was one of the ironies of that week that these wise words should have been addressed to Germany when she had already girt herself for illimitable conquests. 2 hours after the break-up of the Imperial Council at Potsdam, the Emperor sent a telegram to the Tsar, which placed on the latter the entire weight of decision. If Russia mobilized against Austria, mediation was impossible. Presently came the information from Berlin that Germany refused to forward to Vienna the formula agreed on with Count Puteles at his final interview. There was other news of military preparations in Germany, of the movements of Austrian corps to Galicia, and of the continued bombardment of Belgrade. Monsieur Sazonov went to Tsarskoye Selo and convinced the Tsar that there was no alternative to general mobilization, so that the anticipatory acts of Shugamninov and Yanukovych could at last be regularized. Meantime, Germany did not act at once on the decision of the Potsdam Council. She was waiting for Britain's reply. Nervousness prevailed among her military chiefs, lest at the last moment the cup should be dashed from their lips. They breathed more freely when the Berlin Lokalanzeiger published at noon what purported to be a decree mobilizing the whole German army and fleet. It was presently contradicted officially, and the copies of the journal seized, but the announcement had done its work. Telegraphed to Petrograd, it overcame the last remnants of indecision in the mind of the Tsar, who thereupon signed the decree for the general mobilization. That was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Germany had no need for hurry. She had already taken steps which elsewhere would have covered all the preliminary work of mobilization. It needed only the touching of a button to set her great machine in motion. But in order to delude the world, she was anxious that this final pressure should be subsequent to the official mobilization of her opponents, that on them the responsibility might appear to lie. That day, on which all hope of peace between Germany and Russia disappeared, saw a certain wavering on the part of Austria. For the statesmen of Vienna seemed suddenly to have realized that Russia was prepared to fight. Count Berchtold instructed the Austrian ambassador in Petrograd to open conversations again with Monsieur Sazonov and used certain remarkable phrases. Austria, he said, did not desire to infringe the sovereignty of Serbia, but to win guarantees for her own future security. She had mobilized only against Serbia, and had not moved a single man of the 1st, 10th, and 11th Corps, which were next to Russia. If Russia ordered a general mobilization, Austria must follow suit, but he especially laid it down that This measure did not imply any attitude of hostility towards Russia, but was exclusively a necessary countermeasure against the Russian mobilization. This was a very different attitude from anything hitherto revealed. Count Berchtold for the first time spoke of respecting the sovereign rights of Serbia, which was the point in dispute, though he still stuck to the unfortunate ultimatum. More important still, he showed that, unlike Germany, he did not regard mobilization, even a general mobilization, as shutting the door on peace. That day too, a telegram was sent to Gierski by Bethmann Howick advising Austria to continue to negotiate with Petrograd. The message was so wholly out of tune with the other German deeds and declarations of this stage that it is difficult to believe that its purpose was other than propagandist. It was drafted with the hope of deceiving Britain as to the real responsibility, and to this end was published in an English paper on August 1st. Sir Edward Grey, though the sky was swiftly darkening, had not yet lost hope. He still clung to his own proposal that Austria should occupy Belgrade as a guarantee and then allow Europe to mediate between herself, Russia, and Serbia. He had spoken in this strain to Lichnowsky on the 29th, but he received from Berlin only vague replies. His suggestion was accepted by Monsieur Sazonov, a great concession, for it meant that Russia was prepared to negotiate while Austrian troops were on Serbian soil. Obviously, there might be a violent difference of opinion between Austria and the Entente as to what constituted a violation of Serbia's sovereign rights. But there was one element of real hope in the situation. The mobilizations and counter-mobilizations had produced an impasse, but Count Berchtold had announced that he did not regard mobilization as necessarily implying war. To Sir Edward Grey's anxious eyes, there seemed, even at this 11th hour, a chance of peace. Germany thought likewise and promptly took steps to shatter it. Before we leave the 30th, we must notice two other events of that day. Prince Henry of Prussia sent a telegram to King George in which he urged that the only hope of peace was that Britain should induce Russia and France to remain neutral. He referred to a verbal message given him when in England by the king, which the German emperor in his telegram to President Wilson a few days later alleged to have contained an assurance that Britain would be neutral even though Germany, Austria, France, and Russia went to war. It need hardly be said that no such message was ever given. On receiving Prince Henry's telegram, King George replied, urging the emperor to accept Sir Edward Grey's formula. It was the beginning of a telegraphic correspondence between the two monarchs, which was no more than an expression of hopes and goodwill, and was without influence on the course of events. The second incident was of supreme importance. That day, Monsieur Paul Gambon, the French ambassador, called on Sir Edward Grey and reminded him of two letters written in November 1912, in which he had pledged himself, if the peace of Europe should be threatened, to discuss the attitude of Britain's policy in regard to the position of France. Monsieur Gambon asked in effect for an assurance that, if war came, Britain would cast in her lot with France and Russia. Sir Edward Grey agreed to lay the matter before the cabinet on the following day. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. We come now to the morning of Friday the 31st. The British cabinet met and decided that they could not yet guarantee the intervention of Britain. Monsieur Gambon was informed that the government intended to take steps forthwith to obtain from Germany and France an undertaking to respect Belgian neutrality, and must wait for the situation to develop. Sir Edward Grey, reasonably on the information before him, still clung to the hope which the more pacific attitude of Austria had given him. He was also uncertain about his countrymen. As he wrote to the British ambassador at Paris, "Nobody here feels that in this dispute, so far as it has yet gone, British treaties or obligations are involved. Feeling is quite different from what it was during the Morocco question. That crisis involved a dispute directly involving France, whereas in this case France is being drawn into a dispute which is not hers." This was undoubtedly, at the moment, a correct reading of British opinion. Its long insensitiveness to foreign politics had unfitted it to read the signs now written large on the skies. High conservative finance and the extreme radical press were at one in their determination to avoid war. Again, if the Foreign Secretary was uncertain about his countrymen, he was not less uncertain about his colleagues. 6 men in the cabinet saw where events were tending unless a miracle intervened. These were the Prime Minister, Lord Haldane, Sir Edward Grey, Lord Crewe, Mr. McKenna, and Mr. Churchill. The others were ignorant, puzzled, and angry, and the left wing was making ready, in the event of the Six voting for war, to lead a campaign for non-intervention in which they believed they would have overwhelming popular support. The government of late had not been well agreed, and an active faction welcomed the chance of cutting loose from the bondage of the Whigs. In the circumstances, Sir Edward Grey could scarcely have done otherwise than he did. His enforced caution had no effect on German policy. Had he published that day the news of a military alliance between Britain and France, Germany would not have swerved one hair's breadth from a plan. About midday on the 31st, the news reached Berlin that Russia had ordered a general mobilization. It was the cue for which she had been waiting. It is clear from the Imperial Chancellor's conversation that morning with Sir Edward Buchan that Germany had resolved to act immediately on the decision of the Imperial Council of the 29th, now that Britain had been sounded and, as he hoped, placed in the wrong. But the news at noon exactly served his purpose. The Emperor decreed a Kriegsgefallzustand, a state of danger of war, which meant the introduction of martial law and the perfecting of the military machine, so that it only needed Locke's famous Mobile Krieg to set it in motion. In every other country, it would have been understood as, in the fullest sense, a general mobilization. An ultimatum was at once sent to Petrograd, and at midnight on the 31st, Count Puteles notified M. Samsonov that if within 12 hours, that is, by midday on Saturday, August 1st, Russia did not demobilize against Austria as well as Germany, his government would be compelled to order German mobilization. At the same time, something in the nature of an ultimatum was sent to France. She was asked whether she intended to remain neutral in a Russo-German war, and a reply was demanded within 18 hours, that is, by 1 o'clock next day. Baron von Schuen saw Monsieur Viviani at 7 that evening, and the brusqueness of the request lost nothing from the ambassador's manner. It was clearly necessary for Germany to hurry on the breach with France, for all her military dispositions contemplated that the first blow should be struck in the West, and it would be fatal to be implicated in a Russian campaign with France still undecided. She knew very well what answer France would give to her truculent interrogatory. Within a few hours, Germany had cleared the air, she had made war with France and Russia inevitable, and had put an end to the temporizing of her Austrian ally. That the later danger was real is shown by the fact that sometime that day, Count Berchtold instructed the Austrian ambassador in Petrograd to deal with Russia on the broadest base possible, and to open the discussion on the terms of the note to Serbia. It is hard to believe that this change of tone was merely part of the game of hypocrisy. For with Germany declaring war, these concessions could only weaken the justification for such a war in the eyes of the world. But now and henceforward, the doings of Austria have no significance. The conduct of affairs had been taken into stronger hands. That day, the King of England received two messages. One was from the Emperor William, in which it was made clear that Germany regarded herself as committed to war with Russia. The other was from the President of the French Republic, in which, while admitting that Britain was under no formal obligation, he appealed to her to declare herself on the side of France as the one hope of preserving peace. From all the information which reaches me, it would seem that war would be inevitable if Germany were convinced that the British government would not intervene in a conflict in which France might be engaged. If, on the other hand, Germany were convinced that the Entente would be affirmed in case of need, even to the extent of taking the field side by side, there would be the greatest chance that peace would remain unbroken. We know now that that chance had already gone, but Monsieur Pontcarré's message is proof, if proof were needed, of the earnest desire of France to avert war. King George, after consulting his ministers, replied on the following morning with the same answer which Sir Edward Grey had given to Monsieur Paul Capon. There was still a faint hope of peace, and till that had gone, the pledge asked for could not be given. But before many hours had passed, the hope had vanished even from the mind of the British cabinet. That weekend was such as no one then living had ever known. For so widespread a sense of foundations destroyed, and a world turned topsy-turvy, we must go back to the days of the French Revolution. In Britain, the markets went to pieces. The bank rate rose on the Saturday to 10%, and the stock exchange was closed. An air of great and terrible things impending impressed the most casual spectator. Crowds hung about telegraph offices and railway stations. Men stood in the streets in little groups. There was not much talking, but many spells of tense silence. The country was uneasy. It feared war. It was beginning to realize the immensity of the crisis, and another feeling was appearing, scarcely reckoned with by the government, a fear of a dishonorable peace. In Berlin, where the news was no novelty to the inner circle, an interesting performance was being enacted. With adroit stage management, the incidents of 1870 were repeated. In the middle of the week, the populace had gone mad with war fever, in spite of the famine of coin and the rapid advance in food prices. Wherever the emperor appeared, he was greeted with wild enthusiasm. On the Thursday, feeling quieted down when it was believed that Russia had given in. But on the declaration of a state of danger of war, the fever broke out again. The approaches to the palace were crowded at all hours. Thrilling religious services were held, singing and shouting mobs filled the streets, until the order came afternoon on Saturday for the general mobilization. That solemnized Berlin. Anxious women took the place of noisy maficures, and the capital, calming her nerves, prepared for a great struggle. If Germany failed, it was on her gates that the conqueror would beat. Saturday, August the 1st, opened with a misunderstanding between Prince Lichnowsky and Sir Edward Grey. The German ambassador understood a question directed to him as to whether Germany would remain neutral if France did the same, as meaning whether Germany would keep from attacking France. He consulted Berlin and promptly received an answer in the affirmative. But Sir Edward Grey asked for German neutrality also towards Russia, and this was of course refused. During the day, the time limit of the two ultimatums expired. At noon, war began between Germany and Russia. At 11 a.m., Baron von Schoen was instructed, if France promised neutrality, to ask for stringent guarantees, no less than the temporary cession of the great border fortresses of Toul and Verdun, a demand which would have been refused. But the need did not arise for this harsh condition. Monsieur Viviani seems not to have left it in doubt what course his country would take. But the German ambassador departed without asking for his passports. He knew that the German mobilization was due that afternoon, and that the inevitable French counter-mobilization would give his masters all the pretext they required. Besides, they wanted to get the benefit of their surprise invasion of Luxembourg and Belgium before formally declaring war on France. Just after midday, Germany issued the order for general mobilization. At 3:40 that afternoon, France followed suit. Her troops were instructed not to go nearer the German frontier than 10 kilometers, and to avoid any semblance of provocation. In starting her war machine, she was already 48 hours behind Germany. We must now turn our attention to Belgium, which for the rest of the weekend took first place in the world's eyes. On the 19th of April 1839, a treaty was signed in London by Austria, France, Prussia, Britain, Russia, and Holland, under which Belgium was recognized as an independent and perpetually neutral state, and her neutrality guaranteed by the first 5 signatories. For long the main danger was looked for from France, and it was Bismarck's revelation of the proposal made by Napoleon III that he should be allowed to annex Belgium on certain terms, which did much to turn British opinion against the French Emperor in 1870. In that year, Britain asked both the combatants their intentions towards Belgium, and both pledged themselves not to allow their troops to cross the Belgian frontier, while Britain engaged to declare war at once on the offender. After 1870, the menace seemed to come from the new German Empire. But both France and Germany showed themselves eager to make certain that the Belgian defenses were strong enough to prevent a surprise attack by either power. The inviolability of Belgian territory was also of acute interest to Britain, and in 1906 the British military attaché at Brussels, Colonel Bernardiston, had an exchange of views with the chief of the Belgian General Staff as to the measures which Britain would take as guarantor should Belgian neutrality be infringed by Germany. Such a step was perfectly in order, and was indeed no more than Germany had taken in May 1875. In 1912, after the Agadir crisis, Lieutenant Colonel Bridges had a similar conversation, and Sir Edward Grey, in order to clear up any misunderstanding, expressly disclaimed any intention on Britain's part to land troops in Belgium, unless the latest integrity had already been violated. Germany, as late as the spring of 1913, apparently held to her treaty obligations, for on 29th April of that year, her Minister of War declared in the Reichstag, Belgium plays no part in the causes which justified the proposed reorganization of the German military system. Germany will not lose sight of the fact that Belgium is guaranteed by international treaty. This undertaking was repeated in the same debate by Jago. Belgium had therefore been for some years in a condition of jealous watchfulness, determined to defend her integrity against all the guaranteeing powers without discrimination, nervous especially about Germany's doings, but not without twinges of anxiety concerning France. Her position made her a close student of European affairs, and she viewed with profound disquiet Austria's ultimatum to Serbia. On the 29th of July, she mobilized her army and put her forts in a state of defense. As soon as the German state of danger of war was ordered, Sir Edward Grey, remembering the Imperial Chancellor's words to Sir Edward Buchan on the night of the 29th, asked the French and German governments for an assurance that they would respect the neutrality of Belgium so long as no other power violated it. he received from France at once the fullest assurance, but from Germany an ambiguous and disquieting answer. Jago said that he must consult the emperor and the imperial chancellor before replying, and that he was doubtful if he could answer at all, since any reply they might give could not but disclose a certain amount of their plan of campaign in the event of war ensuing. He added that his government considered that certain hostile acts had already been committed by Belgium. The stage was being set for a new version of the fable of the wolf and the lamb. With this news on the Saturday, Sir Edward Grey attended the meeting of the British cabinet. The situation was changing. Belgium was clearly threatened, and Belgium directly touched British interests and British honor. The cabinet resolved that Germany must be warned that here lay a clear cause of strife, unless the required pledge was given at once. Prince Lichnowsky, when he met the Foreign Secretary, asked whether if Germany promised not to invade Belgium, Britain would agree to remain neutral. Sir Edward Grey declined to commit himself. All I could say was that our attitude would be determined largely by public opinion here, and that the neutrality of Belgium would appeal very strongly to public opinion here. I did not think we could give a promise of neutrality on that condition alone. The ambassador's question was futile, for he was not in the confidence of his superiors. The invasion of Belgium had already been arranged down to the last field gun. On the morning of Sunday, 2nd August, came the first act of war. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, about the size of an English county, lies at the southeastern corner of Belgium, between the Ardennes and the river Moselle. It is a country of low ridges and meadowland, the junction point of 5 railway lines with important connections. The little state, which had a population less than Edinburgh, had long been in a position of disarmed neutrality under the protection of its powerful neighbors. A volunteer force of 150 men and the same number of gendarmes constituted its sole defense, and the city of Luxembourg, once reckoned the strongest fortress in Europe, had for half a century been dismantled. On the Sunday morning, the advance guard of the German Eighth Corps crossed the frontier by the bridges of Wasserbillig and Rigmig, and about 11 a.m. the inhabitants of the capital were surprised by the arrival of motor cars and an armored train containing the officers and men of the 29th Regiment. These seized the Adolf Bridge and demanded a right of passage through the duchy for the German army. A gendarme or two protested, and there was an end of it. Luxembourg was like the nest of a few mice in the path of the reaping machine, and could do nothing to stay the onset. By the afternoon, German covering troops from Treves were tramping along her eastern roads, and the railways were in German hands. That hot August Sunday saw movements elsewhere on the frontier. German cavalry patrols of the 16th Corps crossed the Alsatian border as far as the village of Jongeray, and had a brush with French pickets. A body of German dragoons entered the village of Suaz and took prisoner 9 French peasants. The same thing happened near the village of Rehab. Early next morning, before the declaration of war, there was a raid near Nunaville and a fight at Remerave with Yulon from Chateau Chalon. Even under this provocation, France behaved with scrupulous correctness and kept her covering troops more than 6 miles from the frontier. The Germans published broadcast official tales of French violations of German territory, but each was later proved a fabrication. They are too childish to be worth recounting here. The most important were later denied by Germany herself, and it was remarkable that while the falsehoods were being circulated, German statesmen were so badly coached that they did not all tell the same story. But the motive of this mendacious propaganda was clear. The German nation must be convinced that they were the aggrieved, not the aggressors, and the emperor must have a free hand in his maneuvers for positions. For under the imperial constitution, he could not declare war without the assent of the Bundesrat unless German territory were attacked. At 7 o'clock that evening came the celebrated ultimatum to Belgium. The views of Germany on the binding nature of treaties had not been concealed from the world. No people, so ran a famous saying of Bismarck's, should sacrifice its existence on the altar of fidelity to treaty, but should only go so far as suited its own interests. And throughout Trepske's writings, the doctrine is repeatedly preached. The statesman has no right to warm his hands at the smoking ruins of his fatherland with the pleased self-praise that he has never lied. That is merely a monkish virtue. And again, all treaties are written with the clause understood, so long as things remain as they are at present. We may admit some reason in the verbus sustentibus argument. It is easy to conceive a case where a treaty might be a purely antiquarian document, empty of reference to a living world, and adherence to it mere pedantry, because by universal consent it had been tacitly superseded. We may admit, too, that in certain circumstances there may be a moral duty of self-preservation in defiance of written law. But this situation was clear beyond casuistry. The guarantee of Belgian neutrality was as vital as on the day when it was given. It was the charter of Belgium's existence as a nation, and on it the other guaranteeing powers based their conduct. Nor was the national existence of Germany in danger except from her own arrogance. As her every act bore witness, she was deliberately setting forth on a campaign of conquest. A man protecting his own home against violence may be pardoned if he goes beyond the letter of the law, but not so the violator. The note presented to the Belgian foreign minister began by stating that Germany had received reliable news that the French intended to march on the line of the Meuse by Givet and Namur, and that Germany in self-defense must anticipate any such attack. This was a bold saying, considering that the whole of the French military scheme was based on an advance in the Alsace-Lorraine area, and that she had fatally neglected the Belgian border. The document went on to demand a passage through Belgium for German troops. If Belgium assented and maintained a benevolent neutrality, Germany undertook, at the conclusion of the war, to evacuate her territory and guarantee in full her independence. If she refused, Germany would be regretfully compelled to treat her as an enemy. The thunderbolt had fallen, and all that night the Belgian statesmen discussed the terms of their reply. Meanwhile, on that Sunday, things were moving faster in Britain. The naval reserves were called out, and a moratorium was proclaimed for the payment of bills of exchange other than checks. The cabinet met in the morning, and with the growth of anxiety about Belgium, the pacifist group began to lose ground. The most notable conversion now in progress was that of Mr. Lloyd George. His past reputation had been won as an opponent of war, and it was not easy for him to appear suddenly in a new role. Of all the ministers, he was probably the one least instructed in the intricacies of foreign affairs and in the true nature of the crisis. But the threatened outrage on a little people roused his anger, and his acute power of diagnosing the mind of his countrymen told him that, in this matter, popular feeling would soon be at fever heat. Belgium was to make of him an emotional convert to war, and for 3 years, long after the larger ambitions of Germany had been made abundantly clear, he continued to assert that Britain entered the struggle because of Belgium and Belgium alone. There could be no better commentary on the mental confusion of the majority of British ministers. That Sunday morning's cabinet, however, made an appreciable advance. It authorized Sir Edward Grey to assure Monsieur Paul Gambon that if the German fleet came into the Channel or through the North Sea to attack the French coast, the British Navy would give France all the protection in its power. This assurance was subject to the government receiving the support of Parliament, and did not bind Britain to move till the specified hostile action had taken place. The main value of the pledge was that it enabled France to settle her naval dispositions in the Mediterranean, where her fleet had long been concentrated. She was indeed in a most perilous case. She had depleted her Atlantic and Channel defenses in hope of Britain's alliance. Now she was at war, and Britain was not yet an ally. At any moment, a German fleet might appear on her western coasts. She had taken the desperate resolution to send Admiral Hui with a single cruiser squadron to engage the enemy in the Straits of Dover. That day the opposition took a step, highly creditable to themselves, which greatly strengthened Mr. Asquith's hands. The Unionist statesman, collected hurriedly from distant country houses, sent to the Prime Minister a note offering their unqualified support in any measures he might take on behalf of the honor and security of Britain and her allies. In the evening, after dinner, Sir Edward Grey and Lord Haldane, having received the news of the Belgian ultimatum, visited Mr. Asquith and explained to him their own decision, with which he concurred. It remained to be seen whether he could carry the cabinet and Parliament with him. If not, his course was resignation. The Prime Minister, after his fashion, when convinced at long last of the reality of a crisis, did not suffer from a divided mind. He empowered Lord Haldane to summon on his behalf the Army Council next morning and issue orders for mobilization. The battle of diplomacy was nearing its end, and Monday, 3rd August, saw throughout Europe a knitting of loose threads into the web of war. That day the Grand Duke Nicholas was appointed generalissimo of the Russian forces, and the first blow was struck in the east, a skirmish of outposts near Nibau. That day Germany declared war upon France. In Berlin itself, the chief preoccupation of the government seemed to be to secure that political unity which would be a strong shaft for the spearhead of the armies. The Social Democratic Party had just sent an envoy, one Hermann Müller, to confer with the French socialists in Paris. The latter told him that if France were attacked, they must either abstain or vote for the war credits. They could not vote against them. Müller replied that most German Social Democrats would prefer to vote against the credits, but if his French comrades abstained, his colleagues might do likewise. Presently, however, the whole situation changed. The Imperial Chancellor, who knew his men, received in private conference on 3rd August the leaders of the Reichstag groups, and that day the Social Democrats also met. The great majority of the latter, believing that Germany was being wantonly attacked, resolved to vote the war credits, and apparently influenced by fear of what they call the victory of Russian despotism. Next day, the whole group, including even Hasse and Bernstein and Karl Liebknecht, assented to the Chancellor's proposals. The rulers of Germany had not misread the temperament of their people. At 7 a.m. on the Monday morning, 12 hours after the ultimatum was presented, Belgium returned her answer. She intended at all costs to fulfill her international obligations and would offer vigorous resistance to any invader. The Belgian government, if they were to accept the proposals submitted to them, would sacrifice the honor of the nation and betray their duty towards Europe. Conscious of the part which Belgium had played for more than 80 years in the civilization of the world, They refuse to believe that her independence can be procured only at the price of the violation of her neutrality. If this hope is disappointed, they are firmly resolved to repel by all the means in their power every attack upon their rights. This bold defiance, delivered while Britain still seemed to hesitate, was like the sudden wind which sweeps a morning fog from the valleys. At the same hour, King Albert telegraphed to King George, making a supreme appeal for the diplomatic intervention of Britain to safeguard the integrity of his country. He had still a faint hope that the invader might hesitate if it was made clear that the crossing of the Belgian frontier meant instant war with Britain. That morning, the British cabinet met. It was a momentous occasion, for ministers were already in possession of the German ultimatum to Belgium, and while they sat came King Albert's personal appeal to King George. Mr. Churchill informed his colleagues that he had taken timely steps and that by that hour the whole sea power of Britain was in readiness for war. An hour before, Lord Haldane, acting for the Prime Minister at the War Office, had ordered the mobilization of the British Army, an act of incalculable importance at a time when every hour was vital. The governments were at the parting of the ways. The temper of the people was rising, and the hope of the pacifist section to lead a whirlwind campaign for peace was dwindling. The desperate case of Belgium had had a profound effect upon Mr. Lloyd George, and without him there could be no real opposition. Lord Morley, the last of the strict Victorians, and Mr. John Burns took the honourable course and resigned. They were men of an older world. War was to them so repugnant that no compulsion of fact could persuade them to be party to it. 10 of the others made a feeble attempt at revolt, and that they endeavoured to form a faction which they besought Lord Morley to lead. But the events of the afternoon persuaded them that the House of Commons and the nation were against them, and they yielded, whether convinced or unconvinced, to the dictates of political discretion. It is not the least of the comedies of history that the most fateful decision ever taken by a British cabinet was arrived at in the case of most of its members for mistaken or even for discreditable reasons. Sir Edward Grey prepared a telegram to Sir Edward Buchan demanding from Germany an immediate assurance that Belgian neutrality would be respected, and he informed the Belgian minister in London that a violation of Belgium would for Britain mean war. The views of the House of Commons had still to be ascertained. The day was a bank holiday, and during the afternoon at every post office in the country, crowds were waiting for the first news of Sir Edward Grey's speech. When it came, the sign of relief which went up from men who had most to lose by war showed how deep had been the national anxiety. The Foreign Secretary's statement that afternoon was such as only he could have made. It was the expression, in plain words without rhetoric or passion, of a most honest and peace-loving mind, which had left no channel of mediation unexplored, which had driven against every rebuff to avert calamity, and which now sadly but inevitably was forced towards war. He narrated the events of the past week and defined the part which, in his view, Britain must play. She was bound to Belgium by the most sacred treaty obligations. She was not bound to France by any actual defensive or offensive alliance, though her government had anticipated that joint action might someday be necessary, and had arranged for certain consultations between the two general staffs. But she had given France the promise that, if the German fleet undertook hostile operations against the French coast or French shipping, the British fleet would protect her. He announced that that fleet was already mobilized, and that the cabinet had decided to mobilize all the land forces of the Crown. The House of Commons received this declaration of policy with almost unanimous approval. Next day, Tuesday the 4th, saw the end of those 13 days when statesmanship labored to buttress the tottering barriers. That morning, Sir Edward Grey advised Belgium to resist by force any German invasion and promised to join with Russia and France in supporting her. In the early hours, the invasion had begun. The Germans crossed the frontier at Gamenisch, and during the day, Vizay was burned and the first shots were fired on the forts of Liège. At the same time, the German minister in Brussels announced that since Belgium refused to grant her a free passage, Germany would take one by force, the equivalent of a declaration of war. The last act was played in Berlin. Sir Edward Buchan received Sir Edward Grey's message early on the 4th and at once called upon Jago. He was told that a passage through Belgium was a matter of life or death to Germany and that she could not draw back. Then came a second telegram from London instructing the British ambassador to serve an ultimatum on Germany, and unless a satisfactory reply was given before midnight, to ask for his passports. When the message arrived, the Imperial Chancellor was delivering his historic speech in the Reichstag, in which he repeated the familiar misstatements about France's violation of German territory. His most famous passage was that in which he defended the breach of the neutrality of Luxembourg and Belgium. We are in a state of necessity, and necessity knows no law. We were compelled to override the just protests of the Luxembourg and Belgian governments. That is a breach of international law. The wrong, I speak frankly, that we are committing, we will try to make good as soon as our military goal is reached. He who is threatened, as we are threatened, and is fighting for his all, can have but the one thought, how he is to hack his way through. Of Britain he said little. Even at that late hour, he seems to have doubted her entering the arena. But when he returned from the Reichstag, he was asked to see Sir Edward Buchan, who had already, about 7 p.m., presented Jago with the British ultimatum. That final interview with Bethmann Hovick shed so clear a light upon the mind of Germany that Sir Edward Buchan's narrative deserves quotation. I found the Chancellor very agitated. His Excellency at once began a harangue which lasted for about 20 minutes. He said that the step taken by His Majesty's government was terrible to a degree, just for a word, neutrality, a word which in wartime had so often been disregarded. Just for a scrap of paper, Great Britain was going to make war on a kindred nation who desired nothing better than to be friends with her. All his efforts in that direction had been rendered useless by this last terrible step, and the policy to which, as I knew, he had devoted himself since his accession to office had tumbled down like a house of cards. What we had done was unthinkable. It was like striking a man from behind while he was fighting for his life against two assailants. He held Great Britain responsible for all the terrible events that might happen. I protested strongly against that statement, and said that, in the same way as he and Herr von Jago wished me to understand that, for strategical reasons, it was a matter of life and death to Germany to advance through Belgium and violate the latest neutrality. So I would wish him to understand that it was, so to speak, a matter of life and death for the honor of Great Britain that she should keep her solemn engagement to do her utmost to defend Belgium's neutrality if attacked. That solemn compact simply had to be kept, or what confidence could anyone have in engagements given by Great Britain in the future? The Chancellor said, "But at what price will that compact have been kept? Has the British government thought of that?" I hinted to His Excellency as plainly as I could that fear of consequences could hardly be regarded as an excuse for breaking solemn engagements. But His Excellency was so excited, so evidently overcome by the news of our action, and so little disposed to hear reason, that I refrained from adding fuel to the flame by further argument. As I was leaving, he said that the blow of Great Britain joining Germany's enemies was all the greater that almost up to the last moment he and his government had been working with us and supporting our efforts to maintain peace between Austria and Russia. I said that this was part of the tragedy which saw the two nations fall apart just at the moment when the relations between them had been more friendly and cordial than they had been for years. Unfortunately, notwithstanding our efforts to maintain peace between Russia and Austria, the war had spread and had brought us face to face with a situation which, if we held to our engagements, we could not possibly avoid, and which unfortunately entailed our separation from our late fellow workers. He would readily understand that no one regretted this more than I. The news had leaked out. The Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs called on the British ambassador about 9:30 and asked if the request for passports meant a declaration of war. It was then 2.5 hours to midnight, and he was reminded that at midnight Sir Edward Grey must have his answer. But no formal answer was ever given. The newsboys in the streets were already shouting war with Britain, and presently the crashing of glass in the embassy windows told that the Berlin mob had awakened to the fact that the strife was not to be confined to the continent of Europe, but was to rage through the wild world. The disappointment of Germany was deep, deep as had been her blindness. For a moment her zest was a little dashed, for the entrance of Britain brought into that methodical future which she had planned a touch of the incalculable. The British changed the whole situation. The Emperor told Mr. Jarrett a few days later, "An obstinate nation. They will keep up the war. It cannot end soon." So closed the feverish fortnight when the dams of war cracked and broke and let loose the torrent. The historian, surveying the facts with all due detachment, can reach but the one conclusion. Austria, not without some show of reason, had ever since the Balkan War decided that the growth of the new Slav power beyond the Danube threatened the existence of the dual monarchy in its traditional form, and had resolved to seize the first occasion to dissipate the menace. The tragedy of Sarajevo gave her the chance she sought. But her governing motive was a perverted notion of self-defense, for as a state she had no large dreams of conquest, and when she saw that the fire she was lighting in southeastern Europe was like to become a worldwide conflagration, she hesitated at the last moment and would have drawn back. Such is the only possible interpretation of Count Berchtoldz's action on the 30th and the 31st of July. The view of the meaning of a general mobilization which he then stated cut the ground from the whole of Germany's course of quarrel with Russia. But Berlin stepped in and slammed the door on peace. For more than a year, the rulers of Germany had made up their minds for war. War, if possible, in installments, but war which in the last resort would give them a world hegemony. She seized, like Austria, on the pretext of Sarajevo, but with a far wider purpose. From first to last, she was privy to every step taken by Vienna, for she initiated and directed them. She could count for support upon the megalomania of her governing classes, but it was necessary to convince her soberer citizens that she was entering upon a war of defense. So for a fortnight she labored to put her future opponents in the wrong. But in all her subtle diplomacy she blundered, For, safe among her own people, she stood self-condemned before the storm broke. Instead of severing her rivals, she united them and made her plan of war by installments impossible. The entrance of Britain was against her immediate calculations, but not outside her ultimate scheme. It is unnecessary to assume that the whole of Germany was agreed upon such a colossal bid for fortune as that to which she was committed by the 4th of August. All her statesmen were at one on the war with Russia and France, but many would have fain postponed the reckoning with Britain to a more convenient day. But she had willed the end and had perforce to embrace the means. The guilt of war in the major degree rests upon every class of her people, not only on the actual war makers, but upon the millions of her citizens who docilely accepted from their rulers the coarsest fictions. Against the conduct of the Entente during those weeks, no charge of substance can be made. Russia strove zealously for peace, for the aberrations of Sukhomlinov and Yanukovych were in defiance of the Tsar, and in any case did not affect the main issue. France labored till the last moment to prevent catastrophe, and by her scruples gave her enemy an initial advantage. When all hope had gone, she faced the crisis with a noble calm, very different from the excited hours of 1870. Nor can there be any serious reflection on the action of Britain. Sir Edward Grey played under supreme difficulties a part which must rank among the most honourable achievements of British statesmen, and for Mr. Asquith and the ministers who supported him from the first there can be nothing but praise. Yet it must be recorded that it was only by accident that the right course was taken. The tone of the press at the time, and the discussions in the cabinet up to the 3rd of August, showed how ignorant and unprepared were our people. The true political issue was not understood save by a few, and had the issue remained only political, it is to be feared that Britain would have long hesitated, and might have fatally compromised the fortunes of the Entente by her delay. But the outrage on Belgium raised a moral issue which swept away every doubt. It is not too much to say that the honor and liberty of our race were saved by the martyrdom of their little neighbor. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Strength of the Combatants. Before we enter on the chronicle of the campaigns, it is desirable to review the position of the different combatants, their relative preparedness for war, and the strength which they could muster in the field. For on such circumstances depended their strategical plans. Such a review must necessarily be of the most general type. If we take as our standpoint the strength patent to the world on the outbreak of hostilities, we shall reach some understanding of how the odds looked to contemporaries. But we shall neglect many sources of strength and weakness which were only revealed during the campaign. If again we make our review in the light of full knowledge, we shall present a picture which no contemporary would have accepted as accurate even for his own land, and shall get a false impression of how the problem appeared to each government, since a nation's policy is based not on objective truth, but on what it takes to be the truth. It will be sufficient if at this stage we set down on broad lines and in round figures the apparent assets of each belligerent, leaving it to later chapters to add to or subtract from such an inventory. 1. The two weapons potent above others for the coming struggle were the German army and the British navy. The German army system may be said to date from the reconstruction of the Prussian force which followed the Battle of Jena. Under Bismarck, von Moltke, and von Roon, it was extended to the other German states. It was barely completed when the War of 1870 began. Since that date, it had been amplified and perfected into an exact machine. But the main features were still those of Gneisenau and Scharnhorst. Its guiding principle was that of the nation in arms, an idea which was in turn the product of the wars of Napoleon. Every male citizen of reasonable physique was liable to service. The state took what men it desired, passed them through its hands in a period of short service, and from them, and from those less fully trained, established under various grades of efficiency an enormous reserve, which could be caught up in that compact outrance which had never been absent from the contemplation of German statesmen. A German was liable to serve from the age of 17, and if he was called up, his service began at 20. He served for 2 years with the colors if in the infantry, and for 3 if in the cavalry and horse artillery. A high standard of physique and discipline prevailed, and those years were years of incessant toil. Then he entered the regular reserve, where he remained for 5 or 4 years, according to his arm. These 7 years completed, he went into the first levy of the Landwehr for 5 years more, and then entered the second levy, where he remained till he had completed his 39th year. This gave him a total of 19 years of varied service from the day he first joined. After that, he joined the first levy of the Landsturm, in which he continued till he was 45. This Landsturm had a second levy, which consisted of men between the ages of 39 and 45, who had escaped the ordinary training. Over and above the number thus provided, out of the many who for various reasons escaped the call to the colors, the Ersatz reserve was formed, whose members duly passed into the Landsturm. There were thus various classes of reserves, apart from the Ersatz, who were called up in order of their value. First came the regular reserve, the men who had served with the colors and were aged from 23 to 27. Next came the Landwehr Class 1, consisting of those who had served 7 years with the colors and with the regular reserve, and whose ages were from 27 to 32. After that ranked the Landwehr Class 2, made up of the same men between 32 and 39. Then we reached the Landsturm Class 1, which consisted of men who had passed through the Landwehr and were from 39 to 45 years old. The Landsturm Class 2, the last emergency resort, were untrained men of all ages. We may call the 3 reserves the regular, the special, and the national, provided we realize that these names are not to be construed in their English sense. The German army in the final form given it by the law of 1912 was organized in 25 army corps, which, except the Guard Corps, were recruited on a territorial basis. Each corps was usually composed on a war establishment of a staff, 2 infantry divisions, each of 2 brigades, while each brigade was made up of 2 regiments with 3 battalions each, 2 regiments of field artillery, comprising 72 pieces, a battalion of riflemen, Jäger, a contingent of cavalry, varying from 3 squadrons to a complete division in the case of the Guard, and a number of corps troops. On mobilization, each corps formed a 3rd or reserve division from the regular reserve. The cavalry was organized in regiments, each with 1 depot and 4 service squadrons, and was grouped in brigades of 2 regiments and in divisions of 3 brigades. All this was a matter of common knowledge throughout the world, but there were arcana imperii not revealed. It was known, for example, that provision had been made for forming a reserve corps out of surplus reservists. But it was not known, it was not even guessed, that before 1914, arrangements had been completed for duplicating every first-line corps with a reserve corps during the mobilization period. Such reserve corps were not like those of the French, half-empty cadets made up of poor material, but units ready at once to take the field. Other unrevealed matters were the capacity for rapid and lavish provision of machine guns throughout the line, a considered scheme for their tactical use, and the developments made in the departments of motor traction and heavy artillery. It was difficult to form an exact estimate of the fighting strength of such a force. The population of the German Empire in 1914 was some 65 millions. The number of males some 32 millions. The law of 1912 provided for a peace strength which should rapidly advance to something in excess of 700,000. This would permit of a mobilization in first line and reserve corps of at least 4 million trained men. But such a figure was only the starting point. In a war of life and death, the whole male population between 15 and 60 would beyond doubt be drawn upon, and the nature of German education and society made a drastic levy easier than in other lands. Her manpower would give her in any one year some 15 millions of men of every variety of fighting value, and making all deductions for the unfit and for losses, she could maintain under arms at least 6 millions, of whom 5 millions would be in the battle line. Each year, her increment from the new classes would be 500,000. Her manpower for war was therefore the greatest in the world, with the exception of Russia. But of still higher value was the quality of her organization. For at least half a century, the best brains in the country had been directed to the military arts. The army was the chief arbiter of social fashion, and a middle-class family would pinch and hoard to have one son an officer. For the nobility, it was almost the sole profession, and it was a real profession, arduous, exacting, but offering splendid rewards. Promotion was slow, for a senior subaltern might have 20 years' service behind him, and a senior captain 30. But the interest and prestige of the life would seem to have been sufficient recompense. For the army in Germany was a popular thing, in which the people felt an intimate pride. A man who did well was assured of a career, and a man who did competently could look forward to a civil service post which would provide for his old age. Of the whole machine, the staff was the key, and the 200 officers on the general staff in 1914 were the cream of the army, and scarcely to be matched in the world. The German is a good teacher and an apt pupil, and in this sphere there were the highest inducements to teach and learn. Entrance to the general staff was slow and difficult, and misfits were ruthlessly discarded. The selected staff officer was a man sound in body and temperament, thoroughly trained in the practical work of soldiering and possessing of necessity considerable mental power. The two very different spheres of administration and operations were strictly delimited, and the work in both was brought to the highest pitch of theoretical perfection. The antiquated ideas of the old Prussian system had been discarded. Subordinates were encouraged to show initiative, and mistakes were rated lightly compared with the vice of supineness. In the unassuming building in the Aussandplatz, hard by the Brandenburg Gate, the great general staff, created by Scharnhorst and perfected by the elder Mocker and von Schlieffen, had for years been making plans in full detail to meet every conceivable crisis. Served by a highly organized intelligence system, minutely informed as to the views and capacity of their neighbors and the terrain of every possible field of operations, they had made certain that, At the word of the emperor, a machine would be set in motion which for power and smoothness had no parallel in history. As this narrative proceeds, we shall have occasion to consider the principles which governed Germany's war. Here it is enough to note the suppleness and strength of the weapon. But a word may be said of the spirit in which the weapon was forged. The German staff had calculated to the last decimal the calculable part of the problem which they knew they must face. They foresaw a war on two fronts, and realized that the advantage given them by their supreme preparedness was terminable, and that to win they must win quickly. Hence they concentrated their efforts on the maximum weight of attack in the shortest time, on an accumulation of strength in the vital area which should be far superior to any which their enemies could show. They had the immediate preponderance in numbers, and owing to the perfection of their railways, they had the means of using them. In this they reasoned soundly, and they were not less correct in their recognition of the truth that the coming campaign would be fought under novel conditions and must at the outset be largely a matter of guesswork. To the best of their ability, they had assessed the possibilities of modern scientific discoveries in their relation to war, and in certain matters of armament had reached true conclusions. But they were not willing to dogmatize. They were content to feel their way. Clausewitz's wise words were always in their minds. He who intends to move in such an element as war must bring with him nothing at all gained from books save the education of his mind. If he brings with him ready-made ideas which have not been inspired in him by the shock of the moment, which he has not generated out of his own flesh and blood, the rush of events will overthrow his building before it is completed. In such a mood of cool science, they entered upon their task. But it is not given to human nature to shake itself wholly free from dogma. If in theory the German military chiefs professed a wise opportunism, in fact they had their biases of race and temperament, sometimes avowed, more often unconscious, which, rather than the revealed truths of the case, were to decide their practice. And while their theory was right, these more potent biases, as we shall see, were not infrequently wrong. The armed forces of Austria-Hungary were organized mainly on the German system, with certain exceptions due to the nature of the dual monarchy. There was an imperial army, the oldest standing army in Europe, 2 landwehrs, one for Austria and one for Hungary, and a general Landsturm or levy in mass. There were 16 army corps on a territorial basis, each corps containing 2 infantry divisions of 2 brigades each, 1 cavalry brigade, 1 artillery brigade, and various corps troops. In war, a landwehr division was added to each of the regular corps. On a peace footing, the strength of the army was a little over 400,000 officers and men, and on a war basis, it reached a figure in the neighborhood of 2 millions, exclusive of the Landsturm. In a defensive war outrance, the country could count on putting some 6 million men, trained and untrained, into the field. The Austrian army was not a military machine which approached the caliber of the German. Austria had had no Bismarck or Moltke, not even a Gneisenau in her recent history. Since the Archduke Charles, she had had no commander of the first rank, and her campaigns from Austerlitz onward had been mainly records of defeats. Soverino and Sadowa were not encouragements to recruiting like Reulot and Sedan. The result was that while her military caste was dominant and assured, and many of her constituent peoples of excellent fighting quality, there was no strong popular enthusiasm for her army and no great intelligence in its direction. Austria was also faced with a special difficulty. Under her rule were many races who had affinities beyond her borders. To send her Polish troops against Russian Poland, or her Croats and Serbs against the armies of the southern Slavs, was to run the risk of mutiny and defection. In a war such as the present, she was therefore bound to distribute her army corps not on purely military, but on political grounds. Her Tyrolists must go north of the Carpathians, her Galicians to the Italian frontier. It was obvious that such a necessity must grievously complicate her whole problem of mobilization at the outset, and of transport and reinforcements in the later stages. Yet she had elements in her ranks of high fighting quality, notably the divisions from Tyrol and Hungary, and in certain branches of military science, such as siege artillery, she had no equal. Her strength as an ally to Germany was that she greatly added to the manpower of the Teutonic League. Her weakness lay in the long extension of the battle line that her security demanded, and in the lack of homogeneity in her levies. The strength, it was clear from the outset, could be fully used, and the weakness provided against only by a very complete subordination of her leaders to the German High Command. The French army, as is usual with a nation whose last great campaign has ended in failure, had been the object of many experiments in the past 40 years. The law which governed it in its present form was only 1 year old, which meant that the service was not yet properly standardized, and many of those with the colors were the products of superseded statutes, just as in Britain the term of enlistment laid down in 1902 only ceased to work in 1914. The law of 1913, like its predecessor of 1905, was framed to reduce the disparity of France as against the rapidly increasing manpower of Germany, for she had a population of under 40 millions, as against the German 65. Unlike Germany, she called practically her whole able-bodied male population to arms. A Frenchman found fit for service normally joined the colors at the age of 20, spent 3 years in the regular army, 11 in the regular reserve, 7 in the territorial army, and 7 in the territorial reserve, and did not leave the strength till he had attained the age of 48. As a colonial power, she had been compelled since the 80s to keep a colonial army recruited by volunteers as an expeditionary force for her overseas empire. Like Russia, she had therefore come to possess several armies, each with its own special character. First came the first line of the home army. There were 21 army corps, organized more or less on a territorial basis, 20 located in France and 1 in Algeria. An army corps had 2 divisions, a division 2 brigades, a brigade 2 regiments, a regiment 3 battalions each of 1,000 men. In addition, there were in each corps a cavalry regiment and a special force of corps artillery, not allocated to the divisions, and numbering 12 batteries. To each corps, there was allotted also a battalion of chasseurs. There were 10 cavalry divisions, each division comprising 6 regiments, divided into 2 or 3 brigades. There were also a number of special regional troops, which provided an extra division for certain corps. As part of the Armée Métropolitaine, we must note the 4 regiments of Zouaves, white troops nominally belonging to the Algerian force, but largely stationed in France, and the 6 regiments of Chasseurs d'Afrique, the cavalry whose famous charge all but redeemed the calamity of Sedan. The native African troops, recruited in Algeria by balloting and elsewhere by volunteers, were the 20 battalions of Tirailleurs or Turcos, the heroes of Solferino, the 4 cavalry regiments of Spain, and a division of Tirailleurs Senegalais drawn from the Niger Basin, troops of much the same type as the British Sudanese. The reserves for the first-line army were arranged in 11 classes and were computed to number some 2,000 men for each battalion. The territorial army, destined for lines of communication and garrison duty, but also available for field service in home defense, was organized to produce 36 divisions on mobilization. These divisions were, however, only cadets, and the purpose of the territorials was to form local guards, the surplus being sent to depots for training as drafts to supply losses. Affiliated with the normal territorials and destined for the same purpose of garrison work were the gendarmerie, the Garde Républicaine, the douane, and the Garde Forestier. Lastly, we come to the Armée coloniale, partly white troops recruited anywhere in French territory, partly native troops raised in Africa. This force was a true cordelate, and in the fullest meaning of the word, a first-line army. In 1914, it numbered 87,000 white and native troops. Of similar quality, but regarded as a special force under the authority of the Admiralty, was the Infanterie de Marine, which was relegated for service with the Home Army. These various forces provided a peace strength of some 700,000 men, and on mobilization the first line would be doubled by the inclusion of men from the reserve, a field strength of some 1,400,000. The remaining reservists would be organized in reserve units similar to the regulars, and all duties behind the lines would be taken over by the territorials. Roughly speaking, the system gave France, a month or so after the beginning of war, about 4 million trained and partially trained men, of whom we may allot 700,000 to the first line, 700,000 to that portion of the regular reserve required to push the first line on a war footing, 700,000 to the balance of the regular reserve, 700,000 to the embodied territorial army, 700,000 to the territorial depot reserve, and 700,000 to the territorial surplus. This provided a first-line army of about 1,500,000, a second line of about 500,000, partially trained, and a reserve of some 2 millions. The fighting machine which France could set in motion on the outburst of war ranked easily second among the forces of the world. In numbers it was inferior to the German, but the inferiority was not glaring. France's real danger lay in her limited power of subsequent expansion. Each year her increment from the new classes would be only 200,000, as against Germany's 500,000. Out of a possible 6 or 7 millions of able-bodied males, she had already enrolled 2/3, whereas Germany had not used a half, scarcely indeed a third, of her resources. Her only additional reservoir lay in her African possessions, but Colonel Buchan's proposal of a vast native army had not been acted upon. In a war of endurance, France might find herself declining in numbers at a perilous rate, while her antagonist was still far from his maximum. There were other defects which weighed heavily on the mind of the French leaders. The reserve divisions could not take the field quickly in full strength. The quartermaster general's side was in grave disorder, and the stores of essential equipment had been suffered to sink dangerously low. The fortresses had fallen into a great decay, though on the French theory of war they were to play the part of breakwaters and hold the tide of invasion till the army was ready. In the matter of weapons, the merits of the 75mm field gun, the best of its kind in the world, had induced a false confidence. The machine gun equipment was inferior to that of Germany. There were far fewer of them, the type was less good, and their tactical use was still in the rudimentary stage. Heavy artillery, too, had been neglected. The French heavy batteries were utterly insufficient in number and weak in power. The 4.2 howitzer threw a shell of only 40 pounds, as against the German 5.9 with its 87 pounds shell and 3 shots a minute. France's strength lay in the quality of her men rather than in their numbers or equipment. She had a magnificent first line, but too little behind it. Yet, when all discounts has been made, that quality was in itself a most formidable thing. Her North African possessions gave her a magnificent training ground, and many of her troops had had actual experience of war. If Germany's inspiration was Moltke and 1870, France's was the Napoleonic Wars, and in many points, like the heavy loads carried by the infantry and the belief in rapid and cumulative attacks, her views were those of the Grande Army. The French infantry retained all their historic dash and elan, and were probably the best marchers in Europe. The French General Staff, too, had not been behind Germany in that fundamental brain work, which was rightly regarded as the basis of success. Some of the best military literature of modern times had been produced by French officers, and France had of late years shown a remarkable aptitude for military inventions. In one respect, she differed greatly from her neighbor. She had no military caste to draw upon for her officers. The highest posts in her service were open to anyone who could pass the requisite examinations and show the requisite talent. A democracy has its drawbacks in war, and a republic cannot give, perhaps, that freedom from political interference and that continuity of policy which are desirable for a military machine. But the lack of this mechanical perfection had its compensations. If the discipline appeared less rigorous, there was a far greater camaraderie between men and officers, as anyone who has marched with a French regiment will bear witness. In a defensive war for national existence, this spirit of fraternity might be more potent in battle than any barrack-yard precision. Russia, like France, was a great power which had suffered disaster in her last campaign, and was therefore eager to redeem her credit. A reform movement of a kind had been at work in her army for the past 8 years, and Koropekin had interpreted the lessons of the Japanese War in unequivocal terms to his countrymen. But how far progress had gone was hard to estimate alike for enemy and ally, for she did not publish her domestic concerns to the world. Unhappily, many reforms remained only on paper, and much of the new credits granted was not honestly applied. Like her neighbors, she had a system of universal compulsory service, but with her vast population of more than 170 millions, she could afford to allow large exemptions. The age limit of service was 43, and the term with the colors was 3 years in the infantry and 4 in the other arms. Her force was organized in army corps whose recruiting areas extended from the banks of the Vistula to the shores of the Pacific and from the Arctic Circle to the steppes of Turkestan. It was divided into 3 regular armies: the European Army of 27 Army Corps and 20 cavalry divisions, of which we may put the piece strength at some figure like 1,200,000. The Army of the Caucasus of 3 corps and 4 cavalry divisions, and the Siberian Army of 5 corps. The total strength may be taken at 1,700,000, approximately double the peace strength of Germany. The duplication of the first line by new reserve units and the bringing up of all units to their full total would give a war strength on mobilization of at least 4 millions. But this was only the beginning. The surplus of drilled reservists after the reserve units were formed could not be less than 2 millions. The various bands of the militia would add another million, and since less than half of her available contingents was called up yearly, there was a balance of many millions for further recruiting. The manpower of Russia seemed, indeed, inexhaustible, but her fighting capacity was limited by the difficulties of the transport problem over so vast an area, and the doubt as to whether war material could be accumulated in sufficient quantities to do justice to her numbers. Unlike Western Europe, her railways were few and irregularly distributed. Her field guns were good, but she had little heavy artillery, and being a country with few industries, she had not the machinery for a rapid expansion of munitions. The officer class had undoubtedly improved since the Japanese War, but it was far too small for the huge forces to be mobilized. She suffered too, as we shall see later, from the lack of a considered strategic policy. Indeed, it might fairly be said that, of all the reforms canvassed since 1905, only one had taken effect: the increase in mobilizable numbers. Her army was a formidable weapon, but rather from size than from quality. In a war of defense, she might justly be regarded as invincible. In offensive warfare, where time was of the essence of the problem, her defects were obvious. One asset she possessed of high value: the docility and endurance of the Russian rank and file had always been famous, and under competent leading they had few superiors. For Russia, much depended upon the cause in which she fought. Her infinite masses, far removed from ordinary news channels, were slow to kindle, but if the cause were truly popular, the Slav nature might reveal that stubborn ardor against which a century before the genius of Napoleon had striven in vain. Yet even in this fine quality there lurked a danger. The Russian people were not, so far as ordinary education went, on the same level as their Western allies, and the very patience and docility which make them formidable in battle might by a turn of fortune's wheel ruin their military value. For it is a characteristic of the primitive virtues that their application is incalculable. In the British Army we reach a force different in history, constitution, and purpose from that of every other European country. The aim of Britain for the last century had been to possess a small, highly professional, and perfectly equipped army for service anywhere on the globe, and a second line purely for home defense. She desired a real army without surplusage, exactly suited to the needs of her empire and of home defense, but no more. Of the many efforts to attain this ideal, I need not write at length. Every war which we had waged had taught us a lesson, not infrequently exaggerated in its application. We may content ourselves with a brief survey of the system instituted by Lord Haldane between 1907 and 1910, during his tenancy of the office of Secretary of State for War. The conclusion of the South African campaign in 1902 left our military system in great confusion. We had detected many flaws and given ourselves up to empiric remedies. There was no general staff. The attempt of Lord Roberts and Lord Middleton to organize the army in 6 corps produced only phantoms. The War Office showed a succession of fleeting military chiefs who had neither the talent nor the authority to adjust the machine. In 1905, the military forces of the Crown were a heterogeneous collection of fragments incapable of speedy and effective use. The regular army had no unit larger than a brigade which could have gone to war without changing its composition. The only large unit, the so-called Aldershot Army Corps, could not have taken the field without a long delay. The cavalry was short of horses. Mr. Arnold Foster had armed the artillery with the new 18-pounder, but no adequate provision had been made for ammunition, and not more than 42 batteries could have been put in the field. The infantry was short of men, and the system of linked battalions had virtually broken down. In the second line was the militia, which was bled in peace for the regular army, and which in any case was not liable to serve abroad. The third line, the volunteers and yeomanry, competed for recruits with the militia and had no real higher organization. All 3 lines were uncorrelated. Most serious of all, there was no provision for expanding the first line in case of need. Lord Haldane, when he took office, saw that the main problem for the British Army was not home defense, but the power of taking an offensive overseas wherever required, and that the problem was the same whether the expeditionary force was destined for some part of the empire or for the continent of Europe. His first step was to summon to his aid the younger soldiers who had made a reputation in South Africa. In his reconstruction, he followed three great principles. The first was that a true general staff must be created, and that its work of planning strategy and supervising training should be completely separated from the wholly different province of administration. The second was that all organization must be on a war and not on a peace basis, the units being ready to spring into full activity immediately on receiving their reserves instead of having to enter a new formation. The third was that a larger fighting unit was needed than the brigade, and that this should be not the old small British division, but the great continental division of 3 brigades, complete with divisional cavalry, artillery, and transport. He refused the alternative of a 2 million army on the continental pattern, for Britain did not need it. The old 3 lines were replaced by 2, the regulars with the militia turned into a special reserve, and the territorial force with an organization akin to the first line. His aim was to provide a striking force of professional soldiers ready to serve anywhere at any moment, and behind it a volunteer citizen army capable of rapid expansion and intensive training in time of war. He had therefore an expeditionary force of 6 divisions capable of mobilizing and concentrating on the continent within 12 days, and at its back a territorial army of 14 infantry divisions and 14 mounted brigades, which, with the assistance of the 20,000 partially trained young men of the Officers' Training Corps, might expand under stress into a nation in arms. Lord Haldane's reconstruction did not meet with universal approval. The General Staff would have preferred conscription and a large first line on the continental model. The difficulties in the way of this policy were, first, that such an army could not have been created except during a long period of assured peace, and that in peace the British nation would not have consented to a machine so far beyond what it considered to be its normal needs. Second, that such a development would have involved a hiatus between old and new, and that to admit this hiatus would have been to court Germany's attack. Lord Roberts, with all the weight of his great character and long experience, advocated a scheme of universal compulsory training for home defense. On the merits of his proposal, it is not necessary at this date to argue. Undoubtedly, had it been in operation in 1914, it would have greatly facilitated the creation of the new armies. The practical obstacle in its way was the difficulty of providing officers, but it is important to remember that it would not have given Britain a larger expeditionary force to meet the urgent crisis. It was not in this sense an alternative to Lord Haldane's system, but a development of one side of it. The only alternative was the General Staff's proposal for a conscript continental army, which the peculiar circumstances of Britain made impracticable, even if it had been desirable. Minor criticisms directed against the reduction in infantry and artillery may be neglected. There was in fact no reduction. Weak units disappeared, but the total mobilizable strength was increased. As we look back after the long testing years, we may well admit that the structure which Lord Haldane built, upon foundations laid by Mr. Balfour, was not only the best which the circumstances permitted, but a thing in itself nobly conceived, wisely wrought, and abundantly justified by results. By virtue of his proven achievement, he stands with few rivals in the role of the war ministers of Britain. On the outbreak of war, the expeditionary force for immediate use numbered 160,000 troops of all arms. The total regular strength with the British colours reached in round figures 250,000. The army reserve numbered 145,000. the Special Reserve 81,000. The territorial force had a peace establishment of 316,500, but it was short of this by some 50,000, and the National Reserve had reached the creditable level of 200,000. But these figures were no index to the potential fighting strength of Britain. She had never been called upon to exert herself in recruiting, and the first shock of war sent myriads of young men flocking to the colors. She had deliberately chosen to limit herself to a small, highly trained striking force, trusting to the protection of her navy to allow her to improvise an adequate army in the case of a great war. The choice, as it now seems to us, was wise. She followed Raleigh's precepts. There is a certain proportion both by sea and land beyond which the excess brings nothing but disorder and amazement. She was consciously reserving her strength for a long sustenance of effort. As Germany played for immediate victory, so Britain thought of the ultimate battle. Her resources, provided the issue were not decided in the early months, would steadily grow, for unlike her neighbors, she had but skimmed the cream of her manpower for the first trial, and had not depleted her economic wealth by extravagant armaments. In 3 years, were she given the time, it was fair to assume that, with her colonies and dependencies, she could send 5 million men to the theaters of war. But that was for the future. Britain's military strength in the first round of the struggle could be measured only by her expeditionary force. Small as this striking force was by comparison with that of her neighbors, it was not to be compared with any continental army of the same size. In the words of a German critic, it was a perfect thing apart. The British regulars were beyond question the most professional in the world. Their training, both in duration and thoroughness, went far beyond anything known in the short-service German army. The fact that she had company to fight her wars in desert and ill-provided countries had compelled her to bring her transport and commissariat arrangements to the highest pitch of perfection. The same was true of the engineering and medical services. Again, a large proportion of both men and officers had had actual experience of war. Most officers over 30 had gone through the trying South African campaign. The senior commanders had Indian and Egyptian wars as well in their recollection. Such field experience is no small ingredient in the morale of an army. A man who has already led or followed successfully under fire has learned something that no textbook or staff college or maneuvers can teach. In Carnot's famous words, it is not pirouetting up and down a barrack yard, but active service that makes an old soldier. The British staff officer, though he had not behind him the long traditions of the French or the German, was adequate to the forces with which he was associated. And in one matter the younger British officer surpassed his foreign colleagues. His mind worked freshly and originally on the discovery of new weapons. The nature of the coming war was not fully envisaged by any soldier, but many of its details were correctly anticipated in Britain. In the course of this narrative, we shall find examples of British skill in the invention of new weapons. Here it is sufficient to note that, years before the war, officers at such schools as Hythe had pressed for the use of rifle grenades, bombs, trench periscopes, varied pistols, and other instruments presently to become only too familiar, and had almost invariably been rebuffed by an unimaginative treasury. To state the opposing strengths in the field at the outset of war in mere numbers gives little enlightenment, for numbers were not the only, or indeed the chief factor. It is better to put the arts in general terms than with any mathematical preciseness. The total manpower of France, Russia, and Britain, with their allies of Belgium and Serbia, was a little short of double that of Germany and Austria. But the disparity was enormously less, probably not more than 13 to 8, with regard to the immediately mobilizable armies. In the vital theater of war, the Western Front, Germany could at once place forces preponderating by at least 50% over those of France and Britain. In that theater, indeed, the immediate odds in Germany's favor were even greater, owing to the perfection of her long-planned scheme of attack. If she could succeed at once in the West, the Eastern theater, where the elements were less clear, would offer no difficulty, since she could then give it an undivided attention. But if victory did not come at once, and the war lengthened out, a new situation would arise involving naval and economic factors. To these we must now give brief consideration. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. 2. In reviewing the naval power of the belligerents, we may for the moment neglect all save Britain and Germany. The other navies played their part, but it was local and immaterial to the main problem. The duel for the supremacy of the sea must be fought out by the two antagonists who faced each other across the northern waters. The British Navy at the outbreak of war had reached a point of efficiency both in quality and quantity which was unprecedented in its history. It is true that the growth of German sea power had relatively reduced its preeminence, but the existence of a bold claimant for the empire of the ocean had stimulated the spirit of the fleet and improved its organization for war. This is not the place to enter into the indeterminable discussions which since 1906 had raged around the subject. The attempts at reduction, happily frustrated, may well be relegated to oblivion. Ever since Lord Selborne's period of office at the Admiralty, a steady advance may be noted in training and equipment. The establishment of the Royal Fleet Reserve and the Volunteer Naval Reserve, the provision of North Sea bases, the admirable work done by the Committee of Imperial Defense, the development of armament and of battleship designing, the improvement in gunnery practice, the system of manning older ships with nucleus crews, the revision of the rates of pay, the opening up of careers for the lower deck, and the provision of a naval air service were landmarks in the advance. Much was due to Lord Fisher, who for 5.5 years held the post of First Sea Lord. Something was due also to the civilian First Lords, Mr. McKenna and Mr. Winston Churchill. The former saved the situation in the crisis of 1909. The latter flung himself into the work of his department with a zeal and intelligence which were of incalculable value to the country in the hour of need. In the Navy estimates of March 1914, Parliament sanctioned over 51 millions for naval defense, the largest sum ever granted for the purpose. There was always a certain criticism of our naval policy on technical grounds, for the advent of the big gun, the submarine, and the airship had dissolved much of the old orthodox theory, and the air was thick with new doctrine. In particular, the organization of the Admiralty was attacked with some justice, and the first months of war revealed various errors of prevision. The capital ship had tended to monopolize our mind to the exclusion of other weapons. But it is unquestionable that Britain had never been stronger afloat than when at 8:30 on the morning of 4th August her grand fleet put to sea. The German Navy, the second in the world, was a creation of the past 15 years, deliberately undertaken for the purpose of challenging British supremacy. The chief begetter had been an obscure naval officer called Tirpitz, who in 1897 succeeded Admiral von Hohmann as Minister of Marine. With the support of the emperor, he began to wring money for the navy out of a reluctant treasury and in the face of a jealous army, and by dint of a skillful press campaign, succeeded in arousing in the German people a new enthusiasm for maritime power. At the outbreak of war, he had held office for 15 years and had built up a navy which in ships and men was second only to one, a marvelous performance for so short a period. In the old days, the German navy had been regarded as a branch of the army. Naval strategy was conceived of as only an auxiliary to land strategy, and ships as units for coast defense. It had been the task of the new German sea lords to emancipate the fleet from this military tradition. The result was that the navy had become a far more democratic profession than the sister service, and had drawn to it many able men of middle-class birth who were repelled by the Junkerdom of the army. It was manned chiefly by conscripts, but about a quarter consisted of volunteers, mainly dwellers on the coast and on the Frisian and Baltic islands, and men who had deliberately made it their career. The officers were almost to a man professional enthusiasts, and British sailors who fraternized with them in foreign ports had borne witness to their efficiency and seaman-like spirit. In August 1914, Britain possessed 73 battleships and battle cruisers, 34 armored cruisers, 87 cruisers, 227 destroyers, and 75 submarines, many of each class being of an antiquated type. Germany had 46 battleships and battle cruisers, 40 armored cruisers, 12 cruisers, 152 destroyers, and 40 submarines. But as she had practically all her fleet in northern waters, the true comparison was between her high sea fleet and its actual antagonist, the British Grand Fleet. On this basis, Britain had 20 dreadnoughts, 8 pre-dreadnoughts, 4 battle cruisers, 9 cruisers, 12 light cruisers, and 42 destroyers. Germany, 13 dreadnoughts, 16 pre-dreadnoughts, 3 battle cruisers, 2 cruisers, 15 light cruisers, and 88 destroyers. Germany had 28 submarines and was building 24. Britain had 54 and was building 19. But of the 54, 37 were old types, useful only for coast defense, and only 9 of the total were comparable to the German craft. Germany's strength in destroyers and submarines is to be noted, for it gave a hint of her naval policy. She could not hope to meet the British Grand Fleet in an open battle, at any rate not at the beginning. It was her aim to avoid such a trial of strength until the British lead had been reduced by the slow attrition of submarines, mines, and the casualties of the sea. The policy of a sudden raid that day, which German naval officers had long toasted, was made almost impossible by the manner in which war broke out and by the preparedness of Britain at sea. The Fabian line of strategy had many advantages from Germany's standpoint. It gave ample scope for the ingenuity and boldness of those branches of her sea service, like mine layers and submarines, to which she had paid special attention. It kept her fleet intact against the time when, her arms victorious on land, she could sally forth to fight a dispirited enemy. Further, a period of forced inaction must have a wearing effect upon the nerves of the British Navy. For a fleet which believes itself invincible and longs for combat, it is a hard trial to wait day after day without descrying an enemy's pennon on the horizon. The modern battleship had not the constant small duties which existed in the ships of Nelson's time, and it was hoped that the men and officers might grow stale and apathetic, or, in the alternative, they might risk an attack upon the German fleet in its home waters, an attack which, in the German view, would result in the crushing defeat of the invader. This plan, perfectly sound strategy in the circumstances, was made possible by the peculiar configuration of the German coast and the magnificent shelter it provided. The few hundred miles between Emden and the Danish frontier are deeply cut by bays and river mouths, and the western part is screened by the chain of Frisian islands from Buchan to Wangenrooge. In the center of the bight lies Heligoland, a strong fortress with a wireless station. Close to the Dutch frontier is the estuary of the Ems, with the town of Emden. Then follows a low, sandy stretch of coast, indented with tidal creeks, till the estuary of the Jade is reached at Wilhelmshaven, which was the fortified base of the North Sea Fleet. Next is the estuary of the Weser, with the important dockyard of Bremerhaven. Last comes the estuary of the Elbe, with Cuxhaven at its mouth, opposite the debouchement of the Kiel Canal, and at its head the great city and dockyard of Hamburg. Each estuary was a network of mazy channels among the sands, requiring skillful piloting, and in themselves a strong defense against a raid. There was further the screen of the islands, behind which operations could take place unnoticed, and there was the Kiel Canal to furnish a backdoor to the Baltic. The coast was followed by a double line of railway from Hamburg to Emden, which tapped no populous districts and carried no traffic, but was meant solely for strategic purposes. This Frisian corner was the key to German naval defense. Her front there was protected from British assault, and from that base her submarines and destroyers could make raids on the British Navy and return swiftly to sanctuary. Britain was handicapped in this kind of contest by her weight. It was like the fight of an elephant against a leopard. The heavier antagonist, once he can use his strength, makes short work of the enemy, but he may be given no chance to exert that strength and may weaken and sink from a multitude of trivial wounds. Britain had the further drawback that at the outset she possessed no naval bases on the North Sea, fortified against submarine attack. The German plan involved the immediate sacrifice of Germany's foreign trade, which would be speedily put an end to by that considerable part of the British Navy which was not on duty with the Grand Fleet. On the other hand, it maintained her main naval strength intact. It immobilized in the difficult duty of siege and blockade the bulk of the sea power of Britain, and kept that sea power in a state of exasperated inaction and perpetual risk. These, however, were advantages and disadvantages which could only materialize in the event of the prolongation of the war. In the early stage, Germany's effort after immediate victory, the two navies had no bearing upon the struggle save in one point: the ferrying over the channel of the British expeditionary force. If Germany could prevent or delay that operation, her fleet would have secured a brilliant and most vital success in the first round. To the later rather than to the early stages belonged, too, the question of the economic resources of the belligerents. But in this place a short survey may be permitted, for if such considerations were principally relevant to a protracted war, they had also some effect in determining the initial preparation. The capacity of a nation to endure the economic strain of a long campaign, to feed itself, to manufacture munitions, to keep its people in reasonable employment, to avoid the panics which force the hand of statesmen, is an integral part of military strength. Many economic factors may be neglected. War reduces life to its bare bones and curiously simplifies the problem. 3 questions only need be asked. Could the land keep itself from starvation? Could it manufacture or procure the necessaries of war? Could it raise, within or without its borders, the funds required to pay for the campaign? Britain imported the larger part of her food supply, some 80% of her wheat, 40% of her meat, vast quantities of other cereals and dairy produce, and the whole of her sugar. Of these supplies, only a small proportion came from enemy countries, and most of the great staples were brought from lands where production was not crippled by the war. Provided, therefore, that the sea could be kept clear by her navy, Britain's food supply would not be seriously affected. On the other hand, the closing of the seas would mean starvation within 3 months. France was able to feed herself. She grew 40 million quarters of wheat to the British 7.5, and though she imported certain foodstuffs to a considerable amount, she exported others. Her danger under this head came from the decline in her own productive capacity caused by the march of the invader and the withdrawal of husbandmen for military service. As against this, the overseas routes were open to her, assuming that the British Navy were not beaten, and her customary surplus of homegrown food was now available for home consumption. Russia could without difficulty feed herself, even if she put 10 million men into the field. Austria-Hungary also had a balance of homegrown supplies beyond her needs. Germany's position approached more nearly that of Britain. In normal times, she imported large stocks of foodstuffs, and the balance against her would naturally be increased in time of war by the withdrawal of rural workers. Her former main supply grounds, Russia and America, would now be cut off, and Austria-Hungary and Romania could not fill the gap. A lengthy war would beyond question pinch her, but it would be years before that pinch became famine. For her deficit of homegrown food was not, like Britain's, overwhelming. She could, if necessary, stimulate home production, and by this means, and by the ingenious manipulation of alternative foods, she could continue to exist long after the outer world was closed to her. She might presently be underfed, but it would be hard to bring her to actual starvation. How far could the belligerent lands manufacture or procure the essential munitions of war? For it was obvious that if the campaign lengthened out, the bulk of the industries in each country would be diverted to that purpose. Here, Britain was in by far the most fortunate position. Her huge industrial machine was not at the start weakened by any wholesale withdrawal of men for the line of battle. She had ample coal, and while she held the sea, she had the whole world to draw on for raw materials. France, too, had this last advantage, but in coal and iron ore she was weak, and the industries were not on the British scale. Russia was a poorly industrialized land and must depend for a large part of her munitions of war on her Western allies. Germany was in a curious position. She had become predominantly a manufacturing people, importing great quantities of raw material and minerals, and in 1913 exporting no less than 495 million pounds worth of manufactured goods. Within her own bounds, she had certain kinds of wealth in great abundance, various chemicals, coal, and iron ores. Indeed, it had been the iron fields of Lorraine, annexed in 1871, which had made possible her industrial and military development. The discovery in 1878 of the basic process of smelting the ore was like the discovery of the silver mines of Lorient by Athens after Marathon. The one gave a navy for Salamis, the other provided an army for the conquest of Europe. But in some matters like copper and rubber, she had no hope of home supplies, and the closing down of her import trade would gravely handicap her munition production. This she had foreseen and endeavored to avert by accumulating large stocks in advance and devising alternatives. We may therefore say that Germany was all but a self-sufficing state for the purposes of war, all but not wholly, and the little less would be a considerable handicap as time went on. Her opponents were very far from being self-sufficing, but they held the sea and with it the markets of the outer world. The last question concerns the funds available for the conduct of war. In the long run, this resolves itself into the ability of each nation to raise money from its own citizens or its allies. For loans from neutral countries are at best a precarious staff to lean on. Too much stress is apt to be laid on the actual gold reserve existing at the outbreak of hostilities. It is no doubt important, but its absence may be compensated for by the general stability of credit in a particular country and the existence of private wealth to be reached by taxation. Britain had no war chest, but she had a strong and elastic banking system, a wealthier population than any other, and her losses from the operations of war were likely to be at the start far less than those of the other combatants. There remained, in spite of recent taxation, which critics had condemned as being on a war basis, a vast reserve of untouched wealth in British hands, and in a struggle for endurance, she was more favorably situated than any continental state. In France, the taxation had long been high, and the nation's debt was heavy. Her assets were the huge gold reserve, some 145 millions, in the Bank of France, the considerable store of gold in private hands, and above all, the thrifty habits of her population. Russia had a large war chest and a big reserve of gold in the State's bank, while her recent prosperity had accumulated resources among her people. In such a crisis, the less complex organism suffers least, and to Russia, the strain of war would, to begin with, not be serious. Austria-Hungary had to face a grave shrinking of her joint revenue, which was mainly derived from customs, and this, which was the source of her military expenditure, would have to be supplemented by grants from the direct taxation of her component states. Here the pinch would soon be felt, but for a considerable period it would be a pinch and not a catastrophe. Germany had a big gold balance in her banks and the war chest in the Spandau Tower. Owing to the peculiarities of her political system, it was difficult to compare her financial position with that of other nations. But her various public debts were large, and there was no question but that between imperial and state taxation, her people were heavily burdened. As the industrial sources of wealth would soon be dried up, she had to depend for her income upon accumulations. Her position would have been more serious were it not that her bureaucratic system of government enabled her to manipulate the available resources with a speed and a smoothness impossible in a democratic community. For the first stage of war, this question of finance is, indeed, the least important. No nation has ever yet been restrained from fighting because of a depleted exchequer. A self-sufficing state which does not need imports or is unable to import can always provide funds by voluntary and forced levies from its citizens. The more serious difficulty is for the importing states, which have to pay for imports in some form of currency which the exporters will accept. But this is a problem which is not urgent at the outset for nations which have any reserve of gold or of foreign investments. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3. 3. We have seen that, except in one respect, naval strength did not enter into the problem of the first stage, and economic considerations were irrelevant. Germany had set the lists for and decreed the form of the first round, which was a struggle of armies on the French frontier. In our present limited inquiry, two matters still remain for consideration: the strategical position and the morale of the various combatants. The natural situation of Britain was unique. Without a land frontier in Europe, she was practically invulnerable to land attack from a European power throughout her whole empire, except from Russia, who was her ally. The key of her security was the ocean. An invasion was possible only when some power temporarily had command of the narrow seas. But this position, admirable for defense, had its drawbacks in offensive warfare. If she desired to fight on the continent, not only must she hold the seas for the transport of her armies, but she must be in alliance with a continental power who would facilitate their disembarkation and land transport. France has a land frontier with Germany, extending from a point just south of Belfort at the northwest corner of Switzerland, northwest to Neuve on the Belgian border, a distance of some 150 miles. This frontier showed very varied physical characteristics. Between Switzerland and the southern butt of the Vosges Mountains is a piece of flat land known as the Gap of Belfort, the passage through which is dominated by the fortress of that name. Northwards for 70 miles, the line follows the crest of the Vosges till the mountains sink into the plain of Lorraine. Inside this French frontier, on the west are the upper valleys of two rivers, the Meuse on the north and the Moselle farther south. In all parts, this line was strongly defended. From Belfort north to Epinal ran a line of forts, while the difficult Vosges country was a further protection. Between Epinal and Tours lay the Tour de Cham, a gap in the fortress system which the Germans regarded as a trap left open on purpose. Between Tours and Verdun, two first-class fortresses lay the fortified area of the upper Meuse. Opposite Verdun and commanded by it is a gateway into France from the German fortress of Metz. This gap is some 30 miles wide, and at its northern end begins the rough, hilly land of the Ardennes, which extends through Belgium to the valley of the lower Meuse. France was thus protected on her side towards Germany by a combination of natural and artificial barriers which would make invasion a slow and difficult process. Her weak point was the contiguity of Belgium and Luxembourg. The latter was a neutral state wholly without fortifications and giving access to any enemy who cared to disregard its neutrality, to the southern Ardennes and the central Meuse Valley. Belgium showed on the northeast a narrow front of entry between the Dutch frontier and the northern flank of the Ardennes, a front which was defended by the Meuse, which here turns northward, and by the forts of Liège. In Namur and Antwerp, she possessed other first-class fortresses, but obviously the resistance of so small a state against invasion could not be indefinitely prolonged. Once the invader won through Belgium, the French line of defense would become the line from Maubeuge by Lille to the coast, a line vastly inferior both in natural and artificial strength to the Verdun-Belfort line in the east. On the south, France had no strategic difficulties. Switzerland and Spain would be neutral, and though Italy was a member of the Triple Alliance, it was unlikely that she would draw the sword against her old ally in the Risorgimento. France's sea power had considerable strategic importance, though far less than in the case of Britain. Some of the best of her troops were in Algiers, and to bring them back necessitated the command of the Western Mediterranean. With the assistance of the British fleet, this was a practical certainty. Russia, so far as conquest was concerned, had long been regarded as invulnerable. No invasion, not even under a Charles XII or a Napoleon, could hope, it was thought, to prevail against her vast distances and the rigors of her winter climate. For a war of offense, she had certain strategic difficulties, chiefly concerned with the topography of her western frontier. On the east, she had nothing to fear from Japan and could recall her troops of occupation from Manchuria. She was free to concentrate her whole might against the Teutonic alliance, but that concentration was not an easy matter. Russian Poland ran in a salient westwards to a point only some 180 miles from Berlin. North was East Prussia, commanding the right flank of any Russian advance, and south was the Austrian province of Galicia, commanding the left. While the main Russian concentration was likely to be on the fortress line running through Warsaw, it was necessary, before an advance could be made westwards, to clear the enemy out of East Prussia and Galicia. The first was a land of marshes and swampy points, difficult campaigning at all times, and one vast morass, as Napoleon found in the range. When that country was traversed, the line of the Vistula had to be crossed, defended by the strong fortresses of Thorn, Rodenz, and Danzig. Galicia, on the south, contained only two first-class fortresses, Somerset and Krakow, and the Austrian armies operating there, being drawn mainly from the non-Slav parts of the dual monarchy, would be at some distance from their southern bases. Once the flanks were clear, the way would be open for a Russian advance against Posen from Russian Poland, and against Breslau and Silesia from Galicia. The natural difficulties of Russia's strategic position in a war of offense were obvious, and they were not decreased by the nature of her communications. A report of General Kropotkin as war minister, written in 1900, summarized a situation which for Russia had not materially improved. In the West, both in France and Germany, railways and canals had been considered from the strategic point of view. They were admirably adapted for concentration on important points. All vital bridges and tunnels were provided with explosive chambers, and when necessary were heavily fortified. But in the East, the preparation was one-sided. Germany had 17 lines of railway leading to the Russian frontier, which would enable her to send 500 troop trains daily, so that she could concentrate some 14 to 16 army corps on that border within a few days of the declaration of war. On the Russian side, there were only 5 railway lines. So too with Austria. The Carpathians had been pierced by 7 railways, so that Galicia had become like a glacis of the Austrian forts, where in a short space she could concentrate over 1 million men, while on her 8 lines she could run 260 trains to the frontier every 24 hours. As against this, Russia had only 4 lines. Further, the German gauge was in force as far east as Warsaw, so Germany could run across the frontier from her internal bases without detraining. The German staff had long foreseen the possibility of Germany being involved in a war such as the present, with Austria in alliance, Italy neutral, and France, Russia, and Britain engaged against her. It was the German doctrine of war that the offensive supplied the best defense. If she were assailed on both sides, she must crush one enemy before turning to the other. Time was at the heart of her problem, for a protracted struggle might mean starvation, bankruptcy, and consequently defeat. Her first movement would naturally be directed against the West. There, her frontier was strongly defended. The great fortified areas of Metz and Thornville stood as outposts, and behind them was the line of the Rhine fortresses, Neuve, Strasbourg, Mayence, Koblenz, Cologne, not to speak of the Rhine itself, where almost every bridge was strongly fortified. On the east, the position was far less secure. The Vistula, the Warta, and the Oder, though by no means contemptible, were not natural barriers like the Rhine. The eastern fortresses, with the exception of Königsberg, had not the strength of the western, and the difficult nature of the country and the immense length, some 500 miles of the frontier, made an offensive proceeding from a not too secure base terribly liable to a counterstroke. There was also the difficulty that, For the defense of her right flank on the east, Germany must trust to Austria, and such vicarious security was repugnant to the orderly mind of her general staff. There was the further trouble about Italy. Though nominally an ally, neutrality was the most that could be hoped from her, and at any moment she might be drawn into active hostility. In the latter case, she would take Austria in the rear by way of the Trentino and Trieste, and Austria, with Russia in front, Italy behind, and Serbia on her flank, would be in no position to safeguard her share of the eastern frontier. It was, therefore, highly necessary to strike a deadly blow as early as possible at France, in order to confirm the wavering neutrality of Italy and to enable Germany to concentrate her attention on the east, where lay what seemed to many of her people to be the graver danger. Now, a swift blow at France was only possible through Luxembourg and Belgium. A glance at the map will reveal the reason. A frontal attack on the frontier barrier, Verdun-Belfort, would be a matter of months. An entry by the Gap of Metz would not only expose her armies to a flank attack by a force coming up from behind Verdun, but would compel her to pour many hundreds of thousands of men through a bottleneck not more than 30 miles wide. This would mean that many corps with their trains would be packed on the same row, that the lines of supply would be overburdened, that all communications would have to be transferred to the Middle Rhine, leaving the bridges and railways of the Lower Rhine half idle. Such a step would be to court disaster. Germany needed a wide outmarch for her front, and this could only be got by buying, begging, or forcing a passage through Luxembourg and Belgium. This would enable her to turn the eastern fortress barrier of France and to open a direct advance from the northeast on the Marne Valley, which was for Germany the key to Paris. Any loss of reputation she might incur by high-handed action in Belgium would be more than compensated for by its great strategic benefits. Belgium was the key of the whole problem in the West. If it were held inviolable, France's strategical position was good. If not, the advantage lay conspicuously with Germany. The last question, which bears on strategical position, concerns the morale of the troops, their enthusiasm for war, and their confidence in the goodness of their cause. In this, there was little to choose between the combatants. Russia believed herself to be engaged in a holy war. France was fighting for her life against her secular enemy. Britain was drawing the sword for public honor and the free ideals of her empire against the massed forces of autocracy and reaction. Austria may have been somewhat half-hearted, for she had been made a cat's paw of by Germany, but she had her long grievance against Serbia to avenge, and she had, as a spur, the terror of the advancing Slav. Not least was Germany confident in her cause. What seemed to the world an act of brigandage and bad faith was to her only the natural instinct of self-preservation. To the ordinary German, the Triple Entente was a vast conspiracy to hem in Germany and prevent her from gaining the expansion which her vigor demanded. Germany must fight someday unless she were to be crushed, and the sooner the better before Russia became too strong. She believed that in such a war she was certain to win, since France was decadent, Britain contemptible by land, and Russia not yet prepared. Her spies had gone abroad through the globe and reported the omens happy. The British Navy might be stronger than the German, but the latter could, at any rate, cripple its power. And she believed, moreover, that Britain had no stomach for war and would speedily seek a profitable peace. Let us also grant that something more than self-preservation and material aggrandizement entered into the German ideal. There was the exhilaration of one strong people, contra mundum, and the belief that German nationalism was fighting for its honor. We may admit that when men like Haeckel and Wundt, Harnack and Eucken declared that theirs was a war for civilization, they did sincerely believe that something noble and worthy was in danger. 4. The forces disposed for the struggle were thus tolerably patent so far as weight and quantity were concerned, though their quality was still to be assessed. The first round must be fought by strengths already established, and only in the event of the result being indecisive would the chance occur for the less known factors to come into play. Of these, the most indefinable was the manpower of Britain, for a picked army was only a first wave of a torrent to be later unloosed, the volume of which was as yet unplumbed. But in the opening days of war, signs were not wanting that the volume would be formidable, for the British Empire awoke to life with an energy not surpassed by the most compact territorial units, and since the muster of that empire was the extreme opposite both in principle and method of the German assembly, we may glance in this place at the beginning of an epic which was to grow in power and majesty up to the last hour of the campaign. In normal times, the British Commonwealth had been a loose, friendly aggregation, more conscious of its looseness than of its unity. The South African War had given it a short-lived solidarity, but with peace the fervor passed, and each colony and dominion went busily on its own road. Workers for union found themselves faced with many strong centrifugal forces, and had often reason to despair of making their dream a reality. To foreign observers who could not discern its hidden strength, it seemed as if the empire were moving towards an amicable dissolution, or, at the best, a weak alliance of independent nations. This was notably the view held in Germany. Britain, in German eyes, had not the vitality to organize her territories for a common purpose. Canada was drifting towards the United States, Australasia and South Africa towards complete separation, and India was a powder magazine needing but a spark to blow sky-high the jury-built fabric of British authority. The view was natural, for to Germany, empire meant a machine, where each part was under the exact control of a central power. To her, local autonomy seemed only a confession of weakness, and the bonds of kinship an idle sentiment. The British conception of empire, on the other hand, was the reverse of mechanical. She believed that the liberty of the parts was necessary to the stability of the whole, and that her empire, which had grown as the trees grow while men sleep, was a living organism far more enduring than any machine. She had blundered often, but had never lost sight of the ideals of Burke and Chatham. She had created a spiritual bond, which, softness itself, is yet the stuff to hold fast where a steel chain snaps. By the gift of liberty, she had made the conquered her equals and her allies, and the very men she had fought and beaten became in her extremity her passionate defenders. The response of the British Commonwealth was a landmark in British history, greater perhaps than the war which was its cause. No man can read without emotion the tale of those early days in August, when from every quarter of the globe there poured in appeals for the right to share in our struggle. There was loyalty in it, but there was more than loyalty. Every free dominion felt that its own liberty was threatened by Germany's challenge as much as that of France and Belgium. Canada, the eldest daughter, had many sections of her people who in the past had disclaimed any responsibility for our foreign policy, and had hugged the notion of Canadian aloofness in a European war. Suddenly, these voices died away. She had been passing through a time of severe economic troubles. These were forgotten, and all her resources were flung open in the cause of the Allies. Sir Robert Borden and Sir Wilfrid Laurier united their forces, and party activity ceased. As in the South African War, a field force was promptly offered, and a division of all arms was accepted by the British government. The call for volunteers was responded to with wild enthusiasm. In a few days, more than 100,000 men had offered themselves. Old members of Strathconna's Horse and the Royal Canadians clamored for re-enlistment. Rich citizens vied with each other in securing equipment and batteries, and large sums were raised to provide for the dependents of those who were to serve. Every public man in Canada played his part. French Canadians stood side by side with the descendants of the family compacts, and the men of the Western Plains, the best shots and the hardest riders on earth, journeyed great distances to proffer their services to the king. The various Canadian steamship companies offered their vessels to the British government for transport. The Canadian cruisers Neuve and Rainbow were handed over to the Admiralty for purposes of commerce protection, and 2 submarines were offered for general service. Newfoundland increased her naval reserve strength to 1,000 and sent 500 men to the expeditionary force. Australia and New Zealand, which possessed a system of national service, were not behind Canada in loyalty. The former placed all the vessels of the Australian Navy at the Admiralty's disposal, and undertook to raise and equip an expeditionary force of 20,000 men and a light horse brigade of 6,000. The New Zealand expeditionary force was fixed at 8,000 of all arms, and 200 Maoris were accepted for service in Egypt. In South Africa, the people had had unique experience of war, and both British and Dutch were eager to join the British Field Army. Many old officers of Boer commandos came to London to enlist, and the homecoming steamers were full of lean, sunburned young men from Rhodesia bent on the same errand. The chiefs of the Basutos and the Barotses offered their aid, as did the East African Masai, the chiefs of the Baganda, and the emirs of northern Nigeria. The Union government released all British troops for service outside South Africa, and amid immense popular enthusiasm, General Botha called out the local levies for a campaign against German Southwest Africa, and put himself at their head. The most brilliant of Britain's recent opponents in the field had become a British general. Besides these offers of men and money, help in kind was forthcoming from every corner of the empire. The smaller crown colonies, which could not provide troops, could at any rate send supplies. No unit of the empire, however small or however remote, was backward in this noble emulation. But it was the performance of India which took the world by surprise and thrilled every British heart. India, whose alleged disloyalty was the main factor in German calculations. There were roughly 70,000 British troops on the Indian establishment, and a native army consisting of 130 regiments of infantry, 39 regiments of cavalry, the corps of guides, and 10 regiments of Quakers, who were mercenaries hired from the independent kingdom of Nepal. The native army was composed of various race and caste regiments, representing the many Indian peoples who in the past century and a half had been brought under the sway of the British Raj. In a war for the existence of the empire, it was inevitable that that army, one of the strongest of the empire's forces, should be given a share. Moreover, it had an old grudge against the Germans. Indian troops had accompanied the Allies under von Waldersee to China in 1900 and had been contemptuously used by German men and officers. The oldest and proudest races on earth, accustomed to be treated on equal terms by English gentlemen, resented the German talk of coolies and niggers, and the memory of an Indian soldier is long. From the Indian army it was announced that 2 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry brigade would be dispatched at once to the seat of war in Europe, while 3 more cavalry brigades would follow. Meantime, the rulers and princes of India had placed their resources at the King Emperor's call. The 27 larger native states, which maintained imperial service troops, offered their armies, and from 12 of these, the viceroy accepted contingents of cavalry, infantry, sappers, and transport, besides a camel corps from Buchan. Various durbars combined to provide hospital ships. The Maharaja of Mysore gave 50 lakhs of rupees to go to the equipment of the expeditionary force. Large sums of money and thousands of horses came from Gwalior and Bhopal. Little hill states in the Punjab and Balochistan gave camels and drivers. The Maharaja of Rewa offered his troops, his treasury, and even his private jewels, and asked simply, "What orders has my king for me?" The chiefs of the Khyber and Chitral tribes sent messengers proffering help. Kashmir sent money, as did every chief in the Bombay presidency, while the Maharaja Holkar offered the horses of his army. Tiny statelets, islanded in the forests of central India, clamored to share. From beyond the border, Nepal placed her incomparable Gurkhas at the service of Britain, and gave 3 lakhs of rupees to purchase field guns. And the Dalai Lama, forgetting to march to Lhasa and remembering only our hospitality during his exile, offered 1,000 Tibetan troops and informed the king that lamas through the length and breadth of Tibet were praying for the success of British arms and for the happiness of the souls of the fallen. Almost every Indian chief offered personal service in the field, and when no other way was possible, the Aga Khan, the spiritual ruler of 60 million souls, volunteered to fight as a private in the ranks. It was wisely decided that some of the great princes should accompany their men and show by their presence in the West that India and Britain were one. To read the list of those selected was to see, as in a pageant, the tale of British India. First came Sir Pratap Singh, a major general in the British Army, who long ago had sworn that he would not die in his bed, and now, at 70 years of age, rode out to the greatest of his wars. With him went other gallant Rajputs, the Maharajas of Bikaner and Jodhpur, the young Maharaja of Patiala, the head of the Sikhs, the chiefs of the great Mohammedan states of Bhopal, Sharam, and Sachin. Every great name in India was represented in this chivalry, and never in India's history had such a muster been known. Chiefs whose ancestry went back to the days of Alexander and whose forefathers had warred against each other and against Britain on many a desperate field, were now assembled with one spirit and one purpose, and under one king. Nor was this all. Leagues of Indians throughout the world sent their blessings on the campaign. The long and bitter nationalist agitation disappeared as if by magic, and its leaders rallied their countrymen to Britain's aid. The small farmers of the south sent their horses. Bengalis who could not enlist organized ambulances and hospitals, and peasant women throughout all India, not content with giving their sons and brothers to the cause, offered the humble jewels which were their only wealth. Such deaths of sacrifice are too sacred for common praise. The British soldiers and civilians who had found lonely graves between Himalaya and Cape Comorin had not lived and died in vain, when the result of their toil was this splendid and unfaltering loyalty. The effect upon the people of Britain of this rally of the empire was a sense of an immense new comradeship which stirred the least emotional. For consider what it meant. Geographically, it brought under one banner the trapper of Athabasca, the stockman of Victoria, the Dutch farmer from the Back Veld, the tribesman from the Khyber, the gillie from the Scottish hills, and the youth from the London back streets. Racially, it united Mongol and Aryan, Teuton, and Celt. Politically, it drew to the side of the Canadian Democrat the Indian feudatory whose land was still medieval. Spiritually, it joins Christianity in all its forms with the creeds of Islam, Buddha, Brahma, and 1,000 little unknown gods. The British Commonwealth had revealed itself as that wonderful thing for which its makers had striven and prayed, a union based not upon statutes and officialdom, but upon the eternal simplicities of the human spirit. Small wonder that the news stimulated recruiting in England. Every young man with blood in his veins felt that in such a cause and in such a company it was just and pleasant to give his all. Not less profound was the effect of the muster upon our allies across the Channel. No longer, as in 1870, did France stand alone. The German armies might be thundering at her gates, and the fields of Belgium soaked in blood, but the avenger was drawing nigh, and the ends of the earth were hastening to her aid. End of chapter 4, part 3. Chapter 5, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1. The First Shots, August 4th to August 15th. As the minds of both soldiers and civilians bent themselves to the great contest, it was inevitable that they should be busied with forecasts. All agreed that the war would be of a magnitude never known before in history, and that most of the problems would be different in kind from those of the past. During the last half-century, revolution had succeeded revolution. The invention of the internal combustion engine had provided motor transport and airplanes. Field telephones and wireless telegraphy had altered the system of communication among troops. The cannon had passed through a series of bewildering metamorphoses till it had reached the 75mm field gun and the mighty siege howitzer. No single weapon of war but had 100-fold increased its range and precision. The old minor tactics, the old transport and intelligence methods were now, it appeared, as completely out of date as the stagecoach and the China clipper. There would be no room in the higher command for the brilliant guesses, the sudden unexpected strokes, or the personal heroisms of old days. It would no longer be necessary to divine, like Wellington at Assay, what was happening behind a hill. In one sense, many argued, the problem would be simpler. At least it would have fewer elements. But these elements would be difficult to control, and from their novelty, impossible to estimate. There was a general agreement that modern war was a venture into the unknown, and that while the existence of the new factors was plain, their working was incalculable. Let us glance at some of these new factors. The chief was the vast numbers now destined for the battlefield. The greatest action of the old regime was the Battle of the Nations at Leipzig. But there the combatants numbered only 472,000. At Sadowa, there were 436,000. At Gradual, 300,000. In the Russo-Japanese War, the armies had been greater. Buchan, for example, had been fought on a front of 80 miles, had lasted for 3 weeks, and had engaged 700,000 men. But in the coming war, it was plain that the number of troops, the length of front, and the duration of actions must be indefinitely enlarged. The improvement in firearms would itself, as Schlieffen had pointed out in 1909, lead to a great extension of fighting front. The handling of such masses over such an area meant that railways would be of the first importance. Mocker in 1970 had foreseen this, and his successors in the German command had practiced his teaching. They held, probably with truth, the view that Napoleon's ultimate failure had been due to the fact that his armies had outgrown the technical resources of his age, and they were determined that every resource of contemporary invention should be harnessed in the service of their new millions. Staff work, too, of which Moltke had first made a science, must advance pari passu with the growth in complexity of the problems. One special feature also must distinguish this from other struggles. It was the first instance in history of large bodies of men operating in a closely settled country, for in most parts of the garden land of Western Europe there was little freedom of movement. The cultivated nature of the terrain would no doubt simplify the problem of communications, but it would not be easy to find a wild and open battlefield which it was believed that great masses of men would require. For it was almost universally assumed that the coming war would be a war of movement and maneuver. The principal reason for this view was that men's minds could not envisage the long continuance of a struggle in which the whole assets of each nation were so utterly pledged. They underestimated the power of human endurance. They believed that modern numbers and modern weapons would make the struggle most desperate but also short, since flesh and blood must soon be brought to the breaking point. Such a view was possible because no belligerent had recognized the immense relative increase of strength given by modern weapons to the defense over the attack. One form of defense, the old-fashioned fortress, was indeed rightly underrated by Germany, for she realized that the heavy howitzer directed by aircraft would speedily make havoc of the type of fort upon which France and Belgium still relied. But of the impregnability of field entrenchments, no combatant was aware till the third month of war. The gravest of the new problems was scarcely grasped at the outset. What provision could be made for the supreme command? Obviously, even in the case of the army of a single nation, the task of the commander-in-chief would be most intricate. The organizing power of the human brain is limited, and no man could handle a modern army who was not capable of disregarding all but the simple essentials and taking the broad synoptic view. An army must resolve itself into a number of separate commands operating on a general strategic plan. Individual generals must be given a free hand to fight their own battles, provided they conformed to the main scheme. But what of the superior direction of the whole Allied strength? There would be national pride to reckon with, and diverse political interests, different staff methods, different, perhaps conflicting, theories of war. That this problem did not trouble the minds of statesmen more acutely at the start was due to the fact that the contest was regarded as not likely to be a long one. A decision would be reached before it became practical politics. The thing would be like the clashing of two great forces of nature, and the human mind must in large measure be content to wait humbly on fortune. No man foresaw that presently the whole strength of every belligerent would be involved, that scarcely a corner of the globe would be free from the turmoil, and that the supreme need on each side would be some central direction, political, naval, and military, such as in the 7 Years' War the elder Pitt gave to Britain. All the world in that early stage felt, it may fairly be said, in prescience. Men looked for too little from the new factors in war, and they looked for too much. They could recognize these factors, but they could not assess them. They guessed that they would revolutionize military practice, but they both underestimated the effect of that revolution in certain details and overestimated it in the greater matters. Even Germany did not wholly foresee the power of heavy pieces in the field or the deadliness of machine guns. And no country envisaged the tactical effect of airplanes, or the possibility of campaigns in which there would be no flanks to turn, or the power of a modern front to cohere again after it had been pierced, or the way in which the mere elaboration of the machine deprived it of speed and precision, or the influence of the submarine upon the accepted principles of naval war. In these respects, the world was blind to the meaning of its own progress. But in other matters it was too ready to believe that the former things had passed away, and to assume a breach with the past. Changes in warfare come slowly to maturity, and the mind of man no sooner stumbles on a poison than it discovers the antidote. Each revolutionary device developed an attendant drawback, so that the resultant, so far as it concerned human talent and endurance, was not greatly different from other wars. Modern inventions which made possible millions under arms provided facilities for leading them. The great range and devastating effect of the new artillery were largely counterbalanced by the elaboration of its transport and service. The eternal principles of strategy, determined by the changeless categories of space and time, had not altered, and after various excursions into heresy, the war in the end was to be won by sound doctrine. The configuration of the earth, in spite of all the new methods of communication, was to decide the form of the campaigns. The ancient battlegrounds, the ancient avenues of advance, the valleys of Somme and Oise, of Aisne and Marne, of Vardar and Tigris, the Pripyat marshes, the Palestine coast road, exercised as spell as faithfully over the latest armies as over Roman and Crusader. The new problems were different in scale and complexity, but the same in kind. Surprise, which was believed to have been banished from war, returned most dramatically in the first 3 months, and appeared at frequent intervals till the great denouement. And a system which was assumed to have made the soldier only a cog in a vast impersonal machine was to demand in a dozen services the extreme of initiative and individual valor, and in the long run to give to the major personalities a power and significance not less than that possessed by any of the great captains of the past. To a German commander-in-chief, the general strategy of an invasion of France was determined by 2 considerations. The first was the nature of the outmarch imposed upon him by the line of the frontier. The second was the necessity for that immediate disabling blow, that battle without a moral, consequent upon a war waged simultaneously in 2 separate theaters. The eastern frontier of France may be divided into 3 parts. First, the frontier line from Belfort to Verdun, with the gaps in the center between Toul and Epinal, and in the north between Verdun and the Ardennes, left purposely in order to canalize the stream of invasion. Secondly, the line of the central Meuse, and thirdly, the Belgian border on the line Maubeuge-Valenciennes-Lille. A general advance against all parts of that frontier would move with different speeds in each section. In the first, it would be likely to beat for some time against the fortress barrier, and in the second, the difficult territory of the Ardennes, accumulating in the trench-like valley of the Meuse, was scarcely suitable for rapidity in great armies. Only in the third section, where the country was open and the fortresses far apart, could real speed of movement be attained. Such differences in possible pace pointed to an enveloping movement by the German right as the strategy most likely to succeed. The same conclusion was indicated by the necessity for a crushing blow at the earliest possible moment. For, as Clausewitz had written 100 years before, the pit of the stomach of the French monarchy is between Paris and Brussels. The German strategical plan was based upon 2 assumptions. Russian mobilization would be slow, and might be safely confided to Austria to deal with for the 6 weeks which it was estimated would be the time required in which to defeat France. It was therefore possible to leave less than 1/3 of the mobilizable forces on the eastern frontier and concentrate 2/3 on the west. The second was that the blow against France must be in the nature of an encirclement, and a surprise encirclement. Only by envelopment could Germany secure a speedy and final decision, and without it she might be forced into an interminable war of exhaustion which would wreck all her plans. Moltke had preached and practiced this doctrine, and Schlieffen, when chief of staff, had worked it out in full detail as a scheme for the conquest of France. It was his scheme which the German High Command took from its pigeonhole in the closing days of July. Germany, as the attacker, had the initiative. She could determine the form of battle and make her enemy conform to her will. She aimed at surprise and had the means of attaining it. Her enemy had to face a variety of possible attacks, by Belgium and the Meuse, by the Ardennes, by the Gap of Lorraine, by southern Alsace. She had decided long ago upon her Belgian policy, while France was entangled with the whimsies of international honor. France could not know how small a proportion of her forces she had relegated to the east, or the use she proposed to make of her reserve divisions. She was allotting 35 corps to the Western Front, while the French staff expected only 22. These great numbers would permit her to send a deluge through Belgium utterly beyond the French calculation, and at the same time allowed her to press hard on the French right wing so as to bring about a complete encirclement. For the German plan contemplated a double envelopment by Belgium and by the Gap of Lorraine. Germany therefore arranged her outmarch in 3 groups. In the north, moving against the French left was more than 1/3 of her total forces in the west. Her first and second armies, comprising 13 corps and a mass of cavalry, directed through the Ardennes against the Middle Meuse, was the central group, the third, the fourth, and fifth armies, amounting to 14 corps. On the left were the 6th and 7th armies, 8 corps strong, based on Metz and destined for Lorraine. It was approximately Moltke's grouping in 1866 and 1870. The left group, assisted by the left wing of the center, was to break the French right, while the rest of the center engaged the French center, and the great right group enveloped the French left. Faced with such a threat, France was in serious difficulties. Her plain duty, to begin with, was to fight on the defensive. She did not know where the chief blow was to be delivered. It might come through Belgium or through Lorraine, or like Schwarzenberg's maneuver in 1814, through a corner of Switzerland, for Germany had flung all international treaties to the winds. It was her business to be prepared at every point, but how was it to be done? She could not string out her armies in a thin cordon like Duny along the frontier. Engage the enemy everywhere and then see had been one of Napoleon's maxims of war. But the times had changed, and a strategy suited to little armies of 60,000 was out of place in dealing with millions. Yet an adaptation of Napoleon's precepts was the only feasible plan. Till the situation was clearer, she should attempt to feel the enemy's strength along the whole front, and be prepared with reserves to fling in at the crucial points. The classic principle in French strategy was a Napoleonic one, that of the general advanced guard. The position was too critical to risk everything on a hazard, to use the whole of France's military power according to a prearranged scheme which might be mistaken. The policy must be opportunist. The first armies must be employed to fix the enemy, to retreat if necessary, and to provide opportunity at the right moment for the deadly use of reserves, that mass of maneuver, which traditionally was the key to the French plan. But the craze for the offensive induced a departure from this policy in favor of a general attack with the right pushed up to the Rhine, which would threaten the flank of the enemy forces moving through Luxembourg and Belgium. Accordingly, the French command grouped 9 divisions around Belfort and the 21 divisions of the 1st and 2nd armies along the Lorraine frontier, thus allotting 1/2 of their total available force for an offensive. The 3rd Army of 9 divisions lay round Verdun, and the 5th Army of 12 divisions watched the exits from the Ardennes. The 4th Army of 6 divisions was held in reserve. It is easy to criticize these dispositions in the light of later events, They were in fact a mistake, a departure from a sound principle, and the mistake was partly due to imperfect information. The total German strength was underestimated by the French staff, who accordingly did not allow for the magnitude of the will of the enemy's right wing. For the violation of Belgium, they were prepared, but they looked for the attack by the Ardennes and the Meuse Valley. They had never dreamed that Germany could muster sufficient forces for a wild sweep through the Belgian plain. Their intelligence system was defective, and this fault vitiated the careful French plan. The offensive into Lorraine, a sound enough scheme in different circumstances, would scarcely have been undertaken had France realized the huge weight of the German armies of the right. The argument was that if the Germans were strong on their right wing, they would be weak on their left, and alternatively, if they were strong on both wings, they must be weak in the center. Therefore, if the French right failed, the left would succeed, or if both were held, the center would go through. As events developed, the first French operations had the look of the linear strategy, the Morcement of the First Republic before the advent of Carnot and Napoleon. But the mistake was a momentary forgetfulness, not a reasoned rejection of principle, and since the sound principle remained, it could be retrieved. The advance guard was at the start faultily handled and fell into grievous straits. But the doctrine of the mass of maneuver survived, to be used when the enemy's impetus slackened. The French strength was to be gravely imperiled, but never irrevocably pledged. The truth seems to be that the French staff at the outbreak of war, besides its imperfect information as to the enemy's strength, suffered from a divided mind as to its first steps. The difficulties were great, for before the 4th of August they could not be certain about Italy's neutrality, and they had no means of assessing the precise value of Britain and Belgium in the field. Faced with so many unknown quantities, they chose, instead of a strategical defensive combined with a tactical offensive, the hopeless course of a general offensive in wildly separated fields. They permitted their immediate mass of maneuver, the Fourth Army, to be thrown into an area the importance of which was not proven. The mistake is the stranger when we remember that Joffre himself has admitted that he realized the possibility of a German advance by the Belgian plain, and that men like Michel and Larensec had long advocated this view. The error may be largely attributed to the undue emphasis which had been placed upon the offensive in and out of season. The mind of France had been trained to see in the catastrophe of 1870 a warning against a passive defense, and to believe that in a desperate energy of attack lay at all times the road to victory. This prepossession had been strengthened by the lectures of Foch at the École de Guerre, who preached an almost metaphysical doctrine of the prevailing power of the audacious spirit. Ere the war was finished, that great soldier was to learn that patience may be as vital as boldness, and a minute calculation of means as necessary as the will to conquer. This mystical optimism combined with a grave ignorance of and misreading of facts to bring the French command very near disaster. At a moment when every horizon was misty and when Britain and Russia needed time to marshal their strength, they all but played into Germany's hands by giving her the chance of that decisive battle which she desired. But as yet the issue was not joined with France. For the moment we have to consider the great German armies maneuvering into position for the attack and colliding in their assembly with the little Belgian force that guarded the main gate. On paper, the French concentration on the eastern frontier was speedier than the German, but owing to the perfection of her railway system, the number of new strategic lines and sidings on the Luxembourg and Belgian borders, and the long start given by the declaration of the Kriegsgefangenenzustand, Germany did in fact win the race. It must be granted that the movement of her 21 active and 13th Reserve Corps to the front of our march was accomplished with marvelous celerity. When we remember that a corps normally required for its transport 118 trains, and 130 if it were accompanied by its heavy artillery. The First Army, commanded by Alexander von Kluck, a veteran of the 1870 war, and containing, in addition to their Landwehr brigades, the 2nd, 3rd, 3rd Reserve, 4th, 4th Reserve, 9th, and later 9th Reserve Corps, assembled in the Neuve Chapelle region. On its left, the 2nd Army under von Bülow arrived east of Malmedy with the 10th, 10th Reserve, Guard Reserve, 7th, and 7th Reserve Corps. South was the 3rd Army under the Saxon General von Hausen with the 12th, 12th Reserve, 11th, and 19th Corps. These three armies were the group assigned for the march through Belgium and the northern envelopment of the French. The 4th Army under Duke Albright of Württemberg, the connecting link in the advance, had the 8th, 8th Reserve, 18th, and 18th Reserve Corps, and concentrated in the Braunfeld-Gorstein region with its march directed towards the Samur and the southern Ardennes. The 5th Army under the Imperial Crown Prince with the 13th, 6th, 6th Reserve, 16th, 5th, and 5th Reserve Corps was based on Treves, looking towards the Gap of Stenay. On its left, in front of Saarbrück, the 6th Army, the Bavarians under their Crown Prince, comprising the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Bavarian Corps, the 1st Bavarian Reserve, and the 21st Corps, had before them the Gap of Lorraine. The small 7th Army under von Iringen, assembling east of the Vosges and north of Saarbrück, embraced the 14th and 14th Reserve Corps and part of the 15th Reserve. A detachment under von Deimling, consisting principally of the 15th Corps, watched Alsace from the neighborhood of Colmar. The supreme direction of the Army of the West, as of the whole armed strength of the German Empire, was vested in the Emperor as warlord, but in practice the command was in the hands of the Chief of the General Staff. At the moment, this post was held by Lieutenant General Helmut von Moltke, a nephew of the victor of 1870. He was then a man of 66 who had served as a subaltern in the Franco-Prussian War, had been for some time a lecturer in the Berlin Military Academy, had in 1891 become adjutant to the Emperor, and in 1906 had succeeded von Schlieffen as Chief of Staff. He was known to the world as a learned and accomplished soldier and a successful commander at maneuvers, while to his countrymen his name seemed of happy augury. The first Moltke had broken the French Empire, the second would shatter the French Republic and the Empire of Britain. But the peculiar situation caused by the attitude of Belgium compelled Germany to send an advance guard to make ready the path through the northern gate for her great armies of the right. Covering troops from Westphalia and Hanover, belonging mainly to the 7th and 10th Corps of Bülow's 2nd Army, were detailed for this purpose. These were 6 brigades of infantry, which were strengthened and converted into mixed brigades by the addition to each of a cavalry squadron, a brigade of field artillery, and a Jager battalion. This force was placed under General von Emich, the commander of the 10th Corps, and directed to seize Liège by a coup de main. At the same time, the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Divisions under von der Marwitz were ordered to the north of Liège, and in the south the 9th, 5th, and Guard Cavalry Divisions moved into position in the Ardennes and along the Meuse to protect the concentration of the 2nd and 3rd Armies from the interference of French cavalry. On the morning of Tuesday, 4th August, Marwitz had seized Visi, crossed the Meuse, and entered Belgium. And late that evening, Emich's scouts came into touch with the Belgian pickets. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. The chief routes into Belgium from the Rhine Valley are four. There is the ingress through Luxembourg into the southern Ardennes and so to the central Meuse Valley. There is the route from the German frontier camp of Normandy to Stavelot, which would give access to the northern Ardennes and to the Meuse at Denain, Namur, and Huy. There is the great route from Aix via Verviers by the main line between Paris and Berlin down the valley of the Vesle to Liège. And lastly, there is the direct route by road from Aix to the crossing of the Meuse at Visy, on the very edge of the Dutch frontier. All four routes were requisitioned. But for Germany's immediate purpose, the vital entry was the gap of 10 miles between the Dutch border and the Ardennes, the bottleneck of the Belgian plain, with the fortress of Liège in the gate. There, the Meuse runs in a deep trench between two masses of upland. On the north lies a tableland which extends for 50 miles to the vicinity of Louvain. On the south and east is the hill country of the Ardennes, a land of ridges and forests, broken by the glens of swift running streams, which fall west and north and south to the Meuse. The sides of the trench are sharply cut and generally clothed with scrub oak and beeches. The alluvial bottom is the site of many industries. Railways follow both banks of the river, and the smoke from 100 factory and colliery chimneys darkens the sky. It is the Black Country of Belgium, and like our own Black Country, is neighbor to the clean pastoral hills. Strategically, the bordering uplands are very different in character. The Ardennes are rough and broken, easy to defend and difficult for large armies to move in, while the northern tableland is a plain covered with crops of beetroot and cereals, presenting no serious obstacle to any invader. Northeast and east of Liège, the Meuse Valley broadens into the Dutch flats. The natural defense of Belgium from the east might be said to cease with the winning of the upland crest north of the city. Liège itself lies astride the main streams of the Meuse and the second channel which receives the waters of the Ourthe and the Vesle. It occupies the flat between the northern plateau and the river, spreading eastwards down the valley and climbing westwards towards the plateau in steep, crooked streets. The city had no defenses in itself, the old walls having gone, and the old citadel being merely a relic on a hilltop. It contained many bridges, the most important of which was the railway bridge of Val-Benoît, which carried the main line from Germany across the Meuse. From the railway station, this line was borne to the northern plateau on a high embankment called the Planoclini, through which the roadways passed under vaulted gateways. Special engines were used to push the trains up the hills till the junction of On was reached on the edge of the plateau, whence there was a level run to Brussels. Obviously, such a position had great capacities for defense, and these were made use of in the series of forts constructed by Henri Alexis Briamont for the Belgian government between the years 1888 and 1892. Briamont occupies in the modern history of fortifications the place which Vauban held in the old. Born in 1821, he received his first training in military engineering from French officers, but by 1855, when he was a captain on the Belgian General Staff, he had thrown over French models and was inclined to the new German theories. He aimed at adapting fortresses to meet long-range rifled guns and high-angled shell fire, and rejected the old French star shape with bastions, ramparts, and intricate outworks for the German type of long front and detached forts. The approval of Todteben, the defender of Sebastopol, confirmed him in his views. His first great work was the fortifications of Antwerp, completed in 1868. In 1883, he designed for the Romanian government the gigantic defenses of Bucharest, and by 1892 he had completed the defense of the Meuse Valley in the forts of Liège and Namur. Briamont's typical fort was largely an underground structure. The military engineer of the days before artillery piled up his towers and turrets into a stately castle. But with the advent of the artillerists, fortresses began to sink into the earth as their best protection. Briamont's forts were buried in it. His ordinary design was a low mound, surrounded by a deep ditch, the top of the mound hardly showing above its margin. The mound was cased in concrete and masonry, and roofed with concrete covered with earth and sods. The top was broken by circular pits, in which, working like pistons, the cupolas, or gun turrets, slid up and down with just enough movement to bring the gun muzzles above the level of the ground. Internally, the mound was like a gigantic molehill, hollowed out into passages and chambers. In this subterranean structure were the quarters of the small garrison, the machinery for maneuvering guns and turrets, the stores of ammunition and supplies, the electric lighting arrangements, and the ventilating fans. The whole fort was like a low freeboard turret ship sunk in the ground, and it was fought much as the barbettes of a battleship are fought in action. Its garrison was a crew of engineers and mechanics who obtained access to it by an inclined tunnel. Briamont made of any place to be fortified a ring fortress, surrounding it with such forts as have been described, so as to command the main approaches. He assumed that lines of trenches and redoubts for infantry, as well as gun pits for artillery, would be constructed in the ground between them, as what he called a safety circle, to prevent raids between the forts at night or in misty weather. This important point in his plan seems to have been generally forgotten, while the one weak spot, an infantry defense for the fort itself by means of a parapet lined with riflemen, was zealously clung to by his countrymen, a complication as useless as devising positions for small armed men round the size of a dreadnought. The Liège defenses consisted of 6 main forts of the pentagonal type and 6 lesser forts, or fortons, triangular in shape. It is necessary to note these exactly if we are to understand the events which follow. Beginning at the north end, at the point nearest to the Dutch frontier, we found the fort of Pontis on rising ground close to the canal on the left bank of the Meuse. From this point it is some 9 miles to Eyston, the nearest Dutch village, and the undefended gap in the Belgian frontier, to strengthen which no steps seems to have been taken, may be put at between 5 and 6 miles. This was the gap which the German attack on Visy was intended to seize. Southeast across the Meuse stood the fort of Buchan, and south from it the forton of Yvenay. South again came the large fort of Fléon, commanding one railway line to Aix. Southwest lay the 2 fortons Chaufontaine and Hamburg, on opposite sides of the vessel, commanding the main line to Germany via Verviers. Westwards in the circle we crossed the Oath Valley and reached the fort of Bonzel, which commanded the hilly ground between the Oath and the Meuse. North from Bonzel, on the plateau beyond the Meuse, stood 3 important defenses: the fort of Flamel at the south end, the forton of Hollon, and the vital fort of Lanson, which commanded the junction of Arnes and the railways which ran from Liège, north and west, across the plateau. Lastly, between Lanson and Pontis lay the 2 lesser fortons of Lanton and Liège. The forts made an irregular circle around the city, the average distance of each from the center being about 4 miles. The greatest distance between any 2 forts was 7,000 yards, and the average less than 4,000. In theory, they formed a double line of defense, so that if one fell, its neighbors to the left and right should still be able to hold the enemy. At one or 2 points, the invaders might come under the fire of as many as 4 forts. The garrison of each was small, for there was no room in them for numbers. Some 80 men at the most, engineers, gunners, and a handful of riflemen to hold the parapets. The noise, heat, and confinement made the surface the most trying conceivable, and during the attack on Liège, the defenders found that they could not swallow food or compose themselves to sleep, even when sleep was permitted. The armaments were 2 6-inch guns, 4 4.7-inch, 2 8-inch mortars, and 4 light quick-firers for the forts, 2 6-inch, 2 4.7-inch, 1 or 2 8-inch mortars, and 3 quick-firers for the photon. Liège mounted a total of some 400 pieces. The old Belgian army had been organized on the basis of conscription with paid substitution, which virtually produced a force of professional volunteers. By the reforms of 1909 and 1913, the principle of a nation in arms was introduced. The term of service was put at 13 years, and the strength on mobilization was fixed at 150,000 for the field army, 130,000 for the fortress garrisons, and a reserve of 60,000, a total of 340,000 men. Unfortunately, these reforms were not completed by 1914, and the total available was only 263,000, which, on the assumption that the fortress garrisons could not be reduced, left no more than 133,000 for the field. To bring the field force up to the required standard, it was found necessary to call upon the Civic Guard, one of the last survivors of the old National Guards of Europe. Belgium was therefore able to put in the field 6 divisions of infantry and 1 of cavalry. A division was formed of 3 mixed brigades, each consisting of 6 battalions and 3 batteries. The field artillery was good, but there were few heavy pieces. The equipment, especially of the infantry, left something to be desired, and no field uniform had been adopted. The Belgian soldier went into battle in the same garb that he wore in peacetime on parade. The difficulty of the situation was that Belgium could have no settled plan of campaign. She had to face many ways and watch all her neighbors, and in her peace dispositions had 1 division in Flanders with an eye on England, 1 at Liège with an eye on Germany, and 2 near the French frontier to deal with France. After the German ultimatum, and not till then, the whole army faced eastward. On the 4th of August, the Belgian forces were still in process of mobilization on the line of the River Dyle covering Brussels and Antwerp. The church bells were still ringing their summons at midnight, and the dogs were being collected from the milk carts to draw the meat trails. The 1st Division was moved from Ghent to Tillermont, the 2nd from Antwerp to Louvain, the 5th from Mons to Pervyse, the 6th from Brussels to Wavre. The movements were protected by the Cavalry Division, concentrated at Jambru and moving on Harham, and 2 detached mixed brigades at Tongres and Huy. The 3rd Division was rushed to Liège, and the Civic Guard of that city took their stand by the side of the regulars. At full strength, the force should have numbered over 30,000 men, but as the mobilization was incomplete, it was little more than 20,000. The defenders of Liège were in the same position as the attackers, an improvised force hastily put together and imperfectly equipped. No stranger medley of color could be found in Europe than such a field army which lacked a field dress, the men of the line in their blue and white, the chercheurs-à-pied with their piquet caps, green and yellow uniforms, and flowing capes, and the Civic Guard with their high, round hats and red facings. Little could be done in 2 days to improvise defenses, but gangs of colliers and navvies were set to work to dig trenches and throw up breastworks, and the village of Boncel and various houses, spinneys, and even churches, which obviously obstructed the line of fire, were leveled to the ground. By the afternoon of Tuesday, 4th of August, the Belgians held the line of the southeastern forts from Bonzel to Buchan, and cavalry patrols covered the gap between Pontis and the Dutch frontier. The army of Liège was under the command of General Lemon, an officer of engineers and commandant of the military school, who had worked under Briamont on the Antwerp and Meuse defenses, and was regarded as the foremost living representative of his views. At the outbreak of war, he was between 50 and 60 years of age, a grave, silent man who inspired respect rather than enthusiasm in his followers. Obviously, he could do no more than play for time. His business was to make such a stand on the line of the southern forts as would delay the enemy for a day or two. Then the city, in the absence of either redoubts between the forts or a strong field army, must inevitably fall. But this fate did not necessarily mean the end of the resistance. The northern forts could still hold out till the enemy should force the plateau from the city, or, advancing from Vizy or Huy, should take them on the flank. This meant time. Until they fell, there was no progress by rail from Liège towards the Belgian plain. It was Lemont's aim to hold on as long as possible to the force commanding the railway between Liège and Namur, for by that road the French would come. If 3 days were gained, it would be something. If a week, it would be much. For daily, hourly, the little Belgian army looked west for the arrival of its allies of France and Britain. Germany did not rate Belgian valor high, and believed that Emmech's advanced guard had an easy task before them, for in spite of her elaborate intelligence system, she seemed to have no instruments delicate enough to gauge the spirit of a people. She did not realize that Belgium had acquired an army, and something more potent than armies, a vivid national self-consciousness and a Stuart patriotism. For 2,000 years, the little country had been the cockpit of Europe. On her soil, Caesar had crushed the resistance of Gaul. France had won her nationhood. The dwellers by the North Sea had fought for liberty against Spain. Louis XIV had seen his ambitions frustrated, and Napoleon had dreamed his last dream. In a position to retain sovereign rights involved a sleepless vigilance and an infinite sacrifice. When the hour came, Belgium was ready, and her faith was found in the words of her king. A country which defends itself cannot perish. Germany forgot that liberty and nationhood cannot be assessed in marketable terms, and that there are wrongs for which there is no compensation. She had not reckoned with the Belgian spirit. To her it seemed, as Stein said of the Tugendbund, the rage of dreaming ship, and her fury was the measure of her surprise. On the night of Tuesday the 4th, as we have seen, Le Mans pickets came into touch with Emmech's vanguard, and about 11:30 that night, the citizens of Liège heard the beginning of a great cannonade. The Germans, coming down the Ourthe and the Vesle, were attacking the forts of Bonzel, Hambourg, Chaufontaine, and Fleon with long-range fire over the woods, the guns being laid by the map. Their heavy pieces had not yet come up, and the fire was high-explosive shell from ordinary field artillery. The guns of the forts replied, but did little damage, as the enemy positions in that broken country were easily concealed. The artillery duel went on through the night, and on the morning of Wednesday the 5th, a flag of truce was sent to Le Mans demanding a passage. The Belgian general refused, and an infantry attack was launched forthwith between Hambourg and Bonzel. It was beaten off with heavy loss to the assault. That afternoon, Emmech received reinforcements from the 10th Corps and a van of Kluck's infantry. The 9th Corps, having crossed the river at Vizy, began to move on Liège from the northeast. In the afternoon, the Germans, hard-pressed for time and now strengthened by a supply of medium-heavy pieces, opened a new bombardment, which damaged Fleon by smashing the mechanism of its cupolas, All night the German infantry attacked, regardless of losses, and by the morning of the 6th, the 14th Brigade had filtered through the circle of forts and was marching on the city. By that afternoon, the Belgian infantry and artillery were falling back on Liège, for Neumond had decided that the place of his 3rd Division was with the Field Army now mustering behind the River Jet. The retreat was necessarily hurried, and there was no time to destroy the Meuse bridges. But Neumond succeeded in his purpose, and himself took a position in Fort Lanson, which commanded the plateau and the railway line to France. That night, the 14th German Brigade encamped on the heights of La Cetreuse, overlooking the city. Its general having fallen, it was led by the Deputy Chief of Staff of Bülow's Second Army, who had been sent to accompany Emich. His name was von Ludendorff, and at one time he had been chief of the operations section of the General Staff, where he had come into conflict with the Imperial Chancellor on the subject of the army estimates. It is a name which will appear many times in the course of this history, and now his quickness of conception and high personal courage were mainly responsible for the German success. On the morning of the 7th, he went along with the brigade adjutant to the citadel of Liège and received its surrender. Terms were arranged with the burgomaster and the bishop, and the Germans marched in. The line of the southern forts had been pierced, though none of them had yet fallen. But it was the forts on the north bank of the Meuse in which lay the chief strategic value. For so long as they were untaken, the great railway lines could not be used, and for the German advance, Liège was a terminus and not a junction. Emich had had enough of frontal infantry attacks and inadequate bombardments. He suffered Neumond in the north forts to remain in peace till he had brought up his siege train. Meantime, to the east and west of the city, the German advance continued. Stores of all kinds poured into Liège. The pontoon bridges at Visy were completed, and the great batteries of Gluck's army were brought on to Belgian soil. 2 German cavalry divisions advanced to test the crossing of the Jet, along the western bank of which lay the main Belgian force of 5 divisions. On Sunday the 9th, German cavalry had advanced to various points well inside the frontier. The method was the same in most cases. Cavalry, often preceded by scouts in armed motor cars, entered a town, seized certain prominent citizens as hostages, lowered the Belgian flag, and demanded supplies. The cavalry had only emergency rations and no supply wagons. There was a good deal of terrorizing but few serious outrages, for they had not yet felt the spirit of Belgian resistance. On Tuesday the 11th, the German front ran from Hasselt on the right through Zundtrond to Rachem. Various Belgian detachments, chiefly cavalry, had been thrown forward to form an irregular screen against the German advance. On the 11th, word had come of a French movement across the Somme, and the Belgian right was extended in the direction of Annecy to join hands with it. But the rumor was unfounded. The French mobilization was still in process, and the French commander-in-chief had decided not to move a brigade till it was completed. On Wednesday, the 12th, the German cavalry screen came into touch with the Belgians at various places. Its right advanced from Hasselt down the little river Jet towards the small unfortified town of Diest, with the object of outflanking the Belgian field force on the Dyle. At the village of Hallen, a mile or 2 southeast of the town, they encountered a Belgian force which had barricaded the river bridges. The Germans were a detachment of cavalry with some machine guns and a weak brigade of infantry in support. They made a determined effort to rush the bridges with their infantry, but were beaten back, and the charge of the Belgian cavalry on the flanks completed their rout. They had been guilty of the mistake of underestimating the enemy, and had made no artillery preparations for the assault. This battle among cornfields was fought with great determination, and in front of the bridges the dead lay in heaps. The Germans succeeded, however, in carrying off their wounded, and the defeat was not crushing, for there was no serious attempt at pursuit. On the afternoon of the same day, a German column crossed the Jet above Haarlem and tried to force the bridge at Kortenaken on its tributary the Werp. For 4 hours, the Belgians contested the passage, and the enemy was beaten off. Next day, this series of desultory actions was continued by an attack of 2,000 German cavalry on the town of Tulemund, which was driven back by the fire of Belgian infantry. Far on the German left, at Angassi, close to the field of Ramy, and almost within range of the forts of Namur, a German cavalry detachment which had bivouacked in the village was surprised by a sortie of Belgian cavalry and cyclists from Namur. They were expelled in confusion, leaving their machine guns and some 40 dead behind them. The result of these skirmishes, for they were scarcely more, being entirely affairs of outposts, was to inspire the Belgian soldiers with immense self-confidence and lead them to despise the military prowess of the invaders. Man for man, they had proved themselves superior to the renowned Uhlans, and the clumsiness of German cavalry tactics roused their contempt. The Belgian plain was not the best ground for cavalry work, and the small number of infantry employed by the enemy was of little use against the well-chosen Belgian positions. Yet it must be admitted that these 5 days of skirmishing had achieved the end which the German commander intended. The cavalry had acted as a true screen and had moved right up to the edge of the Jet line. Telegrams from Belgium during that week implied that no German infantry in any strength had crossed the Meuse, which proved that the screen had done its work. For at that very moment, when the great armies of Klug and Bülow were placing their last troops on Belgian soil, the Belgians still rated the force inside their frontier at a couple of cavalry divisions and a few oddments of foot and artillery. The French staff suffered from the same defective intelligence. Saude's cavalry corps of 3 divisions had crossed the Belgian frontier on the 6th, and on the 8th was within a few miles of Liège. But neither then, nor in their later reconnaissance on the 11th and the 15th, did they discover the strength of the German infantry, which was the vital problem before the defense. The German cavalry screen fell back but was never pierced. This lack of exact knowledge among the Entente staff is shown further by the fact that Sir John French, on the 18th and even so late as the 21st, believed that the forts at Liège were still untaken. Meantime, detachments from the Second Army, which had concentrated south of Klug, were feeling their way up the Meuse Valley towards Namur. On Wednesday the 12th, its advanced guard seized the town of Huy, which stood halfway between Namur and Liège, and was out of the danger zone of the forts of both cities. The old citadel, long dismantled and used as a storehouse, had no guns wherewith to command the bridge, and though Belgian posts offered some resistance, the Huy crossing was soon in German hands. The capture of Huy put the invader astride of the main line from Aix to France by way of Liège. But at present it was of little use to him, since the northern fort of Liège still commanded its most vital point. It gave him, however, a branch line running directly north from Huy across the plain to Landen and the heart of Belgium. On the 11th, the main siege train began to arrive at Liège. Buchan had already fallen on the 9th, and Eveny on the 10th to the German field pieces, and at midday on the 12th the final bombardment began. The heavy artillery used was mainly the 28 cm 11-inch, but it seems that a certain number of the 42 cm 16-inch howitzers were also in action. Pontis, Emboul, and Chaufontaine fell on the 13th, Fleon on the 14th. That day, Bonzel was summoned to surrender, and on its refusal was bombarded for 24 hours. The electric light apparatus was destroyed, and through the night the defenders fought on in a suffocating darkness. By 6 o'clock on the morning of the 15th, the concrete chambers began to fall in. Several of the cupolas were smashed, and shells penetrated the roof and burst inside the fort itself. Surrender was inevitable, and the gallant commander hoisted a white flag after a resistance of 11 days. Nothing was left of the fort but a heap of ruins. Meanwhile, the bombardment of Lausanne, which General Lamont stubbornly held for Belgium, was continued without rest. It was commanded by reverse fire. That is to say, the 11th-inch howitzers were trained on it from the direction of the city, and all the pentagonal forts of Briamont were weak on the side which at normal times was not that which fronted the enemy. The heavy shell fire, as at Bonzel, smashed the cement framework and the cupolas, and seems to have exploded the magazine, for at 5:20 p.m. on the 15th, the whole fort blew up. The few defenders left alive were half dead from suffocation. Only one shot was fired, by a man with his left hand, his right having been blown away. General Lamont was found unconscious, his body pinned by falling beams, and his life in grave danger from poisoning by nauseous fumes. He was carried to Emmerich, whom he had met 2 years before at maneuvers. His captor congratulated him on his heroic resistance and gave him back his sword. "I thank you," was the answer of this soldier of few words. "War is a different sort of job from maneuvers. I ask you to bear witness that you found me unconscious." For 11 days the forts of Liège had stood out against the enemy and blocked his main advance. It may fairly be said that their resistance put back the German timetable by at least 72 hours, and by that space of time hindered Kluck from reaching the main battlefield. Of what immense consequence was that delay, this narrative will show. On it depended, in all likelihood, the salvation of the Entente armies and the defeat of the German plan. Without it, the British army and the French Fifth Army might well have been destroyed. That was a great thing in itself, but those 11 days of fighting made an impression upon the world out of all proportion to their results. The true significance of the Belgian stand was that it pricked the bubble of German invincibility. A great nation, which for a generation had given itself up to the study of war and had boasted throughout the world of its army, found itself held in the gates by a little unmilitary people that it despised. It was much that Belgium should defy Germany. It was more that she should make good her defiance. The triumph was moral, and advertisement to the world that the ancient faith of country and duty would still nerve the arm for battle, and that the German idol, for all its splendor, had feet of clay. At the other end of the western battlefield, the first week of war revealed a premature activity. As Germany with half-mobilized troops attacked the Belgian line in the north, France with troops in the same condition made a movement against Upper Alsace in the south. The wedge of plain between the Vosges and the Swiss frontier was a natural line of advance against Germany, for it had behind it to the west the French fortified position of Belfort, and it gave easy access to the Upper Rhine. But a serious advance was only possible for a strong field army, for north guarding the river valley lay the great German fortresses of Neuve and Strasbourg. What happened during this week was an affair of weak advanced guards. It was reported by French airplanes that the Germans were holding the right bank of the Rhine, and on the left bank had only small detachments. So it was decided to attempt to occupy the country up to the river. What good a weak occupation could do does not appear, for it was at the mercy of larger masses operating from the German fortresses. Late on the evening of Friday the 7th, the day when Emmerich entered Liège, troops from the Belfort garrison crossed the frontier and drove back small German detachments which were entrenched at Elkirch. The pursuing cavalry came into contact with German rearguards and were unable to press their advantage. But the town was evacuated, and the French entered amid great demonstrations of popular joy. Next morning, they continued their way unopposed to Mulhouse, an important manufacturing town without permanent fortifications, and to their surprise found the entrenchments deserted. Desultory fighting was carried on with a German force, about a brigade strong, in the neighboring woods, but the resistance was insignificant, and unfortunately gave the French a false idea of their opponent's condition. They were disillusioned next day, the 9th, when large bodies of Germans coming from the direction of Colmar and Neuve Chapelle began to close in on Mulhouse from the north and east. The French commander, knowing his position untenable, evacuated the town early on Monday morning, 10th of August, and occupied a position a little to the south. Finding the enemy in strength, he returned to Altkirch, some 12 miles from the French frontier. To raid, for it was nothing more, had no military significance, and seems to have been hampered by faulty reconnaissance on the part of the French airmen. Its political purpose was proved by the message of General Jouve, published in Altkirch and Mulhouse. The enterprise was an advertisement to the lost provinces that the day of their deliverance was at hand. Nowhere were the memories of 1870 so ineradicable as in Alsace-Lorraine. Nowhere was the Prussian military system, as exhibited in incidents like that of Sabon, so hateful. But the announcement was addressed even more to the people of France. It was necessary, in the view of the French leaders, to give to the countrymen at the outset of the great struggle some dramatic episode to fire their imagination and typify the purpose of the war. What more dramatic than a raid into Alsace with a message of emancipation? A wise general, drawing upon a nation in arms, will not disdain to remember popular emotions. The incident had its effects. On a Monday afternoon, 10th August, when Paris had the news of the taking of Mulhouse, but not of its evacuation, there was a great assembly in the Place de la Concorde. The center of interest was the Strasbourg statue, draped those many years with crape, but bearing on its escutcheon the proud words, Qui vive France quand même. In a reverent silence, the signs of mourning were removed. If the tricolor did not yet float above the spires of the Alsatian city, the march of the deliverers had begun. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. The battle joined in the west, 15th August to 24th August. The war preparation of France began at 9 p.m. on the 31st July with the moving of the covering troops, a task completed by midday on the 3rd of August. The mobilization proper started on the 2nd of August, and the concentration at midday on the 5th of August. By noon on the 12th, the more urgent transport movements had been completed, and between that date and midnight on the 18th, the main work was accomplished. It was a brilliant performance, the more as the original destination of 4 corps was changed during its progress. On the 18th, the First Army under Dubé lay between Belfort and the line Mirecourt-Lunéville. Castelnu's Second Army thence to the Moselle, the Third Army under Ruffey from the Moselle to Verdun, and Langrissac's Fifth Army along the Meuse and the Belgian frontier. The General Reserve, the Fourth Army under de Long-Dickery, lay east of Commercy. The French forces faced Germany on the ancient frontier line of the Vosges, the Moselle, and the Meuse. Between 1875 and 1914, there had been no less than 40 ministers of war in France and 17 chiefs of the general staff. An organization subject to so many vicissitudes of control must necessarily have suffered in efficiency. Politics had played a great part in military appointments, and there was a lack of central authority in controlling the various services of war. When M. Buchan, to whom the modern French army owed much, went to the War Office, he relied especially on 3 officers for the working out of his schemes of reform. The great and well-deserved popular reputations of the day belonged to those generals, such as Gallieni, Luytet, and Damar, who had recently won distinction in North Africa, Madagascar, and Tonkin. Monsieur Mitron's 3 were almost unknown to the man in the street. One was Poe, who had left an arm on the battlefields of 1870, adored by the rank and file, to whom he was the premier troupier du monde, but only a name to the world of politics and society. A second was Castelnau, a man of singular gentleness and nobility of spirit, and the possessor of a mathematical brain which excelled in problems like mobilization. The third was Joseph Césaire Joffre, an engineer officer sprung from the bourgeois stock in the Eastern Pyrenees. He had first come into note in the Timbuktu expedition of 1893 to 1894 and had later served in Madagascar. In 1910, he had become a member of the Conseil supérieur de la guerre, and a year later had become its vice president, succeeding Michel and being preferred to Poe and Gallieni. He was an anti-clerical and a strenuous Republican, but he allowed no intrigues of party or sect to bias his judgment. In the 3 years of his vice presidency, he had done much to reform the machine, but he had had little influence on strategical thought. He was not, like Foch, a great military student and thinker, and he accepted what was given him in that line, devoting himself to the concrete preparation in detail which he understood. He represented character rather than mind, and as it happened, it was character which France needed most in the hour of crisis. His honesty was to enable him to make the drastic changes for which events clamored. His modesty and intellectual candor allowed him to revise plan after plan. Above all, his steadfast courage, his infinite patience, and his kindly simplicity gave to his countrymen a leader whom they could regard with confidence, respect, and love. We shall see him unchanged both by sunshine and shadow. In good and evil reports the same bluff, shrewd, wise, paternal being. One who, as Bossuet said of Buchan, could fight without anger, win without ambition, and triumph without vanity. Of the other French commanders now in the field, Dulong de Curry, who had been aide-de-camp to Trochu in 1870, was recalled by Joffre from the retired list. Dubé, Ruffey, and Castelnau were members of the Conseil supérieur. Ruffey was soon to disappear, but of the other 2, this history will have much to say. Laurensac, also a member of the Conseil and a man of first-rate ability, was in revolt against the accepted French strategy, and was presently to suffer for his heterodoxy. He alone of the acting command seems to have divined Germany's plan and to have had the courage to oppose his chiefs. But France was no exception to the rule that the men who finish a war are rarely those who begin it. Just as the chief German soldier was now only deputy chief of staff to a single army, and the future British commander was in charge of a corps, so the true leaders of France were still in subordinate posts, as the head of divisions, brigades, even of regiments. The greatest of all was a corps commander in the Second Army. As the concentration was completed, the forces of the Entente, which moved eastward to the shock, were not greatly, if at all, exceeded by those of the enemy. It is a point which needs to be emphasized, for nonsensical legends circulated at the time in France and Britain. France had slightly more first-line divisions in the field than Germany. If we add the Belgian and British contingents, she had a clear superiority. In total numbers, the 2 sides in the West were approximately equal. But while the French reserve divisions were ill-trained, ill-armed, ill-supplied, and destined only for minor tasks, the German reserve formation were troops of shock, capable of use in the first line. Moreover, in heavy artillery, in the use of airplanes for reconnaissance, and with the guns, in motor transport, In the art of field entrenchment and in general tactical training, the enemy had a real superiority. Lastly, the Germans had the initiative and a strategical plan prepared with infinite care, while France was about to commit herself to a mistaken theory and an ill-considered adventure. The French armies at the start were not outnumbered, but in almost everything but fighting spirit, they were outclassed. And Germany, by her skill, was able to fight her first battles with a great local superiority of men. On the 10th of August, the French contingent in Alsace was back at Auquert, and Mulhouse was again in German hands. It had been only a raid and a reconnaissance, and preparations now began for that Lorraine offensive, which was the first step in the French plan. The object of this advance was to turn the left of the main German force advancing through Luxembourg and the Ardennes, to secure the Briançon fields by the investment or capture of Metz, and by the seizure of the bridgeheads of the Upper Rhine to interfere with the communications of the German 5th, 6th, and 7th armies. It was reckoned that Heringen's army was the weakest of the German forces, and would have difficulty in holding the country between the Vosges and the Rhine. Accordingly, on the 10th, an Alsace group was formed under Pau of the strength of 3 corps. The first effort was to clear the Vosges passes, which were held by weak German forces and which must be captured in order to safeguard the flank of any advance from Belfort or Nancy. On the French side, long river glens lead up to the summit, but on the east there is a sharp descent towards the Alsacian plain. The first to be taken was the Ballon d'Alsace at the south end of the range, which carried with it the control of the Col de Buchan. Farther north they took the Honeck and Schluch passes, which brought them to the great central boss of the ridge. Here the task became more difficult, as the approach from the French side was now steep and the hillsides were densely wooded, while on the gentler slopes of the Alsacian side, the Germans had field fortifications held by heavy guns. There was some sharp fighting in which the Chauchat-Champagne played a notable part, and successively the Col du Bounon and the Col de Sainte-Marie were taken. The last and most difficult was the pass of Salles, on which they advanced from Sandy. They won it by occupying the plateau of Black, and this gave them not only the possession of Mont Dunant, the great northern massif of the Vosges, but allowed them to enter the valley of the Bluche, which led directly to Strasbourg. The capture of Mont Dunant on the 14th enabled the 1st and 2nd armies and the Alsace group to begin their main advance. The last from the outset was successful. It took Dain-Marie and Dain and wedged the extreme German left between the Rhine and the Swiss frontier. On the 19th, at Dornach, it had 3,000 prisoners, and next day re-entered Mulhouse. Meantime, Castelnau with the 2nd Army and Dubé with the 1st, a total of 9 active and 3 reserve corps, moved eastward. Castelnau by the Seille and the Gap of Morhange, and Dubé on his right into the Sarre Valley. They had scarcely started when orders came to detach from the 2nd Army the 9th and the 18th Corps, and send them northward to Lorenzac, while 3 African divisions on their way to Alsace were deflected for the same purpose. For on the 15th, Jouve heard for the first time that German forces were moving through Liège en route for the Belgian plain, though he had as yet no notion of their size. The northern attack was not coming only by the Ardennes, and he must extend his left to meet it. Accordingly, he ordered the 5th Army to move up into Belgium and occupy the angle formed by the Somme and the Meuse, and the 4th Army, the General Reserve, to link up with the 3rd Army by taking the place left vacant by the 5th. Already the French general was compelled to reconstruct his plan. Even with the loss of 2 corps, Dubé and Castelnau were superior in numbers to the 6th and 7th German armies opposed to them, but they were operating in difficult country, the woods and marshes of Morhange and the intricacies of the Sarre Valley. The enemy had prepared a series of concealed defenses supported by heavy artillery running from Morville through Morhange to Faussburg. This line was held in the south by Hiringen's right wing, the center by the complete strength of the Bavarian Sixth Army, and the right by a detachment from the Metz garrison. On the 19th, Dubel was at Saarburg, and that day Castelnau faced the immense natural strength of the Morhange position. On the left of his Second Army lay the famous 20th Corps of Nancy, under the command of Ferdinand Foch, a southerner of the Tarbes, now 63 years old. He had been for some time professor at the École de Guerre, and his two great books, La Conduite de la Guerre and Le Principe de la Guerre, had given him a worldwide reputation. He was beyond question the most famous of living writers on war, and was now afforded the chance of putting into practice the doctrines which he had so convincingly preached. He was the apostle of the offensive, and his first action was to be an offensive which failed, which was bound to fail. At Morhange, the new power of the defense was proved beyond cavil. At 5 a.m. on the 20th, Castelnau attacked the 20th Corps against the heights of Martier, Baranville, and Contier, with as its objective the capture of Morhange and a nodal point of the railways. On its left rear was a group of reserve divisions, and on its right the 15th. At once the assault was brought under a deadly fire from concealed positions, which do not seem to have been properly reconnoitered. It was a repetition on a huge scale of Amich's experience at Liège. The reserve divisions on the left were attacked by fresh enemy forces from Metz, but held their own. The 15th Corps in the region of marshy points was utterly broken, and at 6:30 a.m. was in flight. The 20th Corps, with its right flank exposed, fought gallantly all day against hopeless odds. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Castelnau ordered a general retirement. He had no other course before him. Dubel, who had been holding his own at Saarburg and on the Rhine Canal, had to fall back to conform. So fell the first French offensive. The position was very grave, for there was a wild bridge between Castelnau and Dubé, and through it lay the way to the gap of Cham between Toul and Epinal, which, if the enemy once gained it, would enable him to take in reverse the main armies of France. Or he might concentrate on the capture of Nancy, which would achieve the same result. Happily, the Bavarians were in no condition to press their advantage. Dubé fell back from Mondulon to a line from Rosselier to the north end of the Vosges at right angles to the Second Army, and covering the entrance to the gap of Cham. Castelnau brought his force behind the Meurthe and the lower Montagne. The defense of Nancy was left to the group of reserve divisions which we have seen on its left rear, and which were in touch with Foch and what remained of the 20th Corps. On the 24th, the Germans were in Neuve. On the 25th, Mulhouse was retaken, and Pau-Alsac's group was dissolved, for the bulk of it was wanted for the defense of Nancy and the north. On the evening of the 20th, Joe had news of the failure of the Lorraine offensive and Castelnau's retreats. He had also for 5 days been aware that considerable German forces were moving north of the Meuse. Yet, faithful to his purpose of the offensive, at a moment when every argument seemed to point to a strengthening of his left wing, he tried the second of his alternatives and gave orders for an advance by its center into the Belgian Ardennes. Ruffey's Third Army and Lange's Fourth Army were now on the Meuse from Verdun northward. They were directed to cross the river and move into the wooded hills, in order to threaten the flanks both of the Bavarians, now moving on Nancy, and of Kluck and Bülow marching through Belgium. The scheme, had it been strictly limited to a raid and reconnaissance, was not without its merits. But it was no raid, involving, as it did, 2 of the main French armies and the whole of the General Reserve. It seems certain that at the time the French staff were not aware of the full strength of the 4th and 5th German armies, and were altogether ignorant of the existence of Hausen's Third Army, now concealed among the woods of the northwestern Ardennes. Ruffey and Long moved into impossible country against an enemy superior in numbers, who possessed also the advantage in armament, position, and more accurate intelligence. The enterprise was short-lived and disastrous. On the 21st, the Fourth Army moved beyond the Semois, with the Third Army in echelon on its right. Lung's objective was roughly the line Maison, Auchan, Neufchâteau, Forest of Reux, while Ruffey was moving across the upper valleys of the Semois, Cher, and Auton towards Virton and Longwy. Almost at once, the advance came up against strong prepared positions, which in that tangled country were hard to detect, and was at the same time taken in flank by enemy columns marching from the east. There was insufficient connection, too, between the core of the attack, so that each unit fought a separate battle. At Paillezeur, in the forest of Lucy, and at Usignois, where Lefebvre's colonial corps was all but destroyed. There were desperate combats on the 22nd, and that night Duke Outbreak of Württemberg drove the French Fourth Army across the Semois. Ruffey had no better fortune against the Imperial Crown Prince. His Second and Fourth Corps fought a stiff battle at Virton, and Saharai's Sixth Corps fought stoutly, but no ground was made, and presently the Third Army was back on the Authon. On the 24th, Long had his left west of the Meuse and his right between the Meuse and the Cher. The failure of the French offensive gave the Germans the Briançon field, by far the most valuable booty which they won in the first months of war. Its little guardian fort, Longwy, under a gallant commander, Colonel Darche, resisted to the last with antiquated works and a garrison of only 2 infantry battalions and a battery and a half of light guns. It had been surrounded on the 10th, invested on the 20th, and did not fall till the 26th. The performance was a proof of what French valor might have done with the fortresses had they been regarded more seriously in the plans of the General Staff. On the 15th, as we have seen, Jouve was aware of the German advance into the Belgian plain, and pushed his Fifth Army into the angle between Charleroi, Namur, and Dinant on the Somme and Meuse. At the time he estimated the total forces of Kluck and Bülow as 6 army corps, 3 divisions of cavalry, and at the outside 2 or 3 reserve divisions. He had no inkling of Hausen's Third Army, and he believed that Long and Ruffey were competent to break the armies of Duke Albrecht of Württemberg and the Imperial Crown Prince. Namur he considered to be capable of making as stout a defense as the Liège forts, and he held that it would form a good pivot for an advance into Belgium by Laurensac and the British Army, now in process of concentration, which, if successful, would gain the line Namur, Brussels, Antwerp. As a protection against raiding cavalry, however, he sent Dalmat to Arras to take command of a group of territorial divisions, and watch the country about Douai and Lille. It was clear to his mind the enemy could not be equally strong in Lorraine, in the Ardennes, and north of the Meuse, and his forward policy would search out the weak spots. He had miscalculated the speed of the German advance, as he had underestimated its weight. We left the Belgian army still holding the crossings of the Jet against Kluck's vanguards. But once the last Liège forts had fallen and the trunk line was cleared for traffic, there came the real impacts. The invasion swept on like a tide. The cavalry stream fell away, and the Belgian field armies realized what was before them. Their one hope was the French, but the French infantry were far distant, though part of Saude's cavalry was then across the Somme and in touch with the Belgian right somewhere near the field of Waterloo. On the 17th, Kluck reached the Jet with 3 corps flanked by 2 cavalry divisions. During the morning of the 18th, the river was forced at Harlan and Diest, and by the evening its whole line was in German hands. There was nothing for the Belgian command but to retreat behind the Dyle and seek sanctuary. It withdrew, therefore, on the 19th, and by the 20th, as Briamont had always foreseen, was inside the Antwerp forts, leaving the open city of Brussels to the enemy. On the 20th, Monsieur Marx, the burgomaster of the capital, arranged with the Germans for a peaceful occupation. In return for the free passage of German troops through the city and the reception of a garrison in the local barracks, the enemy undertook to pay in cash for all requisitions, to ensure the safety of the inhabitants, to respect public and private property, and to leave the management of city affairs to the municipality. About 2 p.m., the sound of cannon and military music was heard, and the van of the Army of Occupation appeared on the Chaussée du Louvre. It was the 4th Corps under General Sixtus von Arman, whom we shall meet again. When the infantry reached the great square in front of the Gare du Nord, they broke into the old Prussian parade step, the legacy of Frederick the Great, to show the importance of the occasion. The German general left the Belgian flag flying on the Hôtel de Ville, but hauled down those of the Allies. He placarded the city with a stern proclamation against acts of aggression on the part of civilians. And presently it was announced that Germany had imposed upon Brussels a war indemnity of £8 million. The occupation in force did not last long, for Kluck had no time for parades. Already his 2nd Corps, after a skirmish at Arschot, had passed to the north of the capital, and the 3rd Corps had gone through the southern suburbs on the road to Mons, while the 9th was heading for Braine-l'Alleud. The 3rd Reserve and 9th Reserve Corps were detailed to watch the Belgian army in Antwerp. On the morning of the 21st, the bulk of the First Army was swinging southwestwards from Brussels, having reached the line Grammont, Enghien, Hal, Braine-l'Alleud, while the whole of von der Maurwis's cavalry moved westwards in the general direction of Lille, looking for Sir John French. Kluck's huge wheel was behind the German timetable, but far in advance of his opponent's expectation. Bülow's 2nd Army had less ground to cover. We have seen that on the 12th he had seized the bridge at Huy and was rapidly transferring part of his troops to the left bank of the Meuse. On the morning of the 21st, he had the better part of 5 corps north of that river, with their right in touch with Kluck about Genappe, their center at Gembloux, and their left a mile or two from Lemur. Meantime, the mysterious 3rd Army had moved swiftly through the northern Ardennes, where the leafy cover seems to have screened it completely from the French airmen. Its commander, the Saxon von Hausen, like Kluck and Bülow, a man of 68, had started with 4 corps and a cavalry division, but had already surrendered the cavalry division for the Russian front. On the 15th, his advance guard had attempted to seize the passage of the Meuse at Dinant, the town 18 miles south of Lemmer, where the hills break down in high limestone cliffs to the river. This coup de main gave them the old citadel, but they were presently ousted by the arrival of French supports. Hausen's objective was again Dinant, but on the 21st he had detailed the 11th Corps to cooperate with the Guard Reserve Corps of the 2nd Army in the investments of Namur. On the morning of the 21st, therefore, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd German armies were bearing down on the angle of the Somme and the Meuse in an arc 70 miles long. Kluck with 4 corps, Bülow with the better part of 5, and Hausen with 4, a total of at least 25 divisions, supported by a great force of cavalry. Before them lay Larensac's 5th Army, as yet only of 4 corps, now getting into position on the Somme, the fortress of Namur, garrisoned by the Belgian 4th Division, and on Larensac's left, the British army of 2 corps, the concentration of which was expected to be completed that day. On the 20th, Jouve, from his headquarters far away at Vitry-le-François in Champagne, had given orders for an advance across the Somme. The British were to move northeast in the direction of Nivelles between Brussels and Charleroi, while Larensac marched against Bülow. The idea of the French commander-in-chief was a blow at the flank of the advance through Belgium. He considered the advance of Long and Ruffey, which began on the 20th, as his main operation, and the attack of Lorenzac and the British as a supporting movement. It was a plan foredoomed to disaster, for while it took into account Bülow, it ignored Klug and knew nothing of Hausen. In considering this clash of the great armies, we can look upon the situation as composed of three elements: Namur, the fight of Lorenzac against Bülow and Hausen, and the stand of the British against Klug. The city of Namur stands mainly on a scarp of hill in the angle between Meuse and Zam. South of it stretch the forested slopes of the central Meuse. East lies the Trench Valley, which runs to Liège. North is the Great Plain of Belgium, and due west is the vale where the Zombe flows amid coal pits, mounds of debris, and factory chimneys. The place is famous in British history as the scene of one of the chief exploits of William III, who wrested the town from Boufflers under the eyes of Villeroy's great army, and in literature as the theme of the reminiscences of Uncle Toby in Tristram Shandy. Its fortifications had been one of Briamont's masterpieces. Following the same lines as at Liège, he had given it a ring of 4 forts and 5 fortins, mounting altogether 350 pieces. These forts were at a distance from the city of from 2.5 to 5 miles, and were on the average about 2.5 miles distant from each other. Beginning in the north, Connolly defended the railway to Brussels, while Marchevalette occupied the space between it and the Meuse. In the southeast angle made by the rivers stood the 3 forts of Mézeray, Ondois, and Dave. Between the Meuse and the Zombe were St. Arabit and Melun, and north of the Zombe, between that river and Fort Connolly, stood the forts of Soilly and Imen. All were of the familiar Briamont type, and the armament was the same as at Liège. The Belgian garrison had ample notice of the German intentions. For 10 days the great siege trains had been crawling painfully westwards over the cobbled Belgian roads. Namur was held by the Belgian general Michel, who, though convinced that the place was impregnable, devoted much time before the enemy appeared to strengthening the defense. Large areas were mined, the field of fire was cleared, entrenchments for infantry were constructed between the forts, and barbed wire entanglements, highly electrified, were erected at the approaches. It should be remembered that he did not expect to defend Namur alone. Long before the first shot was fired, he hoped to have the Allies at his back. The blue tunics of the Chauchat d'Afrique had been seen for some days on Belgian soil. Squadrons of French dragoons were on the road to Brussels, and French infantry and artillery were only 18 miles off at Dinant. Michel seems to have been well aware that the forts alone could not repel the enemy. Remembering one lesson of Liège, he gave special attention to the intermediate infantry. For a day or two the weather along the Meuse had been close and misty, the summer heat haze common in that valley. Late on the evening of Thursday, 20th August, the howitzers were in position under the screen of haze, some 3 miles from the Belgian trenches. The German troops of assault were the Guard Reserve Corps from the 2nd and the 11th Corps from the 3rd Army. Michel learned now, what many other commanders were to learn afterwards, that he had let the enemy get too close. An enemy who would not be guilty of Amicht's blunder at Liège, but would use the full strength of his artillery before he launched his infantry. The first shots were fired on that sultry Thursday evening, and the fire was directed on the trenches between Forts Coligny and Marchevalette. Through the whole night it continued with amazing accuracy, and since the Germans were out of range of the Belgian guns, there was no means of replying. The unfortunate Belgians had no chance for a rush with the bayonets, as at Liège. They had simply to wait and suffer, and after 10 hours, whole regiments having been decimated, the thing became insupportable. Early on the morning of Friday the 21st, the infantry withdrew from the trenches, and the Germans entered within the ring of the forts, taking up a position on the ridge of Saint-Marc just north of the city. The real bombardments began at 10 a.m. on the 21st, and before long the forts Marchefelet and Messeret were silenced. Messeret had received shells at the rate of 20 a minute, and had only been able to fire 10 shots in reply. Marchefelet held out till it was blown up on the next day. About the same time, that is, early on the morning of Friday the 21st, the Third Army on the right bank of the Meuse directed a terrific bombardment against Forts Antoine, Dave, Saint-Aribert, and Melon, and the German force was pushed across the Meuse into the southern part of the angle between it and the Sambre. All that day an infantry battle continued, for the Belgians hoped for a French advance from Dinant to their relief. But as we shall see, the French at Dinant had their hands full with their own affairs. On the Saturday morning, part of the French 8th Brigade under General Buchan arrived, but they were too late to give much assistance. That day, when the skies were darkened by an eclipse of the sun, panic reigned in Namur. Incendiary bombs were dropped by German airplanes, and stray shells crashed into the outlying buildings. The weather was heavy with thunder, and nature and man combined to create pandemonium. Sometime on that Saturday, Michel, seeing that resistance was futile, and desiring, like Limon at Liège, to save his force for the field army, drew off many of his troops by the western route, which was still open. No provision had been made for a retreat, and it soon became a case of sauve-qui-peut. Only the northwestern forts were standing, and the infantry battle in the angle between the rivers had resulted in the defeat of the French and Belgians. The Germans coming from the south joined with those on the ridge of Saint-Marc, and so were able to take in the rear the defenders of the trenches between Forts Emmen and Coligny. The Belgians in the river angle were compelled to escape as best they could, and their only outlet was to the southwest. The enemy had shut the gates at Bois-de-Villers, but 2 Belgian regiments hacked a road through and managed to reach Philippeville. On the way, they found themselves entangled with a French army coming south from the Charleroi direction, and had their first news of the retreat of the whole Allied line. Eventually, by way of Isson, Laon, and Amiens, they came in 7 days to Oran, whence they took ship to Ostend and joined the main Belgian forces. On Sunday afternoon, the 23rd, the Germans entered Namur, singing their part songs. The advanced guard narrowly escaped destruction, for the Germans northeast of the city, unaware that their troops had entered from the south, kept shelling the citadel and the Grande Place. That night Namur was set afire in parts, whether by accident or design, no one knew. Next day Bülow entered the place, and with him the new military governor of Belgium, Field Marshal van der Goltz, who was described by an observer as an elderly gentleman covered with orders, buttoned in an overcoat up to his nose, above which gleamed a pair of enormous glasses. The conquerors did not behave badly. They took hostages, demanded the surrender of all arms, and issued, after the German fashion, a vast number of proclamations. Presently the great armies surged southwards, and left the occupation of the city to reservists. The last stand of the Belgians was made at the northwest segment of the fortress ring. Fort Soissy held out gallantly till the morning of Tuesday, 25th of August, when it was blown to pieces. Part of its garrison and that of Inmin escaped southwards to the woods on the north bank of the Sambre. There they were surrounded and surrendered to the number of 800 early on the 26th. The first shot had been fired on the evening of 20th August. By the next night, 5 or 6 forts had fallen. By the 23rd, the Germans held Namur, and by the 25th, the last fort had gone. So much for the impregnable city. The shade of Boufflers must have rejoiced at so fantastic a consummation. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. Namur had been the pivot of the French position. Larzac held an angle, and the loss of the apex of that angle meant that each of the two sides was outflanked. It is time to return to the French Fifth Army, which on the 20th was still laboriously getting into position. Larzac, who had pressed for an earlier advance into Belgium, only received Joffre's order to cross the Somme on the 20th, and in any case he could not have moved earlier, owing to the adjustments necessary to send troops to Long and Ruffey beyond the Meuse. On Friday, the 21st, part of his army was still concentrating, for the advance had been fixed for the 23rd, by which time the British would have been well started on their flank wheel. On the 20th, he had only 2 corps on the south bank of the Somme. On the 21st, his right wing, Franchet Desperade's 1st Corps, was on the Meuse north of Dinant, fronting east. The 10th Corps held the heights south of the Somme between Charleroi and Namur, facing the Somme crossings. The 3rd Corps lay before the town of Charleroi, and the 18th Corps, not yet up, was to be echeloned on the left, south of Thuin. Most of his reserve divisions were not yet in their place. Through no fault of his own, he had to accept battle on ground not of his choosing, and at a time appointed by the enemy. For on the morning of the 21st, Bülow had reached the north bank of the river, wheeling by his left, and by midday the action had begun with an attack by the German Guard on the bridges of Tamines and Ouvlay, held by the French 10th Corps. By 2:30 p.m. they were across the stream, and ere nightfall held the village of Asimon, 2 miles to the south of it. At the same time, the German 10th Corps forced the river just east of Charleroi, and on the German right, the 7th Corps was on the Charleroi-Mons road. Bülow that night had won the first stage and prepared the ground for his deployment. Saturday, the 22nd, saw the main battle of Charleroi. The French 10th Corps, struggling desperately on the right, retook Asimon, but lost it as the great weight of German artillery began to make itself felt. The French had not yet the German signs of entrenchment. They had too few guns, and their most gallant charges were futile against a weary enemy. Farther west there was fierce fighting in the streets of Charleroi, where the Turcos of the 37th African Division took heavy toll of the Prussian Guard. But slowly the French 3rd Corps was forced back, and by the darkening Bülow had shaken himself free of the mining districts, and was in position 4 miles south of the Somme. But Larzac did not despair. On his left, he had now got up his 18th Corps, which was holding both sides of the Somme at Thuin, and his 1st Corps at Dinant, having been relieved by the 51st Reserve Division, was available to reinforce his shaken right. Thinking that he had only Bülow to deal with, he sent word to the British commander-in-chief at Mons that evening, asking him to strike northeastward at Bülow's flank. Sir John French rightly declined. He had already had news of Klug. On Sunday, the 23rd, Larzac attacked with his right, the 1st Corps and the Reserve Division, from the high ground about Metet. But its center was already in straits, and the cavalry in front of the 18th Corps on its left was giving ground before Bülow's envelopment. That afternoon the 3rd Corps was retiring in disorder on Waku, a place in the latitude of Maubeuge. This was bad enough, but early in the evening came a deluge of ill tidings. Namur, the pivot, was falling, had already fallen. Long and Ruffey had failed utterly, and they were back on the Meuse, so nothing was to be hoped for from the Ardennes offensive. A new German army, the Saxon 3rd, had appeared on its right flank and had taken Dinant. Last and not least, Klug had revealed himself against the British, not a matter of 1 or 2 corps, as had been supposed, but at least 4 corps and several cavalry divisions. Laurensac acted promptly. He dispatched his first corps to Dinant, where it brilliantly disputed the passage of the river with the Saxons. It could not stay the invader, but it delayed him and saved the communications of the Fifth Army. But he clearly could not stay. The British were in straits, and he was instructed by Jouve to send Saudet's cavalry to their support. That evening he ordered a general retirement, and the first battle in the north was lost to the Allies. There is no enigma of Charleroi. The facts are only too fatally clear. Laurensac fought a gallant fight, and had he had only Bülow to deal with, might have retrieved all on the morning of the 23rd by a flank attack on the First Corps on the German left, for the Prussian Guard had been badly shaken. But the First Corps, like Durnant's at Canterbury, had to dissipate its force on 2 fronts. The battle was lost before it was joined through the mistaken theory and imperfect intelligence of the French General Staff, and under no conceivable circumstances could Laurensac have succeeded. He had to fight before his army was in position, and when his center was already tottering, he found his flank turned. General Jouve, at a later date, expressed the opinion that Charleroi should have been won, but it could not have been won on the plan for which he was responsible. That plan courted disaster, being based on a complete misreading of facts. It is not easy to explain the singular breakdown of the French intelligence. They knew nothing of Hausen and practically nothing of Kluck, though they were aware that Greek forces under his command had passed through Liège. It is possible that they regarded the bulk of his troops as destined for the Channel ports, a strange plan with which to credit an enemy who had not neglected the study of the science of war. The fundamental error has long ago been admitted by all competent soldiers. But it is necessary to say one word on the legend, fostered by a distinguished historian, that Laurensac's misfortunes were in a large part due to the British Army. The accusation is threefold. First, that the British were late in reaching their agreed position, the 23rd instead of the 20th. Second, that Sir John French should have complied with Laurensac's request for assistance on the 23rd. Third, that it was the premature British retreat which compelled the retreat of the French Fifth Army. For no charge is there the slenderest foundation of facts. If Laurensac was not wholly in position by the 21st, it was unreasonable to expect Sir John French, who had a day's march farther to go, to be in position by the 20th. Besides, the offensive which Jouve had ordered was not due to begin till the 23rd. The British kept precisely the terms of their arrangements with the French commander-in-chief. Secondly, a flank attack by the British against Bülow on the 23rd, with 3 of Kluck's corps attacking them and a 4th enveloping their left, would have been sheer insanity and an invitation to destruction. Finally, on the 23rd, Laurensac's corps had been falling back all day, and at 9 o'clock that night, the order was given for the general retirement. The main British withdrawal did not begin till the morning of the 24th, and by that time their neighbors had been at least 12 hours in retreat. We turn now to the doings of Sir John French and his expeditionary force. The state of war with Germany, officially declared by Britain on the 4th of August, did not in itself commit her to sending an expeditionary force to the continent. But the unmistakable trend of public feeling and the assurance of France that she counted upon our military cooperation gave the government no choice. It was resolved to dispatch 4 infantry divisions at once, to be followed by 2 more at short intervals. On the 6th of August, the House of Commons, in 5 minutes, voted a credit of 100 millions and sanctioned an increase of the army by 500,000 men. The railways had been taken over by the government, and troops were hurried down, mostly under cover of night, to the various ports of embarkation. The time of crossing varied from 8 to 15 hours. There was no covering fleet, the Grand Fleet in the North Sea being a sufficient protection. But the British and French navies supplied destroyers as scouts and messengers, and airships and seaplanes kept watch in the sky. The people of Britain knew little of the crossing till Monday the 17th, when it was officially announced that it was over. In 10 days, by a remarkable feat of transport, more than 150,000 men had been landed at various ports in France. Each man carried with him a message from Lord Kitchener, which amiably summed up the duties of the British soldier in war. You are ordered abroad as a soldier of the King to help our French comrades against the invasion of a common enemy. You have to perform a task which will need your courage, your energy, your patience. Remember that the honor of the British Army depends on your individual conduct. It will be your duty not only to set an example of discipline and perfect steadiness under fire, but also to maintain the most friendly relations with those whom you are helping in this struggle. The operations in which you are engaged will, for the most part, take place in a friendly country, and you can do your own country no better service than in showing yourself in France and Belgium in the true character of a British soldier. Be invariably courteous, considerate, and kind. Never do anything likely to injure or destroy property, and always look upon looting as a disgraceful act. You are sure to meet with a welcome and to be trusted. Your conduct must justify that welcome and that trust. Your duty cannot be done unless your health is sound. So keep constantly on your guard against any excesses. In this new experience, you may find temptations in wine and women. You must entirely resist both temptations. And while treating all women with perfect courtesy, you should avoid any intimacy. Do your duty bravely. Fear God. Honor the King. Kitchener, Field Marshal. The scene at Boulogne may be taken as a type of many. It was just over 100 years since the British Army had landed to fight in Western Europe, but the scene was very different from that before Waterloo, when officers' wives and friends and idle spectators came over to see the show. Jos Sedley with his carriage, the Barricas's menage, and the ladies of Captain Osborne and Captain Rawdon Crawley had no counterparts in this severe and businesslike expedition. Since the Monday when war became inevitable, much anxiety had been felt about the attitude of Britain. As the French mobilization proceeded, military enthusiasm awoke. It was realized that France was entering upon her greatest struggle, and though Sir Edward Grey had pledged our help by sea, it was help by land that seemed to the ordinary man to count for most. On the 4th and the 5th, eager eyes watched the destroyers and cruisers in the Channel. Were the English coming, or would they remain secure in their island while the Allies were sacrificing homes and fortunes and lives for the common cause? For a moment, the life of an Englishman in Boulogne became difficult. The educated inhabitants looked askance at him, as if Albion had not yet outgrown her perfidy. Only the fisher folk kept their confidence. They had been to Aberdeen and Ramsgate and Plymouth, and their confrères there had always told them that the English would come. Vous arriverez, les Anglais bientôt plus vite. At last, on the morning of Sunday, 9th of August, 2 transports were sighted making for the harbor. It was les Anglais at last, and the fishermen were justified. Instantly, opinion swung round to the opposite pole, and the name of Britain was a passport in Boulogne that day. The landing of the troops awakened wild enthusiasm. The geniality and fine physique of the men, and their gentleness to women and children, the cavalryman's care of his horses, above all the Highlanders, who were heroes of nursery tales in France, went to the hearts of the people. The old alliance with Scotland was remembered, the days when Buchan and Douglas led the chivalry of France. The badges and numbers of the men were begged for keepsakes, and homely delicacies were pressed upon them in return. Many a Highlander was of the opinion which Alan Bragg expressed to David Balfour: "They are a real bonny folk, the French nation." The cavalry were encamped at Ustruf, just above the Villa Josephine of famous memory. But if we seek for dramatic moments, we shall find them in that midnight mass, celebrated by the English-speaking clergy of Boulogne for our Catholic soldiers, at the Camp Malbrouck, round the Colonne de la Grande Armée. The name recalled the greatest of British generals. On that spot, Napoleon meditated the invasion of England. And, happier omen, there was first assembled the Grand Army, the army of and Austerlitz and Jena. On the 5th of August, Lord Kitchener, who had been on the eve of returning to Egypt, was appointed, largely by the urgency of Lord Haldane, as Secretary of State for War. He accepted the post with the gravest sense of responsibility. He did not believe in any short and easy contest, or any campaign of limited liability. To the ordinary Briton, he was the foremost subject of the king, a man untainted by party politics, aloof from social intrigue, a single-minded servant of the state. He had had a career of brilliant success, and the nation had faith in his star. From the outset, he realized that Britain was ill-prepared for a great war on land, but he trusted his countrymen and conceived that such preparation could still be achieved. The struggle, as he saw it, would last at least 3 years, and he laid his plans for an army of 70 divisions, which should reach its maximum strength when the enemies had begun to decline. Though from his long service abroad he was unfamiliar with European problems, his curious flair for essentials made him divine the situation more correctly than the experts of the French staff. He was convinced that the main German thrust would come through Belgium, and he was anxious that the British army should concentrate about Amiens and not at Mulbouch, for he guessed at the broad sweep of Kluge's envelopment, and he did not wish the morale of his troops to be impaired by beginning the campaign with a compulsory retirement. On this point he was overruled, but his instructions to the British commander-in-chief showed how little confidence he had in the initial French plan. He warned him that he could not be rapidly or strongly reinforced, and that therefore he must husband his reserves. He told him that his command was independent, that he would, in no case, come in any sense under the orders of any allied general, while every effort, he added, must be made to coincide most sympathetically with the plans and wishes of our ally. The gravest consideration will devolve upon you as to participation in forward movements where large bodies of French troops are not engaged, and where your force may be unduly exposed to attack. This caution was wholly justifiable. If Britain in the next 3 years was to build up great armies, she could not afford to have her nucleus of highly trained regulars squandered fruitlessly at the outset. The British expeditionary force consisted, to begin with, of 2 infantry corps and 1 cavalry division. The commander-in-chief, Field Marshal Sir John French, had long been considered the best field officer on the British active list. He had served in the Sudan expedition of 1884–85 and had afterwards held high cavalry commands at home, till in 1899 he was sent to command the cavalry under Sir George White in the NATO campaign. He was perhaps the chief reputation made by the South African War. His successes in the Colesberg districts, his relief of Kimberley, and his handling of the cavalry in Lord Roberts's advance on Pretoria marked him out a soldier of exceptional knowledge, judgment, and energy. He commanded the 1st Army Corps from 1901 to 1907, after which he held for 4 years the post of Inspector General of the Forces, till in 1911 he became Chief of the Imperial General Staff. In 1913 he was made a Field Marshal. He was immersed in his profession, a serious student of the military thought of Europe, but his most notable quality was one which is not commonly found in the staff officer. He was a personality rather than a mind, a born leader of men, of tried courage, coolness, and sagacity. The First Corps was under the command of Sir Douglas Haig, a cavalryman like Sir John French and one of the youngest of British lieutenant generals. Its 1st Division was under Major General Lomax, and its 2nd under Major General Monroe. To the 2nd Army Corps had been originally appointed Lieutenant General Sir James Grierson, but he had died suddenly after the landing of the expeditionary force in France. His death was a grave loss to the British Army, for no officer was more popular, and none so immensely learned in all branches of the profession of arms. From 1882 onwards, he had been in nearly every British war, and had written the standard books on the Russian, German, and Japanese armies. He knew Germany intimately, and few foreigners could judge so truly her strength and weakness. We may well regret that one of the most accomplished staff officers of the day was not spared to prove his worth in his first high fighting command. He was succeeded by General Sir Horace Smith-Orion, who had done brilliant work in South Africa and had held the Southern Command at home since 1912. The Second Corps embraced the 3rd and 5th Divisions, the former under Major General Hubert Hamilton, and later under Major General Sir Charles Fergusson. The Cavalry Division was commanded by Major General Allenby, who at the outbreak of war held the office of Inspector of Cavalry. The 1st Brigade was commanded by Brigadier General Briggs, the 2nd by Brigadier General Delisle, the 3rd by Brigadier General Hubert Gough, the 4th by Brigadier General the Honourable C. Bingham. A separate 5th Brigade was under Brigadier General Sir Philip Chatwood. The 3rd Corps under Major General W. P. Utenay was still in process of formation, but the 4th Division from it under Major General Snow was to concentrate in France on the 23rd of August, and on the lines of communication was the 19th Infantry Brigade. On Saturday, the 22nd, the British Army was a day's march north of the Somme, getting into position between Condé and Bianche. A word must be said of the configuration of this corner of Hainaut. West of Mons, along the valley of the Aisne and the Condé Canal, lies a country of flat, marshy meadows. Mons itself is a mining town, the center of the Borinage goldfield, an area like any North English colliery district. There was a network of railways, many of them carried on low embankments, and among them the miners' villages, with the headgears of the pits and the tall chimneys of the engine houses towering above the low-roofed cottages. Around these hamlets, the accumulation of shell and waste heaps suggested at first sight ranges of hills, and the illusion was strengthened by the little forests of dwarf firs with which some of the larger heaps had been planted. To the north lay a sandy ridge covered with a wild stretch of woodland, from Saint-Guillain, 6 miles west of Mons, to a point some 3 miles east of the town. To the south, after the coal fields were left behind, lay an agricultural region, enclosed on the south by the big wood of Maumelle. The place was poor ground for a defensive action, teeming as it was with an industrial population, and endlessly split into enclosures and pockets, which gave no observation or free field of fire. It was a classic battleground. There, Condé and Turenne had marched their armies. Blücher and Wellington had ridden those fields. From Mons had come a detachment of burghers to help the English at Crécy. Southwest of the town, amid a tangle of colliery lines, lay Chermac, where Dumouriez overthrew the Austrians when the French Republicans invaded Belgium. A mile or two farther south was Marlborough's battlefield of Malplaquet. By the evening of the 22nd, the British Second Corps lay along the Condé Canal, while the First Corps on its right stretched from Mons to the village of Buchan, a front of about 25 miles, held by a force of some 70,000 men and 300 guns. Sir John French had no general reserve, in the absence of his Third Corps, and had to use his cavalry as best he could for the purpose. That day the British horse had been scouting far to the north, and had come into contact with parties of Uhlans, and driving them in, had discovered behind them large infantry columns on the march. In what force they could not tell, for they could not advance farther, and the thick woodlands about Swanee made the country inscrutable to the British airplanes. Our cavalry stream, in turn, prevented the enemy from reconnoitering the British position. But this gave Kluge no anxiety. It had long been Germany's fashion to despise our mercenaries, and the phrase Sir John French's contemptible little army, attributed by some imaginative propagandist to the Emperor, embodied the current opinion in the German army. Further, the German staff did not believe that British infantry in any number could, as yet, have arrived within 50 miles. On the evening of the 22nd, the First Army had its 4th and 9th Cavalry Divisions somewhere on the Scheldt, and its 2nd Cavalry Division scouting westwards towards Vaudreuil, Lille, and Tournai. On its left, the 9th Corps was on the road from Nivelles to Bianche, getting very near the canal. The 3rd Corps was coming down the Brussels-Mons road from Swanee. The 4th Corps had reached the Mons-Art Railway, and the 2nd Corps on the left was southeast of Art. That night, the 3rd and 4th Corps were some 5 miles from the British outposts, and the 2 flanking corps between 10 and 12 miles distant. It had been a swift march, for the outer core of the wheel had tramped 150 miles in 11 days, and the men were tired with the dust and heat of the Belgian plain. Late that night, Sir John French, anxious about his unprotected left, moved Allenby's cavalry to that flank, with the exception of Chatwood's 5th Brigade, which was in advance on the right. Sunday the 23rd brought a hot August morning, and its first hours passed in a sabbatical calm, while the bells of the village churches rang for Mass. The men in the trenches heard a distant sputter of rifle fire where the German cavalry were filing at our outposts. Sir John French met his generals and explained to them Jove's plan. His information at the moment was that 1 or at most 2 of the enemy's army corps, with perhaps 1 cavalry division, were in front of my positions, and I was aware of no outflanking movement by the enemy. Kluge, though he had not yet half his army in position, did not believe that the main British force was in front of him, and resolved to send his 9th Corps at once into action, and to extend the battle presently with his 3rd Corps. Accordingly, at about 10:30 a.m., he began his artillery preparation, and half an hour later, the infantry of the 9th Corps attacked at the angle of the canal north of Mons against Hubert Hamilton's 3rd Division. The first impression of the British soldier was one of amazement. Instead of the thin and wildly extended lines which he had expected, he found the enemy coming on in dense masses, which made a wonderful target for his rifle. This was the teaching of Macro, which had recently replaced the old instructions of the German drill book. He found that he could well hold his own, and it was not till the enemy numbers had crossed the canal east of Ubu and converged upon Mons from north and east that Hamilton fell back through Mons to a prepared position south of it, which linked up with the left of the 1st Corps at Armigny. Late in the afternoon, the left of Kluge's 3rd Corps and his 4th Corps closed with Sir Charles Ferguson's 5th Division, which at first held its ground on the canal without difficulty, while on the extreme left there were patrol actions with Allenby's cavalry, now reinforced by the 19th Infantry Brigade. But as the battle developed, one thing was becoming clear. The weight of German artillery was far greater than 2 corps demanded. 2 corps might have brought into action some 300 pieces, but before long it was plain that there were some 500 or 600 guns firing. The British Second Corps throughout the afternoon was attacked by two German corps and lost no more than its outpost line, and this at heavy cost to the enemy. The British position was not uncomfortable, except that the 3rd Division, in its difficult withdrawal from Mons, had allowed a small gap to appear between it and the 5th. Kluge, apparently surprised by the opposition to his center and the heavy losses of his 3rd and 4th Corps, had resolved to wait till he could bring up his flanking corps for envelopment. That delay, combined with the absence of Maoist's cavalry due to the German ignorance of the exact position of the British army, was Sir John French's salvation, and it enabled 70,000 men and 300 guns to check and frustrate the 600 guns and the 160,000 men of the enemy. But about 5 p.m., the British commander received a message from Jouve which put a new complexion on the affair. He learned of the fall of Namur and the defeat of Charleroi, and that he was not told of these things before shows how feeble was the liaison work between the two commands. He learned what he had begun to suspect, that Kluge was attacking with 2 or 3 times the force originally estimated. Already the French Fifth Army on his right was a day's march to the rear. On his left, there was Damat's territorial divisions, the 84th at Valenciennes and west of Condé, the 82nd in difficulties about Tournai, the 81st between Lille and Dunkirk, the 88th arriving at Arras, scattered and ill-equipped troops, and the nearest some miles behind his left. He realized that though his little army might resist for a time against such odds, a prolonged defense of the Mons position would mean that inevitably it would be cut off, enveloped, and destroyed. Already it lay alone in face of an enemy more than twice its strength. The only course was to hold on till nightfall, give his men a brief rest, and begin a fighting retreat southwards at daybreak. Like a prudent commander, he had already reconnoitered and selected a position to be held in the first stage of retirement, should a retirement prove necessary. He issued the order to fall back, to the surprise of his army, which knew nothing of Namur and Charleroi, and was very certain that it had not been beaten. History had repeated itself almost on the same battleground. On the evening of June 17, 1815, when Wellington at Cadabra heard the news of Ligny, he said to his staff, "Blucher has had a damn good hiding, and we must go. I suppose they will say in England that we have been beaten, but that can't be helped." Sir John French had to go because Lorenzac and Long and Ruffey had suffered Blucher's fate. Officers who remembered history asked themselves whether this new Ligny would be the prelude to a second Waterloo. Jouve, at his headquarters in Champagne, awoke on the morning of Monday, the 24th, to confront a falling world. The battles of the frontier had one and all ignominiously failed. His 3 offensives had been met and broken, and the main armies of France hurled back inside their borders. He had used up his only general reserve. In almost every detail of war, he had been outwitted by the Germans. He had to face the tragic fact that this first round had been won by the enemy, not by superior numbers, but by superior skill. Moreover, the fighting had shown the French inferior in many important details: the use of airplanes, heavy artillery, and wired entrenchments, all matters vital to a war of defense. The Germans were pouring through Lorraine against Castelnau and Doubay, already weakened by defeats, who stood precariously in front of Nancy and the Gap of Cham. If the eastern fortress line fell, there might be a second Sedan. and who could guarantee its security after Liège, Namur, and Morhange? Great armies were flooding over the Ardennes to the Meuse, and the German right wing, far stronger than his wildest imagining, was swinging round the weak Allied left, brushing aside the feeble territorial divisions. The northern forts had been neglected, as had those of the Valais de Champagne, and there was no defense to bar the road to Paris. Rarely has a general been faced with a bleaker prospect. One plan only gave a faint promise of hope. The Eastern Front must be held at all costs, and the Northern armies must, by a breakneck retreat, slip out of the Neuve. The whole battle line of France must fall back and play for time. Time to give it a better alignment. Time, above all, to create laboriously and feverishly a new reserve, which could be used to restore the war of maneuver. Wild regions of France, nay, Paris itself, must be sacrificed, if need be, to keep intact the field strength. If reserves could not be brought up to the army must fall back to the reserves. That day, the 24th, Jouve issued his Note to all the armies, and the following evening his famous General Instruction No. 2. Presently there followed a dégringolade of general officers, 33 army, corps, and divisional commanders being removed. In this holocaust, the innocent suffered with the guilty, the far-sighted and competent Nuremberg equally with the creature of some knobby intrigue. With incomparable courage and patience, and with the mental elasticity of his race, Jouve faced the crisis, jettisoned his cherished preconceptions, and prepared a new plan on the grim facts now at last made plain. We have seen him in his weakness. We are now to see him in his strength. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 7, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. The retreat from the French frontiers, 24th of August to the 4th of September. It was the strength of Jouve in adversity that he had the courage to face the most unwelcome facts. He must break off contacts with the enemy right and center, now sweeping down more than 1 million strong from the north and northeast, must retreat and continue to retreat till the time came to resume the attack. When that hour would strike he could not tell. He must do the duty that lay nearest him and trust to fortune. It is clear from his General Instruction No. 2 of the 25th of August that he had not envisaged the full results of the frontier debacle. He hoped for a resumption of the offensive somewhere on the Somme or the Valais de Champagne. But this false calculation did not vitiate the soundness of his general policy. Its essentials were, first, a stand at all costs in the east by Dubé and Castelnau, holding Nancy if possible, but in any case the line Toul, Epinal, Belfort, a short retreat by the 3rd and 4th armies pivoting on Verdun, a withdrawal of the 5th and British armies till such time as they could be reorganized and strengthened, and the provision of 2 new armies as a mass of maneuver to aid his left and center in the ultimate reaction. These reserves at the moment he did not possess, and he could only obtain them by moving troops from such of the few armies as were less hotly pressed. This meant time and complicated transport, and he must have known in his heart from the outset that a stand on the Somme and the long hills was impossible. The question of Paris was not the least of his difficulties. On the 25th August, he received definite orders from his government that if the retreat continued, 3 active corps must be allotted for the defense of the capital. He acquiesced, but reserved his opinion. He remembered too well the events of 1870 and was resolved to resist most stoutly the lure of fortified places and keep his armies together as a force of maneuver. While his main preoccupation was with the north, the eastern line was a constant anxiety. Unfortunately, there came news which eased his mind. We have seen that after Mahanj, the first and second armies ranged themselves in rectangular formation across the gap of Cham, Castelnau from the Grand Couronne of Nancy southward to Roselier, and Dubé thence eastward to the line of the Vosges. There was an open space in the angle of their junction, and thither the enemy pressed after the fall of Neuve on the 24th. Dubé brought up 2 corps into the angle with 3 divisions of Cuno's cavalry, and when on the morning of the 25th the Germans entered Roselier, they were almost at once driven out of it. That afternoon, Castelnau struck at one flank with Foch's 20th Corps, and on the other wing Dubé reached the Meurthe and Mortagne at Lambeth and Blanqueville. The Germans could only escape by a hasty retreat, and by the 26th the French had closed the gap of Jam and held a line from the east side of the Grand Couronne to Zantilly in the south. It was a brilliantly conceived and perfectly executed action, a forehint of the great battle which was to open a fortnight later, and for the moment it secured the eastern front. The Imperial Crown Prince also suffered a check. Monnery with 3 reserve divisions formed at the time a group in Ruffey's Third Army and had been entrusted with the task of watching movements from Metz. On the 24th he obtained intelligence that the Crown Prince, believing that the whole Fourth Army had been disastrously engaged at Virton, had resolved forthwith to turn Ruffey's right on the Utan. On the 25th, Monnery anticipated him by driving in his left flank. Had the attack been forced home, the whole German Fifth Army might have been imperiled. But that night Monnery and his divisions were recalled, for Jouve had urgent need of them in the north. The retreat of the Allied armies of the right and the center was by the left, pivoting on Verdun, and for a proper understanding it is best surveyed from east to west, from the short retirement of Ruffey near the center of the wheel to the 180-mile march of the British at the circumference. We have seen that Ruffey's Third Army, having failed at Virton on the 22nd, had fallen back to the Auton, whence it presently found itself compelled to withdraw by the influence of events further down the Meuse Valley. On the 26th it retired across the Meuse and began slowly to retreat on the entrenched camp of Verdun. Its opponent, the Imperial Crown Prince, who had with him the bulk of 6 infantry corps and 1 of cavalry, had little credit by the pursuit. That day, as we have seen, Longwy fell, but the retreat was never hustled, and by the last day of the month the Third Army was in position west and southwest of Verdun, garrisoning at the same time the forts and woody hills north and east of the town. On the 30th, Ruffey had been retired, presumably for Virton, and his place taken by Sarrat, the commander of the 6th Corps. The new general was comparatively young, a man of 58, a southerner who had learned his trade in African wars, able, ambitious, with a somewhat fantastic and speculative mind, but one whose martial bearing and curious blue eyes, yeux de faience, as the phrase went, made a profound impression on the man he led. He succeeded to little more than the fragment of an army, for he had to send the 42nd Division of the 6th Corps to Foch's new force, and the 4th Corps to Monnery at Paris. His instructions from Joffre were at all costs to keep clear of the entanglement of Verdun, and if necessary to retreat to Baladuc. But he realized the value of the fortified Meuse heights. and when he took a position in the first days of September, his right was still in touch with the fortress, a decision which was to mean much for the future of the campaign. Lung's Fourth Army had a more troubled retreat, for it had further to go, and it was engaged with the Fourth Army of Duke Albrecht of Württemberg and the bulk of Hausen's Saxons. It had also to deplete itself to form Foch's new Ninth Army, surrendering its 9th and 11th Corps. On the 25th, after the failure of its Ardennes offensive, it was still east of the Meuse between Mézières and Normandy. At the moment, Lung had only Duke Albrecht to deal with, and on the 26th, he rigorously repulsed a German attempt to cross the river on the very ground over which, in September 1870, the Germans had marched to envelop at Sedan the doomed army of MacMahon. On the 27th came Jove's order to retire, for Hausen was coming down the west bank. Lung obtained permission to suspend his retreat for 1 day, drove back Duke Albrecht with his right between Sedan and Stenay, and struck hard with his left at Hausen's left at Nounois between Signy-Naupie and Novian-Porcian, where he had the assistance of the 1st Moroccan Division, soon to belong to Foch's new army. On the 29th, he began his retreat in good order, falling back through Redal. There was a gap of some 25 miles between him and the French Fifth Army, a space into which, from the 27th onward, Foch's force was gathering. But Hausen was unable to take advantage of it, for he was himself in difficulties. If the retreat of the French Fourth Army was the most perfect of the Allied movements, the advance of the Third Army was the clumsiest part of the German performance. Hausen had been too early at Charleroi, and by attacking on the Meuse prematurely had given Larreysac warning. Ever afterwards, he was consistently too late. He had a gap in his army corresponding to the gap between Lung and Larreysac, and was distracted by appeals for help from Bülow on his right and Duke Albrecht on his left, so that his unhappy force made a sidelong progress southwards, their eyes turned everywhere. Lung was never seriously troubled. On the 29th, he was on the front Buchan-Redal. Next day, he was crossing the Aisne. After that, having checked the ardor of the German center, he marched fast in accordance with Jove's orders. Rheims and Chalon were occupied by the enemy, and in the first days of September, the French Fourth Army was astride the upper Main among the Champagne woods, just south of Jove's old poste de commandement at Vitry-le-François. Of the 3 French armies of the north, the 5th had the longest way to go, and the most difficult task, for at Charleroi it had suffered a far heavier defeat than the mischances of Lung and Ruffey in the Ardennes, and from first to last it was in peril of outflanking. Its retreat, as we have seen, began on the 23rd, and by the night of the 24th it was on the general line Maubeuge-Chevette, 2 of its reserve divisions being actually inside the Maubeuge forts, but with orders to continue the retreat next morning, and its true left, the 18th Corps, at Soray-le-Château, 12 miles from the British right. As Saudet's cavalry corps was under orders to proceed to the British left, Larreysac had cause to be anxious for the safety of his left wing. On the 25th, he was roughly between Avesnes and Chimay, fighting Bülow's vanguards and keeping off with his right the threat from Hausen. On the 26th, under pressure from the Saxon right, his course was directed more to the southwest, towards the upper Oise valley. On the evening of the 27th, Larreysac was across the Oise, and his 4 corps lay from Guise by the south of Hyères to Ulmeny. He had received Jove's orders to attack next day towards Saint-Quentin, and this required a wheel by his right and center so as to face westwards. That was clearly impossible, and the only plan was a flank march behind the Oise, which should transfer the main striking forces to the left wing. The British Army was now between Noyon and Lafayette, well to Lorenzac's left rear, and the plan involved an advance by Sir John French on Saint-Quentin from the south. But the position of the British made their cooperation impossible, and Lorenzac was obliged to put in Valabrac's two reserve divisions as a left flank guard. On the morning of the 29th, his 18th and 3rd Corps crossed the Oise between Guise and Moy, moving on Saint-Quentin. But about 8 a.m., the pressure of Bülow on his right center, the 10th Corps, compelled him to give up all thought of that objective. He resolved to devote himself to punishing the German 10th Guard and Guard Reserve Corps now pressing east of Guise. He moved his 3rd Corps to his right, and with it and his 10th and 1st Corps inflicted upon Bülow a severe check. But his left wing, the 18th Corps, had to fall back, and Lorenzac retired from the Oise towards the Ailette and the Aisne. The check was of extreme importance, for it disengaged the British 1st Corps from Bülow's close pursuit. But the situation was still dangerous, for the front of the retreating armies was highly irregular. On the 29th, the day when Jouve resolved to retire on the Marne, while Lung was 40 miles north of that river and Lorenzac 50, Sir John French was less than 30. On the following day, while Lorenzac was still north of Laon, the British were fighting far to the southwest in the Clermont-Compiègne region. Yet without serious difficulty, Lorenzac by the 3rd of September had crossed the Aisne and the Marne thanks to the incompetence of Bülow and his own skill and resolution. On that day, he was replaced by Francais Desperey, the former commander of the 1st Corps. The new general was to prove a most wise and gallant soldier, but it is permissible to regret that Lorenzac should have suffered for blunders in which he had no share, and that his great talents should have been thus early lost to the service of his country. End of section 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, part 2. We turn now to the most critical part of the retreat, the events on the Allied left. In telling the tale, we must keep in mind the standpoint of the German command, for with it was the initiative and on it lay the burden of making decisions on which were to hinge the whole fortune of the war. When the tale has been told of his hesitations and resolves, it will be possible with greater clearness to consider the mind of the French generalissimo and assess the value of his dispositions. Kluck, the commander of the First Army, the marching wing of the invasion, had, unlike most of his colleagues, no experience of staff work. A self-made man who had risen from a comparatively humble station, he had spent all his life with troops. He had 4 very special difficulties to contend with. One was that he had no purchase with great headquarters, was apparently not fully in their confidence, and though in command of the most vital part of the German attack, had from the 17th August been placed under Bülow's orders. The second was that he had little regard for that colleague, and differed from him profoundly on strategical and tactical matters. The third was that the German intelligence system had broken down, and now that contact had been made with the main armies was markedly inferior to that of the Allies. Finally, the German line of march was becoming dangerously long. The liaison with great headquarters at Luxembourg and between the different armies was precarious, and Kluck, who needed every man he could scrape together if his enveloping net was to be flung sufficiently wide, had been compelled to leave the 3rd Reserve and 9th Reserve Corps, the later of which had just come up, to watch the Belgians at Antwerp, and the 4th Reserve as a temporary garrison of the Brussels area. Bülow, timid about his right flank, forbade the First Army to get too far west, and Maoist's cavalry corps, the mainspring of the enveloping tactics, was not under Kluge's direction. The First Army commander, therefore, joined battle at once ill-informed as to his enemy's position, not very clear about his next step, and chafing under a grievance. The fighting from Condé to Buchan on the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd revealed to him the British 2 corps strong. He was impressed by their stalwart resistance, but correctly assessed their numbers. His orders for the 24th were that his 4th, 9th, and 3rd Corps should drive Sir John French into Maubeuge, while his right wing, the 2nd and the 4th Reserve Corps, the later now coming up, should march rapidly on the west side to cut off the enemy from his presumed base. There was trouble with Bulow over Maoist's cavalry, which Kluge wished to advance towards Dunan to support the enveloping movement, and after valuable time had been lost, he obtained his wish by an appeal to the Supreme Command, and Maoist passed under his orders. The movement did not proceed according to plan, for the envelopers were late, and the German center, heavily punished the day before, advanced with extreme caution. Smith-Dorrien's 2nd Corps, with the 19th Brigade and Allenby's cavalry on its left, having fallen back from the canal 5 miles to the southward, held a line from the mining village of Cremery to the cornfields west of Udreny and beat off the attack of the German 3rd and 4th Corps. When the right of the British 5th Division seemed in danger of being turned, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade was sent to its aid. At 7 a.m., Smith-Dorrien, being outnumbered by something like 4 to 1, began his retirement. Haig's 1st Corps had already slipped away, and early in the afternoon the whole British force, intact and in good heart, was assembled on the Maubeuge position. Haig held the ground from Maubeuge to the little town of Bavay. Thence Smith-Dorrien prolonged the line westwards to the village of Bray, with the 19th Brigade on its flank between Bray and Shannan. The forts of Maubeuge made the British right relatively safe, and since the worst danger was on the left, Allenby's cavalry were sent to the rear of Shannan. Further west, Kluge had been more fortunate. Tournai, which was held only by a brigade of French territorials, was taken, and the 2nd German Corps drove the 84th French Territorial Division out of Valenciennes, while German cavalry occupied Douai. Lille, too, was abandoned by General Buchan on instructions from the government at Paris. Sir John French avoided the trap prepared for him. Already the Germans were well south of both his flanks, and any delay would mean that he would find himself shut up in Maubeuge with the fate of Bazin in store for him. He decided to hold, for the night but no longer, on the Shannan-Maubeuge position. Next day the place was invested, the 7th Reserve Corps from Bulow's 2nd Army being deputed for the task. The old Woburn stronghold had had a checkered history in late years, having been treated only as a place of arrest and support, and not as a fortress. But it occupied a position of great strategical importance as the junction of several vital railway lines, and on the outbreak of war, large numbers of troops were set to entrenching the ground between the forts. General Forney, with his garrison of 30,000, held out till the 7th of September, and during not less than 8 days' bombardment by the Namur siege train, and thereby seriously confused the German communications and kept one of their corps away from the Battle of the Marne. His performance, strangely misrepresented at the time, was not the least of the services rendered by the generals of France. Along of the northern fortresses, Maubeuge played a vital part in the campaign. On the 25th, Sir John French's aim was to push the forest of Marmel behind him. This woodland, 10 miles long from north to south and 6 miles wide, was rough and tangled with undergrowth, and was believed, wrongly, to have no roads fit for an army to travel. It lay directly between him and the Somme, and must clearly be passed on the east or the west. but the roads on the east side were too few and too bad for his whole army to travel, while if he moved by the west side only, he would leave a desperate gap between himself and Laurensac, and moreover would thrust his left wing into the jaws of Kluge's enveloping force. Accordingly, he decided to send Haig by the east roads to Marat and Landrecies, while Smith-Dorrien kept the west side in the direction of Lugatu. It was perhaps the only solution of the problem, but it was a solution with its own risks, for a gap of some 10 miles separated the two corps on the march. The intention was that the inner wings should get into touch as soon as they were south of the forest. Kluge that day seemed to have the cards in his hand, but he failed to play them. The excuse which he has given was the absence of Maoist's cavalry, which had only come under his command on the evening of the 24th, and was consequently too late to get behind the British left flank. He directed his second corps from Dunon on Buchan and Avenusec. Maoists who had been aimlessly galloping towards the sunset through Dunon in the same direction. Half of the 4th Corps on the main road from Valenciennes to Solesmes, the other half by the west side of Marmont on Landrecies, the 3rd Corps through the forest towards Marwa, and the 9th Corps from Bavay by the east side. The 4th Reserve Corps followed the center in general reserve. He was slow in starting, partly because of his troubles with the cavalry, partly because he had to make arrangements to watch Maubeuge, and largely because some time was needed to reorganize his troops after the hard work of the previous days. Tuesday, the 25th, was a summer's day of intense and glaring heat, and the weary British army found the long march in the dust a trying business. Haig started late and had little trouble on the eastern roads, but it was dusk before the van of the 1st Division reached Marwa, and the 2nd Division the neighborhood of Landrecies. It had been Sir John French's intention to bring Haig's left more to the west, but the hour was too far advanced, and the troops were too exhausted for further movement. It was a dark night, with a cloudless sky and a drizzle of rain, which presently changed to a downpour. The advance guards of the German 3rd Corps, which had advanced straight through the forest and so escaped detection by the British airplanes, came into action between 9:30 and 10 p.m. against the 1st Division at Marwa and the Guards Brigade of the 2nd Division at Landrecies. The later assault was gallantly beaten off, and with the assistance of 2 reserve divisions of the French Fifth Army, the situation at Marwa was saved. When the last shots had died away, the men of the 1st Corps lay down where they stood to snatch a brief rest. They were very exhausted, and it was decided that next day they should continue their movement southward, while Smith-Dorrien and Allenby should follow the retirement and hold back the pursuit. But Smith-Dorrien was in worse case. That day he had had no easy march, and his 3rd Division had held and beaten off at Solesmes an attack by Maoist's horse and part of the infantry of the 4th Corps. Allenby too had been in action southeast of Valenciennes. By dusk, however, Smith-Dorrien had reached a position on the left bank of the Zelle west of the town of Lugatu. There he found part of the 4th Division under General Snow, which had detrained at Lugatu and had already entrenched on the ground. The dispositions that night were, from right to left, the 5th Division through Remont and Travailles, the 3rd Division through Caldery, and the 4th Division about Buchan and Aucourt. Half of Allenby's cavalry was on the right, attempting to fill the gap between the 2nd and 1st Corps. The 19th Brigade was in support to the 5th Division. On the British left was Saudet's cavalry corps, and beyond it various detachments of Damat's territorials. Smith-Dorrien, in the small hours of the morning of the 26th, had to decide whether he dared to retreat then and there or must first stand and fight. he had apparently received no explicit orders from Sir John French to retire at once, though he was given the general direction of retirement as the line Ribemont-Saint-Quentin, Vermont, 35 miles away. Clearly, instructions as to so distant an objective could not be interpreted by any commander as the immediate orders for his day's work. Smith-Dorrien may well have assumed that the details and the method of retirement were left to his discretion. About 1:30 a.m., having received a cavalry report which warned him of the great strength of Klug, he learned from Allenby that if a battle was to be avoided, the retreat must be begun before daybreak, but that the scattered cavalry could not be got together in time to cover it. Even then, he cannot have known of the full weight of the First Army. He cannot have known, for example, of the 4th Reserve Corps now marching against his left center. But he knew other things, that his 2nd Corps were very weary, having had much the hardest of the marching and fighting since noon on the 23rd, that the 4th Division would not be complete for some hours. That his right, owing to the 7-mile gap between him and Haig, was in the air. He learned, too, from its commander that the 3rd Division, owing to the action at Sollum, would not be in a position to march till 9 a.m. Presently, he realized that battle was already joined. At or just before dawn, the advance guard of the German 3rd Corps was in Lucato, and the 4th Corps was attacking his center at Caldery. In these circumstances, it seemed impossible to begin his retreat till he had checked the enemy, and he believed himself competent to do so, remembering the various occasions in the past few days when he had struck back at and crippled the pursuit. Looked at in any way, it was a prodigious gamble, but the hazard of retreating from such a position may well have seemed greater than that of fighting in it. Sir John French praised the decision in his original dispatch, but afterwards recanted his praise and blamed it severely as a disobedience to orders. This it can scarcely have been, and any ill effect which it may have had on the subsequent retreat is not the point at issue. The question is whether Smith-Dorrien had any choice, whether in the position in which he found himself at dawn on the 26th, he could possibly have retired straightway without utter disaster. The commander of the 2nd Corps was a soldier of proven sagacity and of a temperament not easily excited or nonplussed. If he thought it imperative to stand and fight, we may well accept the necessity. The rain of the night had ceased, and a fine summer morning dawned. Bright sunlight, a pale blue sky, and the thin mists rising from the wet fields gave promise of a sultry day. As the sun rose, the flashes of the German guns tore through the haze, and the first light showed the grey masses of the enemy's infantry pushing forward in dense firing lines. Against Smith-Dorrien's 55,000, Klug opposed not less than 140,000 men. He was surprised to find the British in position, and hoped at last to have that decisive battle which he had hitherto missed. His tactics were the same as at Mons, a frontal attack mainly by artillery, to be followed by an envelopment on both flanks. But the orders for the day issued the night before had not contemplated a pitched battle, and it took some time to revise them. The 4th and 4th Reserve Corps were to attack the front, the 3rd Corps and Maurice's cavalry to envelop the British right, and more cavalry and the 2nd Corps to work round the British left and move on Cambrai. At first, the British 4th Division, not having its guns up, fell back a little, but presently, by its rifle fire, it brought the enemy cavalry to a standstill. This, however, was no more than the prologue, and the battle proper began about 7 a.m. with a terrific German bombardment by the artillery of the 4th Corps, gradually reinforced by that of the 3rd and of the 4th Reserve. The ridge which Smith-Dorrien held was studded with villages, the church spires of which gave good targets for the enemy gunners. The British had had little time to entrench their position, though along the front line shelter trenches had been hastily dug and afforded some small cover. Their artillery, though outnumbered by nearly 4 to 1, made a brilliant stand, and for 7 hours checked the enemy's infantry rushes. The 2 points of serious danger were the right wing near Buchan, where the Germans managed to work round the flank of the sorely tried 5th Division, and at Cordray, which formed an acute salient garrisoned by the brigade of the 3rd Division, which had been fighting the night before at Solon. Nevertheless, at 1 p.m., the British front was still intact, and Saudet and Allenby and Damat's reserves had for the moment checked the enveloping movements. About 1 p.m., Smith-Dorrien realized that it was time to leave. His right flank was getting hourly more exposed by Haig's withdrawal, and Kluge's 9th Corps would presently be arriving. He had persuaded the enemy that he was not to be trifled with, and had beaten off his chief corps with heavy losses. If he was to get away, he must issue the orders forthwith, for to break off a battle with a vastly superior opponent is one of the most difficult of the operations of war. The attack of the 3rd Corps about noon broke the 5th Division on the right and precipitated the retreat. Orders could not reach many of the units, who remained in the trenches, and so protected the retirement of the rest. But under cover of the devoted artillery, most of the infantry quietly withdrew from the field. The batteries left behind had been so knocked to pieces that it was impossible to move them. Before the sun set, the 2nd Corps was tramping over the belt of low upland in which the streams of Scheldt and Somme take their rise, and on the morning of the 27th it halted north of Saint-Quentin, where the land begins to fall to the bright valley of the Oise. The chief miracle of the retreat had been effected. Buchan was Kluge's most conspicuous and most indefensible failure. Had he pressed hard with his 3rd Corps at the moment when the 5th Division was falling back, or had he sent in a fresh cavalry division on the flank of the pursuit before evening, it is hard to see how the 2nd Corps could have escaped. But he handled his cavalry throughout with singular maladroitness, and his rigid devotion to envelopment, tactical as well as strategic, meant that he dissipated his striking force at the vital points. As for Smith-Dorrien, he had achieved the patently impossible at the expense of some 8,000 casualties and the loss of 36 guns. Who shall say how much that heroic stand did to disarrange the German plan, or to enable the British to win clear of the pincers and reform for the counterattack? By one of those strange coincidences which delight the historian, the battle was fought at the very place where, in 1712, the British troops in bitter shame withdrew from the Allies, when Ormonde took the place of Marlborough. On the general himself, the best comment is to be found in the earlier and juster judgment of Sir John French. I say without hesitation that the saving of the left wing of the army under my command on the morning of the 26th August could never have been accomplished unless a commander of rare and unusual coolness, intrepidity, and determination had been present to conduct personally the operation. Kluge had suffered heavily, and the orders issued for the 27th directed a start at 5 a.m., a late hour for an army of pursuit. Being under the impression that the British base was Calais and that Sir John French was trying to retreat thither, he once again dispatched Maurus's cavalry on a wild goose chase to the west, where it was faithfully dealt with by Saudet. His force was moving southwestward, while Bülow was marching south, and the result was that Haig's retreat on the 26th was unmolested. On the 27th, it was Bülow's right which was in contact with the British 1st Corps. On the 28th, the two halves of the British force had been reunited, and that evening the 1st Corps lay south of La Fère between the Saint-Gobain forest and the Oise, while the Second Corps was north of the river about Noyon. Meantime, the center of gravity had shifted further west. On the night of the 25th, Monnery was ordered to leave Ruffey's Third Army and repair to Montdidier to collect and command the new Sixth Army. He was a man of 67, a distinguished artillery officer who had held the posts of commandant of the École de Guerre and governor of Paris. His troops could only come into line by degrees, for some of them had long journeys to make, and this fact presently convinced Jouve that a general counterattack from the Somme and the Falaise de Champagne was impossible. According to the original plan of Duvervier, if the frontier defenses were forced, a stand could be made on the heights of Champagne, the escarpment which extends in a long curve from the Oise eastwards by Long to Hines. But the force of the Falaise had been permitted to decline. The retreating armies were in no condition yet awhile to turn, and the two new armies, the 9th and the 6th, were only in their assemblies stage. At this moment, the German Supreme Command was in a state of elation and confidence. 2/3 of the Great March were over, and the Allies, everywhere beaten, seemed to be fleeing before them. The fight at Lucato, indecisive as it was, seems to have convinced Gluck that the British army was out of action. On the 27th, he had been made independent of Bülow, and at once began to press his views on great headquarters. Paris was now the preoccupation of the Supreme Command far away in Luxembourg, and the news from Gluck and the optimistic reports pouring in from the other armies decided their policy. On the evening of the 28th, they issued orders that the First Army should march west of the Oise towards the lower Seine, while the Second Army should take the line Lons-la-Fère towards Paris. This meant that the capital would be isolated between two German forces. Gluck did not agree. Hitherto, he had been thinking mainly of cutting off the British from the coast, and now that they were banished from his mind as a broken remnant, he was anxious to find the left flank of the French, roll it up, and force it away from Paris. On the 28th, he was crossing the Somme, and on the 29th, his right had a stubborn fight between Villers-Bretonneux and Proyas. It was his first taste of Maroni, who had taken over from Damade on the 27th, but he was not perturbed by it, regarding it as only the last sputter of resistance from the oddments of French territorials and reserve divisions in the west with which he had been in touch for 4 days. In his memoir, he has complained that he was not kept informed by great headquarters of the general situation, and in particular of the dispatch of corps to Russia. But had he had this news, it would only have strengthened his main contention, that the First and Second Armies should close in and attack the French left. On the 29th came Laurensac's counterstroke at Guise, when the commander of the Second Army was compelled to ask Gluck for help, and this seems to have converted Bülow to his colleague's view. That night it was agreed that the order for the southwesterly move should be disregarded, and that the First Army should advance south through Noyon and Compiègne and close up on the second. The decision was at once accepted by great headquarters, who seemed at the time to have had the most imperfect knowledge of what was happening and but a feeble control over the army commanders. The step was obviously wise. The German line was already strung out to its extreme capacity and was beginning to show gaps. Had its rights been stretched to the lower Seine, it would have courted calamity. The 29th was also an important day for the British Army. Sir John French was able to give it a brief rest. The day before, he had heard for the first time of the formation of Monnery's force, for the liaison between the Allies was little better than that of the enemy. On the 29th, he met Jouve, who, in spite of the success that day at Guise, told him that he had relinquished his intention of standing on the line Hines, Amiens, and had resolved to fall back behind the Marne. This was also Sir John French's view, but in assenting to it, He added the warning that his army was totally unfit for further fighting till it had been refitted and reinforced. To this the French generalissimo agreed and undertook that the French 5th and 6th armies should close in so as to screen the British retreat. The record of the interview is not free from contradictions. At one moment, the British commander-in-chief seems to be protesting against retirement, and at another to be explaining the impossibility of keeping his army in the line. He was in a position of undoubted difficulty, for he was moving his sea base from Havre to the Atlantic coast at Sanasay. Next day he met his corps commanders, when, according to his account, Smith-Dorrien urged retreat to the coast and re-embarkation. Sir John French was mistaken. No such counsel, the folly of which equaled the disloyalty, was given. But that day we found the British commander informing Lord Kitchener that he had decided to retire behind the Seine in a southwesterly direction west of Paris. Jouve has proposed a general retirement, but this looked very like the British withdrawing altogether from the Allied line. The ominous message, followed by others in the same tone of despair, brought Kitchener across the Channel, who conveyed to Sir John the instructions of the British government that an independent command must not be construed so as to involve a failure in duty to the armies of France. So ended a foolish and unpleasant incident, in which it is charitable to believe that Sir John French did not mean what he said. The situation was in the highest degree perplexing. He had not been kept fully informed by the French command. He had had friction with Lorenzac. He believed that he had had to bear the brunt of the fighting without proper support. He had anxieties about his communications which no French army shared, and he had, not unnaturally in the circumstances, lost faith in the French staff and the French command. If there was dire confusion throughout the retirement among the fighting troops, it is unreasonable to expect perfect balance and clarity in the commanding officer. The immense significance of the decisions of the 29th and 30th must be left to be discussed in a later chapter. Here we may summarize the last stage of the retirement. Gluck, who should have been in echelon behind Bülow's right, easily outstripped his neighbor, and on the 2nd September, the First Army was crossing the Main when the Second was crossing the Aisne. Minory, finding the pressure of Gluck's right inimical to the concentration of his army, fell back through Zonjas and Claye on the northern defenses of Paris. The British were over the Aisne on the 31st and felt again the pressure of Gluck's new wheel in actions in the woods of Compiègne and Villers-Cotterêts. On the 3rd of September, they crossed the Main and the long retreat from the Belgian frontier approached its end. The last days had been hot and critical, the afternoons a blaze of heat, the nights chilly and often wet. There was no rest, for each day's march was continued late, and the incessant retirement might well have broken the spirit of the best of troops. But the men went through it all with fortitude, even with gaiety, and their only anxiety was to know when they would at last be allowed to stand and take order with the enemy. To realize the full achievement of the British force, which in the retreat had the most laborious task, we must remember the temperament of the soldier. He was entering on a war against what public opinion agreed was the most formidable army in the world. Partly, it is true, the legend of German invincibility had been weakened by the stand of Belgium, but as our soldiers understood that tale, it had been fortress work rather than battles in the field. In such a campaign, initial success, however small, works wonders with the spirit of an army. But there had been no success. The men had gone straight from the train or from a long march into action, and almost every hour of every day they had been retreating. Often, they were given the chance of measuring themselves in close combat against their adversaries, and on these occasions they held their own. But still the retreat went on, and it was difficult to avoid the feeling that, even if their own battalion had stood fast, there must have been a defeat elsewhere in the line to explain this endless retirement. Such conditions are trying to a soldier's nerves. The man who will support cheerfully any fatigue in a forward march will wilt and slacken when he is going backward. Remember, too, that except for a few members of the headquarters staff, the officers and men knew nothing of the general situation. Had they learned of Namur and Charleroi, it would have explained much, but few of them heard of it till a week later. They fell back in complete uncertainty as to what was happening, and could only suspect that the Germans were winning because they were the better army. Under such circumstances, to have preserved complete discipline and faithfulness, nay, even to have retained humor and gaiety and unquenchable spirits, was an achievement more remarkable than the most signal victory. Not less splendid was the performance of the French. Indeed, in many ways they had the more difficult duty. Though they were less constantly harassed than our men in their retreat, they had begun by a more nerve-shaking experience. Mons was not worse than a drawn battle, but Charleroi, Dinant, and Virton were unequivocal defeats. Further, for the French soldier, defense must be in itself aggressive. To yield mile after mile was for the French troops of the line, and not less for corps like the Zouaves and Turcos, an almost intolerable discipline. That it was done without grave disaster, and that after so great a damping of zeal, the fire of attack could be readily rekindled, was an immense tribute to the armies of the Republic. The nation had always been famous for elan and drive. They showed now that their temper was as good when their business was the anvil rather than the hammer. For the British troops, the 10 days of the retreat had been like a moving picture seen through a haze of weariness and confusion. Blazing days among the coal heaps and grimy villages of Hainaut, which reminded our north countrymen of Lancashire and Durham, nights of aching travel on the upland roads through the fields of beet and grain, dawns that broke over slow streams and grassy valleys upon eyes blind with lack of sleep, the cool beech woods of Compiègne, the orchards of oak and Marne, now heavy with plum and cherry, and hour after hour the rattle of musketry and the roaring swell of the great shells, the hurried entrenchments and the long deadly vigils, or the sudden happy chance of a blow back when the bayonet took revenge for dusty miles and crippled bodies and lost comrades. On the evening of the 4th, the van of the retreat saw from the slopes above the Grand Buchan a land of coppice and pasture rolling southward to a broad valley, and far off the dusk of many trees. It was the forest of Fontainebleau and the vale of the Seine. The Allies had fallen back behind all but one of the 4 rivers which from north and east opened the way to Paris. That night they were encamped along the various streams towards which 100 years before Napoleon had retired before Schwarzenberg and Lucca. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter 8 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 The Eastern Theater of War, 5th of August to 10th of September. At this moment begins the reaction upon the west of events on the Russian front. Already news had reached great headquarters in Luxembourg, which compelled them to reconsider their first plans and prepare to send reinforcements eastward. It is necessary to leave the German armies in France, now approaching their hour of crisis, and consider the position of that battleground where Germany stood to begin with on the defense. The configuration of Russia, as has been already pointed out, made invasion in the ordinary sense a hopeless task. The strongest army would be apt to melt away before it reached Moscow or Petrograd. But with the Russian field forces stationed in western Poland, an opportunity was given to Germany and Austria of striking a blow without the handicap of insuperable natural obstacles. A glance at the map will show that Russian Poland projects into the territory of the Teutonic League in a great salient, which is roughly 200 miles from north to south and 250 from east to west. This land is a monotonous, wind-swept plain through which from south to north flows the river Vistula. About the center stood the capital, Warsaw, reputed one of the strongest citadels in Europe, and around Warsaw lay the group of fortresses called the Polish Triangle. The southern apex was Ivangorod on the Vistula, the eastern Brest-Litovsk, the northern Warsaw itself, while to the northwest lay the advanced fort of Novogeorgivsk. This triangle was a fortified region with 3 fronts, 2 towards Germany and 1 towards Austria, and the various fortresses were fully linked up with railways. The southern frontier of Russian Poland was purely artificial, for there was no continuous barrier till from 50 to 100 miles south of it, where the range of the Carpathians protects the plains of Hungary against attacks from the north. Galicia is simply a flattened terrace at the base of this range, watered by the upper Vistula and its tributaries, the Wisłoka, the San, and the upper streams of the Bug. But in the north of Russian Poland, between the river Nerev and the sea, is a country where campaigning is difficult. It is mainly swampy forest, but as it nears the Baltic coast, it becomes a chain of lakes and ponds with woodland of birch and pine between them. On the very edge of the sea, along the river Prego and the large lagoon called the Frisian Haff, there is a belt of firmer land which of old was the main highway between Prussia and Muscovy. This was the German province of East Prussia, a district unfriendly to the invader, as Napoleon found in his campaign of Friedland and Eylau. East of the Polish salient, and dividing it from Russia proper, lies a curious piece of country around the river Pripyat. It is a vast tangle of streams, ponds, and marshes covering some 30,000 square miles, and is called the Marshes of Pinsk, from the chief town of the neighborhood. This district barred the march of armies, and a way must be taken to the north or south. On the north, the road lay along the valleys of the Nerev and the Niemen, where was a chain of fortified crossings. South, on the side towards Galicia, there were the 3 fortified towns of Usk, Dubno, and Ruvno. The salient of Russian Poland was therefore defended on its western side by the Polish Triangle, on the north by the chain of forts along the Nerev and Niemen, on the south by the forts south of Pinsk, and on the east by the great marshes of the Pripyat. Its communications with Russia passed north and south of these marshes. Only on the Galician side and the front towards Buchan did the nature of the land offer facilities for offensive campaigning. The German frontier defenses consisted of the Silesian fortresses of Breslau and Glogau, guarding the line of the Oder, the strong city of Buchan on the Warta opposite the point of the Russian salient, and a powerful line of forts on the lower Vistula, guarding the road from east to west Prussia. Thorn on the Vistula and Danzig at its mouth held the river valley, while Grandetz, much strengthened of late years, formed a link between them. Dierzgau and Marienburg guarded the road and railway crossings of the Vistula Delta. The northern entrance to the Frisian Haff lagoon was guarded by Pilau, and at its eastern end, at the mouth of the Prego, stood Königsberg, the second strongest of German fortresses. barring the coast road and railway to Russia. In Galicia, the true Austrian line of defense was the Carpathians, but north of it were the fortified city of Krakow, the old capital of Poland, and the great entrenched camp of Przemysl. It is important to grasp the configuration of this frontier district, for it determined the initial strategy of the campaign. Russia was bound to assume the offensive in order to relieve her allies who were bearing the brunt of the German onslaught in the west. Her natural line of attack was through Buchan, for that angle of her frontier was only 180 miles from Berlin. There was another reason. The salient of Poland went racially much farther west than the Warta, and included the bulk of the province of Buchan and a considerable part of West Prussia. Germany had never been successful with her resident aliens, and she had been peculiarly unsuccessful with her Poles, all her schemes of Prussianization and land settlement having ended in something very like a fiasco. In moving westwards by the Buchan route, Russia would be moving among a race who, in spite of all they had suffered from the empire of the Tsars, still preferred a Slav to a Teuton. But this direct western advance obviously could not be made until its flanks had been safeguarded by the conquest of East Prussia and Galicia, until the Russian armies, that is to say, could be deployed safely on a front which we may define by the Lower Vistula, the Warta, and the Upper Oder. Russia's first task, therefore, was to defeat the Germans in East Prussia and the Austrians in Galicia, and so find a straight line of deployment for her main advance. Her center, till her long mobilization was completed, must be her weakest point, and the Polish fortresses had not been kept at a strength which would allow her to trust in them. She could not concentrate on her Buchan frontier, scarcely even on the Vistula. The Bug was the nearest line up to which she might hope to clear her flanks. These flanks were not less important to the Teutonic League. Austria, alone of the two allies able to put great forces into the field at once, lay not west but southwest, while Germany had long realized that Warsaw would most readily fall to an attack by flank and rear. For both competence and for purposes of both offense and defense, the vital areas were East Prussia and Galicia, and the snout of western Poland might for the moment be disregarded. The mobilization of Russia, slow as it inevitably was speedier than the Germans had calculated. It took weeks to muster her full strength, but in a few days she had ready a striking force. She had to prepare two army groups for immediate action, one on the Galician border to meet the Austrian attack, and one to take the offensive in East Prussia, where it would be opposed by a single German army, the 8th, under von Prittwitz. The East Prussian invasion was intended ultimately to prepare the way for the main advance towards Buchan, but it was hurried on with the object of relieving the pressure on France. For Russia interpreted most strictly and chivalrously her duty towards her allies. Consequently, it must be made, like Emmeck's attack on Liège, by improvised forces. As commander-in-chief of all her armies, the uncle of the Tsar was appointed, the Grand Duke Nicholas, a tall, silent prince, simple and straightforward in character and wholly devoted to his profession. As commander of the Petrograd area, he had done more than any living man for the remaking of the army. His chief of staff was that General Yanushkevich whom we have already met. The commander of the southwestern group facing Austria was Ivanov, a modest, laborious soldier who had won fame in Manchuria by his leadership of the 3rd Siberian Corps. His chief of staff was Alexiev, by general consent the ablest of Russia's military minds. Of the northwestern group, the commander was Galinsky, a mediocrity who owed his place to the friendship of Sukhomlinov, the Minister of War. Our first concern is with the northwestern group, the lesser of the two in importance. for the Russian strategy contemplated a main effort against Austria and a concentration against Germany only when the dual monarchy should have been put out of action, an exact parallel to the strategy of Berlin. It consisted of two armies, the first moving west into East Prussia from the Liemen, the second moving north from the Neuve. A reserve army, the 10th, was being assembled in their rear. The first was under Remdenkampf, a man of German ancestry and one of the few Russian soldiers who had emerged from the Manchurian campaign with an enhanced reputation. He had a name for audacity and speed, and was eager to take advantage of the unreadiness of Germany on her eastern borders, in spite of the fact that the organization of the 4 infantry corps and 5 cavalry divisions of his command was very far from being complete. Samsonov, the commander of the Second Army, was of a different type. He had done well in Manchuria as a cavalryman, but he had never been regarded as brilliant. His assets were his simple kindliness of character and the devotion of his men. His force was a little larger than Remdenkampf's, 5 infantry corps and a mass of cavalry. The German troops in East Prussia were thus greatly outnumbered. They consisted of 4 corps, the 1st Reserve, 17th, and 20th, and 1 division of cavalry. The way seemed plain for a converging movement by Remdenkampf and Samsonov which would drive the enemy behind the Vistula, provided that close touch was kept between the 2 Russian armies, for the terrain was exceptionally blind and difficult. The dangers lay in the nature of the countryside, the incapacity of the group commander Galinsky to provide central direction, and the inevitable weakness of staff and intelligence work in armies so hastily assembled. At first, Remdenkampf moved fast. After some skirmishing by cavalry and covering troops, he crossed the border at Suwałki on 6th August, marching in a northwesterly direction, while Samsonov on the 5th advanced on both sides of the railway from Wawa by Soldau to Allenstein. The town of Insterburg stands as the confluence of the rivers Inster and Prego, and at the junction of the railways that run east from Königsberg and south from Tilsit. It was the most important strategic position in that neighborhood, and to cover it, Prittwitz made his first stand at Gambinen, a town on the railway some 10 miles due east. It is a country of great woods of pine, interspersed with fields of rye, and thousands of trees were felled by the Germans to make habitats. On Sunday, 16th August, Remdenkampf came in touch with the enemy, and after severe fighting carried the place. On the 19th and 20th, the battle was renewed. The German left was threatened with envelopment. Insterburg was occupied by the Russians, and Prittwitz fell back upon Königsberg, though, as at Gravelotte, the defeated army took a considerable number of prisoners. The retreat was hasty, the roads being strewn with abandoned material. Meantime, Samsonov's vanguard had driven in the frontier guards and roughly handled a detachment of the German 20th Corps that attempted to hold Soldau against them. These victories gave the Russians, for the moment, the mastery of East Prussia, the sacred land of the German Squiaraki. Remdenkampf occupied Tilsit, where Napoleon and Alexander of Russia once signed a treaty for the partition of the world. Königsberg was directly threatened, and advanced cavalry moved in the direction of Danzig. On the 27th, a fete was held in Petrograd, and by the sale of flags, 20,000 pounds was raised, which sum was to be given to the first Russian soldier who entered Berlin. The opening round of the fight in the east had left Russia an apparent victor. But it was only the opening round, and the peripetia was to be more sudden and dramatic than the success. The result of Gambinen and Soldau was to create something like constellation in Berlin. On Tuesday, 25th August, the day when the British forces in the west were struggling out of the trap at Moorbusch, the high water mark of the Russian invasion of East Prussia was reached. Russian cavalry had penetrated far to the west, driving before them crowds of fugitives. Some of the villages were burned, often by accident, for the wooden huts were like tinder in that dry August weather. In the towns which they occupied, the troops of the Tsar behaved with decorum and discretion. But the terror of their name was on the peasantry of East Prussia, who remembered wild tales of the ragged spearmen who had ridden through their land 100 years ago, and made little distinction between German allies and French opponents. With stories of universal burnings and slaughters, the peasants and gentry alike fled over the Vistula, and brought to Berlin the news that East Prussia was in the grip of the enemy. The reconquest of the country was necessary to the Germans for strategical reasons, for without it, any advance from Posen would be caught on the flank. But apart from such considerations, the emperor had a personal motive in undertaking the work of deliverance. The province was one of the oldest lands of the Prussian monarchy. Königsberg had been the capital of the Dukes of Prussia in the days when Berlin was an unknown fishing village among the swamps of the Spree. During every year of his reign, the emperor had spent some weeks in East Prussia, and his hunting lodge amid its forests was now in Russian hands. The invasion and overrunning of the province was to him a personal insult, only less intolerable than a descent upon the capital itself. He therefore directed the concentration of a relieving force behind the Vistula, and he was fortunate enough to find a competent commander. Before the outbreak of war, there was living in retirement at Hanover a certain Paul von Hindenburg, who knew something of East Prussia, for he had commanded corps at Königsberg and Allenstein. He was a veteran of the War of 1870 and later had been associated on the general staff with Verdi du Vernois. He had a reputation as a resolute leader of men, and he had made something of a specialty of Germany's northeastern frontier. Though nearer 70 than 60, he was a man of rude health and a body as hard as a deep-sea fisherman. He was a man, too, of a rugged strength of character, the strength that comes from simplicity and singleness of aim and an unquestioning religious faith. On 22nd August, the emperor sent for him and offered him the command of the 8th Army. As chief of staff, he was given Ludendorff, who had just been awarded the Order of Merit for his performance at Liège. It was a formidable combination of personality and mind, a combination which was to come within an ace of winning for Germany the war. The problem before the new general was a hard one. He had to stay the Russian advance, but he could get no reinforcements yet awhile from the west, and had to look only to what he could scrape together from the Vistula fortresses and the covering troops in Posen. His main asset was his admirable communications, for he had behind him lines by which he could move troops with great celerity from north to south. But the 3 corps in front of Rennenkampf were tired and depleted, and the 20th Corps before Samsonov seemed in no condition for a great effort. Ludendorff, as he surveyed the scene, recognized that only a bold coup could save him, for a retreat behind the Vistula seemed to him unthinkable. He resolved to gamble on a gap that separated the 2 Russian armies and bring his whole strength to bear on Samsonov. Their easy victories had inspired in the Russian commanders a confidence not warranted by the facts of the case. Rennenkampf on the 25th was sitting down leisurely in front of the eastern defenses of Königsberg. Samsonov was marching boldly through the wilderness of forest, lake, and marsh towards Osterode, his army strung out on a broad front and its columns widely separated from each other. The German intelligence service knew that region better than the Russians. If sufficient forces could be collected, the unwary Samsonov might be destroyed. But these forces could only be got from Rennenkampf's front, and to move them was possible only if that general remained supine and ignorant of their transfer. Rennenkampf was blind, and the Great Hazard was successfully taken. The 1st, 17th, and 1st Reserve Corps quietly slipped away southward, as well as one cavalry brigade, till on the 27th, 2 cavalry brigades were all that remained facing Remlingkampf. On the morning of that day, the German 1st Corps lay echeloned on the right about Hilgenberg. The 20th Corps and the 3rd Reserve Divisions were at Tannenberg. A Langwehr division was at Osterode, and the 17th and 1st Reserve Corps were northeast of Allenstein, the whole forming a pocket into which Samsonov's 5 corps were slowly and carelessly marching. The battle began on the 26th with an affair of outposts, and for 2 days the Russians were under the impression that their attack was succeeding. They regarded their left as their dangerous flank, the right being apparently protected by Remlingkampf's position in the north. When they had thoroughly committed themselves to an offensive in impossible country, Hindenburg struck. He began by driving in the Russian left on the morning of the 28th, but this was only subsidiary to the deadly attack launched presently against their right wing east of Allenstein by the 17th and 1st Reserve Corps from Remlingkampf's front. The 2 corps of the Russian center, with which were Samsonov and his staff, were driven back into the big wood of Tannenberg, and presently it was clear that the enemy had forced its way between the 2 Russian armies. The attacking line was now a huge crescent, strongest on the left, and Samsonov was being shepherded into an almost roadless country, where the difficulties would grow with every hour. From Ludendorff's own account, it would appear that the southern road of retreat by Mwawa was still open, but the state of the communications between the units of the Second Russian Army made it impossible to execute what would have been a difficult movement, even had the chance in that direction been realized. There only remained to defile towards Ottelsberg, where there was a spit of solid ground between the marshes. On the 30th, the Russians were in full retreat along this narrow outlet, and the bulk of Samsonov's force was shut up in a tract of ground where, between the clumps of wood, lay treacherous swamps and wide muddy lakes. The Russian batteries, as they retired, found their guns sinking to the axle trees. The last day of the battle, 31st August, was an unrelieved disaster for the Russian army. Samsonov died, but how or when, no man can tell. The Second Russian Army had been 5 corps strong at the beginning of the fight. Little more than 1 complete corps and a portion of another succeeded in gaining Ottelsberg and retreating eastward by the line of the frontier railway. It was a very complete destruction. The Germans had between 80,000 and 90,000 prisoners in their hands, about the same number that had capitulated 44 years before at Sedan. Hundreds of guns and ammunition wagons were taken, many of them left abandoned in swampy places, whence it was difficult for the victors to extricate their trophies. Huge quantities of supplies were also captured in the derelict trains on the Ottelsberg-Allenstein's railway. Tannenberg ranks with the later Caporato as one of the few battles in the war that in itself can be considered a complete and decisive victory. The veteran Hindenburg became the idol of the German people, and his triumph was well deserved. Strategically, he had outmaneuvered his opponent. Tactically, he had shown, not for the first time in history, that with skillful handling, a small force may envelop a larger. The battle bears a curious resemblance to Mukden, and in his last stricken hours, Samsonov may have remembered that the German feint against one wing to hide a crushing attack on the other was the device which Oyama had used on Kuropatkin by means of Nogi's army. At Ludendorff's suggestion, the action, which was at first called by the name of Osterode or Hohenstein, was christened Tannenberg, in memory of that other battle, now gloriously avenged, when in 1410 the Lithuanian and Polish hosts had broken the power of the Teutonic Order. The remnants of the defeated army retired across the frontier towards the Larev, followed up by a strong German pursuit. Without losing a day, Hindenburg set the main mass of his troops in movement towards the northeast along the Allenstein-Insterburg railway, which formed his line of supply. Rennenkampf, whose communications were now threatened, abandoned the attack on Königsberg as the news of Samsonov's disaster left a position which he had elaborately prepared and retreated eastward towards the Niemen. He had withdrawn beyond Insterburg before the German advance could come within striking distance. At Gumbinnen, he fought a rearguard action with the German left, but he made no attempt to maintain himself in East Prussia. The invasion of that province had failed disastrously, and the Niemen, for the moment, must be the Russian line of defense. It was now that Hindenburg made his first mistake. Rallying to his side all the German detachments in East Prussia, he crossed the Russian frontier in several columns on a broad front from Wiesbaden on the left to Augustovo on the right. In the wide forests near the latter place, a single corps delayed his advance for a little, and there was much fighting among the woods before the eventual Russian retreat on Grodno. He occupied Suwałki, the capital of the Russian frontier province, and installed a German administration as if he regarded the district as a permanent annexation. There is evidence that he had reached a frame of mind common to successful generals, which underrates the enemy's power of resistance. He was getting very near to that dangerous attitude which had been Samsonov's undoing, and he was to pay for his confidence. It is strange that the blunder should have been made, for it was obvious that, as Rennenkampf retired behind the Liemen, he must be falling back upon enormous forces supplied by the Russian mobilization. The province of Buchan was as certain to be strongly defended as the environs of Petrograd. Hindenburg's confidence was communicated to his countrymen, and the moral effect of Tannenberg had a lasting influence on the war. Germany had anticipated great and immediate successes in the Western theater, but no one believed that at the outset much could be done in the East. There, the most that was hoped for was a defense that should, for a time, delay the Russian advance to the German frontier. But on the very day that news reached Berlin of the advance of the Germans to the gates of Paris, there came tidings from the east that Hindenburg had destroyed a Russian army and cleared East Prussia of the invaders. Such a combination of successes might well intoxicate any people. All talk of a mere defense in the east was abandoned. Berlin began to clamor for an immediate advance on Warsaw, and Hindenburg was hailed as the greatest soldier of the day, who was destined to free Germany for good and all from the menace of the Slav. In popular esteem, the laurels of this rugged veteran far eclipsed the modest chaplets of Gluck or Bülow. The emperor raised him to the rank of field marshal and was soon to make him commander-in-chief of the armies in the east. We turn now to the campaign in the south. On the Posen side, the Germans, early in August, occupied the three towns of Kalisz, Częstochowa, and Będzin, just inside the Russian frontier. The second was probably taken to provide a rallying point for that Polish revolt against Russia for which Germany fondly hoped. For Częstochowa is one of the great religious centers to which pilgrims journey from every part of Poland, whether Russian, Austrian, or German. Presently they seized the Polish mining district of Dąbrówna on the Silesian frontier, and helped by the fact that their railway gauge was extended beyond the borderline, proceeded to transport coal to Germany. But on the Posen side there was no serious German advance during August. The German strategy for the moment was concerned with flanking movements, and their forces in Posen were only garrison troops and cavalry. In Galicia, however, the month of August saw a campaign of the first importance. Austria had assembled north of the Carpathians a force of 30 divisions, with the Archduke Frederick as commander-in-chief and Conrad von Herzendorf as chief of staff. Her aim was a flank attack directed at the gap in the frontier line between Lublin and Helm. For this purpose, the First Army under Danko and the Fourth Army under Auffenberg, based upon Przemysl, were to advance northward, while the Third Army and part of the Second, based upon Lemberg, were drawn up at right angles to them from the upper waters of the Bug as far south as the town of Harlech, to protect the right flank against any Russian attack from Kiev and Odessa. Apart from more distant objectives, it was vital for Austria to hold Galicia, for otherwise all her future plans would be compromised. For this, an immediate offensive was necessary. Russia might cross the Galician frontier in 3 places: west of the point where the Vistula receives the waters of the Saône, between the Saône and the upper Bug, or on the east along the line of the river Sered. The danger lay in a combined Russian movement against the first and third portions of the frontier, which would cut off and enclose the Austrian forces based upon Przemysl and Lemberg. To avoid this danger, the boldest and apparently the safest plan was to advance northward against the Warsaw fortresses, for such a movement would in all likelihood prevent the Russian armies from crossing the Vistula and defer any attack from the east against the Sered. Austria gambled upon the incompleteness of the Russian mobilization. She knew that the initial concentration had taken place east of Warsaw, along the Bug and the Narew. The army of the Narew was, as she knew, busily engaged in East Prussia, and the army of the Bug appeared to be inconsiderable. She was aware of armies mustering to the east, south of the Pripyat marshes, and from the direction of Kiev, but she hoped by a vigorous attack delivered towards Warsaw to compel these armies to reinforce the Russian center, by which time she trusted to the coming of strong reinforcements from Posen and Germany. On 10th August, Danko crossed the Polish frontier, moving towards Krasnik, and established contact with the enemy a few days later, about 30 miles south of Lublin. Here he was engaged with the smallest of Ivanov's forces, the Fourth Army, based on Brest-Litovsk. Much outnumbered, the Russians slowly gave way, retreating eastwards towards the Bug Valley with their left protected by the fortress of Zamość. That it was only a strategic retirement was presently made clear, for during the 3rd week of August, the 3rd Russian Army, based on Kiev, began to cross the Galician frontier about Brody and move upon Lemberg from the east and northeast, menacing the right flank of Auffenberg's 4th Army. This force was commanded by Ruski, one of the most learned of Russian soldiers and a professor at the War Academy, who in the Japanese campaign had been chief of staff to General Kobers, the commander of the 2nd Manchurian Army. Since then, he had been the right-hand man of Sukhomlinov in his reorganization of the Russian forces. With him was associated a remarkable man, Radko Dmitriev, who was born in 1859 in the little town of Grodets in Bulgaria, then a Turkish province. When his country obtained independence, he was one of the first pupils who passed through the new military school at Sofia, and since the Bulgarian army was then wholly under Russian control, finished his studies at the War Academy of Petrograd. He returned to his native land with the rank of captain on the eve of that rupture with Russia, which in one day deprived the Bulgarian army of its staff, its generals, and most of its officers. Serbia seized the occasion to declare war, and Dmitriev, suddenly promoted to the rank of colonel, brilliantly commanded a regiment in the campaign of Slivnica. Later, he was implicated in the conspiracy which ended in the abdication of Prince Alexander, and Stambulov forced him into exile. For more than 10 years, he served in the Russian army and only returned to Bulgaria after the accession of Prince Ferdinand. In 1902, he became chief of the general staff and commanded the military district on the Turkish frontier. When the War of the Balkan League broke out, he commanded one of the Bulgarian armies, won the first victory at Kirkelica, and led the left in the decisive battle of Lulibergas Banahisa. He was the popular hero of the Balkan War, but weary of the quarrels among the allies which followed it, he accepted an offer to re-enter the Russian service. Meantime, the 8th Russian Army, based upon Odessa, which had been deputed to watch the Romanian frontier till Romania's neutrality was certain, was coming westward against Austria's right flank on the Seret. It was commanded by Brussilov, a man then unknown to the world, but soon to be among the most famous of the Allied generals. On the 27th of August, the forces of Brussilov and Ruski were in touch, moving upon Lemberg and the 3rd, and part of the 2nd Austrian Army in a vast semicircle. The line of battle now extended nearly 200 miles from the Vistula to the Dniester. A glance at the map will show how vital to Austria was the possession of Lemberg. It was the key of the road and railway system of eastern Galicia. It was the administrative capital of the province and its most important commercial center. For many centuries, it had been a strongly walled city, but of its old defenses, all that now remained was the citadel, an obsolete fortress without military value. The place was not fortified in the ordinary sense, and its defense depended upon the field armies. During the last week of August, Ruski fought his way slowly across the upper Bug and found himself facing the entrenchments of the Austrian right center along the Lipa, a tributary of the Dniester. His right wing was flung out well to the northwest and was threatening to turn Auffenberg's right flank in the direction of Tomasov. Meantime, Brussilov had been hotly engaged on the Seret. He captured the town of Tarnopol about the 27th, a heavy engagement which lasted for nearly 3 days, the Austrian entrenchments being stormed with the bayonet. The loss of Tarnopol compelled the Austrian right to fall back from the Seret towards the Lemberg trenches. Brussilov next swept upon Halich, the ancient town of the Dniester which gave its name to Galicia. It was from Halich that in 1259 King Daniel of Ruthenia sent his son Prince Neo to found the new city of Neapol, which the Germans call Neuenburg, the Russians Lvov, and which we know as Lemberg. The surrounding country is largely a series of volcanic ridges and extinct craters, admirably suited for defensive works. After 2 days' fierce conflict, Brussilov carried the Dniester, occupied Halich, and wheeled northward towards Lemberg. The Battle of Lemberg began on 1st September, and the main fighting lasted for 2 days. Its chief feature was a fierce attack by Brussilov on the Austrian right, aided by Dmitriev, who carried the line of the Lipa, while Ruski's right, sweeping round to the north of the city, drove in the Austrian left and threatened its communications. By the evening of 2nd September, both of the Austrian wings had been driven in, and their line had been forced back into a flattened curve, with its left in imminent danger of collapse under Ruski's attack. Early in the morning of 3rd September, the Austrian staff decided to abandon Lemberg, although as yet there had been no serious attack on the entrenched positions east of the city. At 10:30 on the morning of Thursday, 3rd September, the Russian flag broke from the flagstaff of the town hall. The population welcomed the conquerors with enthusiasm. Huge quantities of stores of every kind fell into Russian hands, and the total number of prisoners taken in the fighting of that week cannot have been less than 100,000. The Russians behaved with exemplary restraint. There was no looting or any kind of outrage. A Russian governor, Count Bobrinsky, was appointed, and the city was carefully policed. The Grand Duke Nicholas issued a proclamation to the many races of the dual monarchy, which was skillfully framed not only for Galicia, but for the discontented peoples beyond the Carpathians. But the Austrian Third Army could not save itself by flight, for Ruski was around its left flank. The result of two armies moving on divergent lines was now to reveal itself, for Ruski was also threatening Auffenberg's right. There was no halt after Lemberg. Brussilov divided his army and sent his left wing into the Carpathian passes. Within the next 10 days, he had occupied Strio, a town commanding the approach to the Uzok Pass, and Chernovice, the capital of Bukovina. His center and right advanced due westward along the railway towards Przemysl, while Dmitriev with Ruski's left wing marched on a line between Grodek and Ravarska, the railway junction where the line from Lemberg joins the line which follows the Galician frontier. Rusky himself moved northwestward with his right to reinforce the Russian Fourth Army on the Bug. Meantime, Danko was in sore straits. The news of the fall of Halych and Lemberg had convinced him of his peril, and he had to bethink himself of a way of meeting it. The natural course would have been to fall back and link up with Offenbach on the Somme. A possible course was to attack at once before the Russian army of the Bug could be reinforced, disperse it, and take Rusky on the flank. This later and bolder plan was the one adopted. Danko had now received considerable reinforcements. His left was reinforced by von Voyag's German Langmuir Corps and cavalry divisions from Krakow. It rested on the Vistula at Opole, and in case of a Russian turning movement across that river, another German force from Częstochowa moved towards it. The center under Danko extended just south of the Lublin-Ham Railway behind Brasnostav, and then bent southward towards the Galician frontier at Tomasov. On the right, Offenbach's Fourth Army, which had now been largely strengthened, lay from Ravarska to just west of Grodek. The first effort of the Austrian counteroffensive was made on 4th September against the Russian center, but that center was unexpectedly strong, and the attack collapsed. Thereupon, the initiative passed to the Russians, and heavy fighting began on 6th September. The Russian strategy in these engagements completely outclassed the Austrian. Following the tactics of Mukden and Tannenberg, the Fourth Army feinted against the Archduke Joseph Ferdinand on the Austrian left, while the real Russian strength was being masked for an attack on the Austrian right. From 6th to 10th September, the battle was joined everywhere from the Vistula to the Upper Dniester. On the 10th, the Archduke Joseph on the hills between Opole and Turobin was decisively beaten by a brilliant frontal attack aided by superior Russian gunnery, and was driven in ignominious retreat southward towards the Somme. In the Austrian center, things went no better. Danko held on gallantly to the broken country between Turobin and Tomasov, but by 10th September, the pressure on his right compelled him to fall back. It was that right, Offenbach's army, which had to face the heaviest attack, for against it came the victors of Lemberg, Rusky, and Dmitriev. At Ravarska, it met its fate, being taken in flank and in front, and dispersed in utter confusion. When a refused flank is turned or broken, it means that the enemy gets well behind the center of the defeated army. This was what now happened. The whole Austrian force hurled itself southward in acute disorder. The defeated right found sanctuary in Przemysl and Yaroslav. The rest fled westward across the Don and the Wisłoka, and soon the vanguard of the flight was under the guns of Krakow. Austria had not been more successful in her operations in Serbia. Her two first-line corps had been withdrawn from Bosnia and sent north, and she attempted to conquer the country with second-line troops. For some weeks, there was much desultory and unrelated fighting, such as Balkan wars have often shown. The most serious engagements were along the line of the Lower Sava, more especially the struggle for Shabets and the railway which connected with Loznica on the Drina. On 12 August, Shabets fell, but on the 16th, the Serbians checked the Austrian advance in that neighborhood. On the same day, a strong Austrian force from Bosnia under General Potiorek crossed the Drina and took the towns of Nesnica and Loznica, its object being to cooperate with the Shabets contingent and pen the Serbians in the triangle of land between the Sava and Drina and Jadar. But on the 19th, the Serbian crown prince attacked the Bosnian army on both banks of the Jadar, and after 4 days' hard fighting, completely defeated it. The fire of their crucial guns began what the rifle and the bayonet completed. and the troops which had learned the trade at Kumanovo, Irkutsk, and Monastir drove the Austrians with great loss across the Drina. By the 24th August, Sharbets was evacuated, and the Serbians could claim with truth that they had cleared the country of the enemy. The end of the first week of September marked the close of the first round in the Eastern Campaign. Russia, only partially prepared, had hurled herself into the combats, and in East Prussia had paid heavily for her temerity. But her sacrifice had not been fruitless, for it had its influence on the greater struggle in the West, and though she had lost the bulk of one army, she was now safe behind the Liemen. For the rest, her own territory was untrodden by the enemy, save for a few German detachments near the Posen border. On the other hand, at the very outset, she had brought Austria to the brink of demoralization. The main armies of the dual monarchy had been routed in 4 great battles and were fleeing westward. The Russian flag flew over Lemberg. Russian cavalry were crossing the Carpathians, and Russian armies were pressing on with their faces towards Krakow. In the field, she had done enough to weaken her national confidence and to compel the enemy to revise his plans. She had also thrown down the gauge of a war to the bitter end, for on the 15th August, the Grand Duke Nicholas, on behalf of his emperor, had issued to Poland a proclamation promising that self-government would have been the object of a century's agitation. In the old proud days, Poland had been a great kingdom. Then came evil times, till in 1772 began those acts of public brigandage by Austria, Russia, and Prussia, with the rest of Europe consenting, which formed perhaps the most shameful violation in history of international decency. Poland was an unconscionable time a-dying, and not till the first quarter of last century was the partition complete. Her plunder did not greatly benefit the brigands. Galicia gave Austria many anxious moments, Prussia and Poland was a thorn in the Kaiser's side, and Russia only maintained her rule in Warsaw by the ready sword. Of the 3, Russia seemed to stand in the most favorable position, for she was a Slav power dealing with fellow Slavs, though divided from them by a difference in religious creeds. Home rule for Poland was an idea which the emperor had long had under consideration. Now he was committed to it, and to much more, for he was bound not only to make Russian Poland a self-governing state under Russia's protection, but to reconstitute its old boundaries. It meant that if the Allies won, Austria and Germany must disgorge, that Galicia must be given up by one and Prussian Poland by the other. At the beginning of the campaign, Russia had made it clear what territory she would demand when the campaign was over. She was fighting for Danzig, Posen, and Krakow, and such a demand Germany would never concede unless utterly routed. We know Bismarck's views on this question. Nobody doubts, he had said in 1894, that we would have to be crushed before we gave up Alsace. The same applies in still greater measure to our eastern frontier. We cannot dispense either with Posen or Alsace, with Posen still less than with Alsace. Munich and Stuttgart are not more endangered by a hostile occupation of Strasbourg or Alsace than Berlin would be by an enemy in the neighborhood of the Oder. How our existence could shape itself if a new kingdom of Poland were to be formed, nobody has yet had the courage to inquire. By the close of the first week of September in the Western theater, a no less dramatic change had come over the scene. We must return to the great battle which had meantime been joined between Paris and Lorraine. End of chapter 8.